We're taking a real substantial step to help everyday Minnesotans be able to afford their lives and have safe and affordable housing. In this bill, we've sort of thought about it as 3 different buckets, though those buckets overlap in several ways. But building new housing. Minnesota is very far behind in supply, and we absolutely need to make sure that we are making the investments to build new housing, especially affordable housing that meets the needs of our communities. That includes workforce housing, particularly in Greater Minnesota. We heard testimony this year from companies in Greater Minnesota who want to expand, but there is nowhere for workers to live in their communities. So that is one of the aspects that this bill addresses. Another bucket is rental assistance, or sort of the preventing homelessness, making sure that we are keeping people in the homes that they currently have. We already passed $50 million into the FHPAP program off this floor a month or so ago. We're adding another $50 million, and we are also, and I will hand it off to Senator Mohammed here in a moment, we are also starting the Bring It Home program to do state-run vouchers for rental assistance to make sure people can afford their homes. And the final bucket is home ownership. In Minnesota, we have a very shameful, disgraceful home ownership gap. Roughly 70% of Minnesota families who are white own homes. That number is about 25% for Black Minnesotans, and it's even lower, about 17% for Native and Indigenous families. So this is an area we absolutely need to address, and we have a first-generation down payment assistance program to help those families, those communities who have been systemically kept out of homeownership, be able to turn that corner, build that generational wealth, and have their families in safe, affordable homes that help them, provide that same ability as other Minnesotans have to own their own home. Members, I am really, really proud of this bill. The briefs are on your desk, as well as a number of letters from all across Minnesota, from across the spectrum of housing, to really show that this is a comprehensive bill that meets the needs of the moment. And as I've been telling advocates and communities across Minnesota, this is step 1. It is a big step, but it is still step 1, and I look forward to continuing the work for affordable housing in Minnesota in the Housing Committee. And with that, I would ask Senator Mohammed to just speak briefly to the Bring It Home portion of the bill.
Senator Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Port, for putting together a really good bill that's reflective of Minnesota. Mr. President, over 770,000 Minnesota families are eligible for federal vouchers right now, and they will never receive one. These families consistently sacrifice necessities like food and health care, and are one unexpected expense away from facing an eviction. 22,000 evictions were filed in Minnesota in 2002. That's double the number that were filed in 2019. Evictions exacerbate housing inequities and disproportionately affect Black, Brown, and Indigenous families. That's why we need a solution that's as big as the problem. We need to bring it home, Mr. President, and research shows, decades of research shows that they improve mental and physical health for every household member. It improves employment retention for adults. It improves school performance for children. Rental assistance also expedites the construction of deeply affordable housing across the state. Financing for new development can be secured if rent vouchers are available for future tenants. Right now, most people who need rent vouchers are unable to get them. Bring a Home enables over 30,000 seniors who are at risk for homelessness to remain in their homes. Bring a Home benefits landlords by ensuring regular rent payments and saving them the expense of legal action. Bring a Home will benefit our workforce, our economy, but more importantly, it honors the human dignity of every Minnesotan. Why should children, why should families, why should individuals, why should anyone in our state have to go homeless when we have the opportunity to be able to provide them housing? And just speaking to the overall of the bill, this is a good bill, and it touches on everything we talk about when we run for office. We talk about the fact that when it comes to home ownership, Black and brown people own the least homes and have the least access to that. This bill covers that. I talked a lot about being a renter and how hard it is, and the fact that the rent keeps getting higher, and with inflation, you just can't keep up with it. And this is an opportunity for us to do something about it. And I'll make it clear, we asked for $2 billion in this bill, and it's not enough. But it's a step in the right direction for us to continue doing that work, and we'll be able to house at least almost 7,000 people, families, with this bill. And so I'm proud of it. I'm grateful to Senator Port and our committee for the work that they have done on this bill.
Senator Port, you're good? Okay, I'm going to Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I am the Republican lead on the Housing Committee, and I just wanted to share that I very much enjoyed my time, the conversations we had, the chair and leadership of Chair Port and members of the committee. This is a very, very important topic, housing of all kinds, whether a renter, a homeowner, or any other variation of home ownership or being a tenant. Home ownership, living, housing, having access to stable housing, having access to affordable housing permeates every other aspect and sphere of a person's life. And that's why this is so incredibly important, this topic, and us as Republicans, Democrats working together to tackle the root cause of the skyrocketing cost of homeownership across the state is so important for each and every one of our communities. So I look forward to the conversation today on the bill. There are several amendments, and with that, Mr. President, I'll turn it over for the first amendment.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Port, for bringing this bill forward and for your work on housing this year, along with all the other committee members and staff. I thought we had some great discussions. But I do think there might be a few changes we could make to your bill that you worked so hard on to make it a little bit better. So, members, I would like to offer the A1 amendment.
Senator Draheim offers the A1 amendment. The Secretary will report the A1 amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend House File Number 2335 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 22, line 12, after the period, insert. This is the A1 amendment.
Senator Draheim, to your A1 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know Senator Port asked me to come up with a 30-page amendment, but this is the best I could do. One sentence, an eligible household may receive rent assistance for no more than 48 months. So, members, we have a new rental program in the bill. In current statute, it limits it to 24 months. This doubles that to 48 months, but I think the amendment could be even a little bit better, Mr. President. So I would like to offer the A2 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Draheim offers the A2 amendment, which is an amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the A2 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend the A1 amendment to House File Number 2335 as follows. Page 1 after line 3, insert. This is the A2 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Draheim, to your A2 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members. This just The amendment to the amendment caps the program at 4 years for the financing piece instead of leaving it open-ended. So I hope the author will find this as a friendly amendment, just putting some guide rails on the program.
Senator Klein.
Mr. President, I request a roll call on the A2 and also on the A1.
Senator, roll call requested, roll call granted on the A2, which is the amendment to the amendment, and the underlining A1 amendment. Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Draheim. I guess I forgot to reference in my opening remarks that I think we have the least dysfunctional committee of all the committees. I think we work really well together. There is a lot of bipartisan passion for affordable housing, and I think our committee has done a good job of communicating through the year. And to that point, this is not the first time we've had this conversation. And I appreciate that you did not take 30 pages to say this, Senator Draheim. Members, I will ask for a no vote on both the A2 and the underlying A1, in particular because we are at a moment of crisis, members, and there are folks who have been on FHPAP or other forms of rental assistance through the pandemic, and that has kept them stably housed when they potentially lost employment, things like that. But overall, members, wages have stayed the same or roughly the same. They've increased very gradually over sort of the last 15, 20 years. But rent prices have skyrocketed. And it has been, families have been unable to keep up with the rate at which rent is skyrocketing. Now, we're doing a lot in this bill to help that, and I know that my friends across the aisle from the committee will say that the core problem of that is supply, and I don't disagree with them, which is why we're putting a huge amount of money for supply into this bill. But that is not going to happen overnight, members. It's going to take time for us to build that supply up to get people to have access to affordable housing. So at this point, members, I will ask for a no vote. And Senator Draheim, I hope that this is something we can look back on in 5 years and say there is enough affordable housing in Minnesota that no one has to be on assistance for more than 48 months.
Any other comments before we go to the author of the amendment before we vote? Seeing none, Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Port, for reflecting your thoughts on this amendment. This program is supposed to be temporary, and members maybe that have been here a while remember when we put on the 2-year maximum on rental assistance, and there's always a workaround, and people can apply for other programs or reapply, et cetera. But I think it's reasonable to put a 4-year cap on rental assistance. You know, if we need to change our jobs, maybe we need to relocate. We have to do what we can to support our families, Mr. President. So I think this is a reasonable amendment, and I urge everybody to vote green.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A2 amendment to the amendment. Senator French, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no. Members, please vote. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye. Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also like to report that Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Members, just so that we're clear where we are on the underlining A1 amendment. We're on the A1. Any questions on the A1? Any discussion on the A1? Seeing none, the secretary will take the roll. Members, please vote. You're not supposed to be at anyone else's desk talking at this time. Senator Friends, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
And I report Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 noes, the A1 amendment is not adopted. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. Wondering if the author of the underlying bill will yield for a question.
Senator Port, will you yield? She will yield for a question. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Port. Senator Port, is there anything in this bill that helps reduce the cost of actual construction of building units, either houses or apartments? Sorry.
No, I was sorry. Sorry about that. Senator Port, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Senator Draheim. You know, I think there is significant things in the bill that will lower the cost of housing. There is workforce development housing that will help communities in outstate with populations below 30,000, and those funds help to sort of buy down the cost for those communities. There's local housing trust funds that can do development and help lower the cost for development in those areas. There are grants and loans to preserve affordable housing, which helps to make sure we keep that housing in the stock, which helps to lower the cost of affordable housing. I think there are significant things that help to significantly lower the cost of affordable housing across the state.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Port. All good programs, but I think, members, all those programs were government-subsidized programs. Not that they're not worthy; they are. But the fact is, we have too many housing units we need to create. We cannot buy our way out of this housing crisis that we put ourselves into. So, members, I want to address the actual cost of the construction. And for those that haven't heard me rant over the last 7 years about how important home ownership is, it is 40 times, people that own homes are 40 times, have 40 times more wealth, excuse me. In a new study that came out from NAR this last week, so if you own a home, you're likely to have 40 times more wealth than a renter. So I think all the other programs, including your bill, Mr. President, and the important jobs bill, nothing is probably more effective than creating wealth than home ownership, historically. So I want to help do that, and one of the ways to reduce the cost of construction is to look at the building code. And I had a bill, Senate File 218, that would have froze building code. And for those of you who have heard me in committee, know that we have some of the tightest building code in the country. We have very safe, very energy efficient homes. But at what cost? Every time we do a building code, we add thousands of dollars to the cost of a home. And for every $1,000 we add to the cost of a home, we eliminate 4,000 Minnesotans from being able to afford that home. So if we're adding $20,000, $30,000 to the cost of a home, that's a lot of people that can't afford it. So members, I'd like to offer the A3 amendment.
Senator Draheim offers the A3 amendment. The Secretary will report the A3 amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend House File Number 2335 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 18 after line 24, insert. This is the A3 amendment.
Senator Draheim, to your A3 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pretty straightforward amendment, and I'm sure Senator Port has seen this once or twice. It just has to do with, let's take a time out. Let's freeze our building codes where they're at, because we have some of the safest, more energy efficient homes in the whole country. So let's take a time out so those first-time homeowners can afford to buy a home. So those young people just starting out a family can afford a home. So what this bill does is put a 5-year freeze on new building code. And if there is something earth-shattering that comes up in that 5 years, they can come to us, the legislative body, the 201 elected officials, and we can pass it. Pretty straightforward. I urge a green vote.
Senator Port to the A3 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I'd like to ask for a roll call on the A3, please.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Port.
Thank you. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. I think this is an important part of the discussion, actually. I think this is part of a critical piece, the overall conversation about zoning, about regulations, about what our cities can do and require, what developers can do and require. It's a conversation we need to have in depth in the Housing Committee, and I have repeatedly stated that that is the plan for next year in our policy year, is to really take a deep look at zoning and regulation requirements across Minnesota and what it means for the housing community. I think that conversation is complex, I think it's interconnected, and I think it deserves to be had in committee. So members, I will ask for no vote on adding this in today without having been vetted through committee and as a part of the whole process. But I will say to my members across the aisle that I am committed to hearing these bills and having this discussion next year in our policy year in committee.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just wanted to highlight the urgency of why we need to adopt the Draheim amendment. So I have a study here, a report that was conducted in March of this year that highlights the cost, the median cost of new home construction in the upper Midwest. Right now, or I should say as of March, last month, the median new construction single family price in Minnesota is $523,000. Now, comparing that then to our other states that neighbor us, Wisconsin, $403,000. That's a difference of $120,000. In other words, it is $120,000 cheaper to build a single-family new home, medium-priced, in Wisconsin than in Minnesota. It is $98,000 cheaper to build in North Dakota, $173,000 cheaper to build that same single-family median new construction home in South Dakota. $153,000 in Iowa, cheaper. $118,000 cheaper to build that home in Nebraska. $195,000 cheaper to build that same home in Michigan. $142,000 cheaper to build in Indiana. And $95,000 cheaper to build in Illinois. I highlight this, Mr. President and members, because the urgency is now. And if we don't take, just as we heard the remarks about there's an urgency in a housing crisis now and there has to be something done now, we can't wait until the future, the same thing can be said about new construction. New construction doesn't just blink on and blink off. It is many months in the making. And so if we don't wait to have this, if we don't wait until next year to have this conversation, then that means it wouldn't likely be rolled out into a potential freezing of the code until 6 to 12 months after that. And then developers have to decide what their projects are going to be. We're talking several years out. We have an opportunity to do that now. The building code that is in place works. We can freeze it so that developers know that when they're building new homes, there will not be additional stringent mandates in place. And I will finish with this. I've already highlighted this article on this floor last week, I think it was. This is from the Star Tribune dated March 10th. The headline is, looking for an affordable starter home in the Twin Cities area? Good luck. A record growth in home prices slashed the supply of $300,000 homes. In order to help alleviate the pressure of upward prices on homes, we need to increase supply. In order to increase supply, we need to bring stability into the building requirements and code in the state of Minnesota. In order to bring stability, we need to put a freeze. In order to put a freeze, we need to pass the Draheim Amendment. And so with that, members, we need to do this to help begin the pipeline of affordable home ownership in Minnesota. Please vote green. Thank you.
Any additional discussion on the A3 amendment before I go to the author of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Lucero, for your comments. I think we're all passionate, but the end goal has to be home ownership, and we need to do our part. This is a simple way to safely guard against anything bad happening, because we have the most complex, the safest houses in the country. We have the most energy efficient homes in the country. We can take a time out, and I urge you to vote green for the young people here in this room. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A3 amendment. Senator Fringe, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, I report Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
And I report Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
And I report Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye. Members, please vote. Members, if you're in the chambers, please vote. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the A3 amendment is not adopted. Senator Draheim.
Mr. President, I think if we have one more amendment, we can get it over the line and get it on the bill. So I would like to offer the A9 amendment.
Senator Draheim offers the A9 amendment. The secretary will report the A9 amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend House File number 2335 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 5, line 1, delete 17,750,000. This is the A9 amendment.
Senator Draheim to your A9 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'm sure Senator Port will like this amendment. This actually reduces the funding for the new rental assistance program to the rate of the second half or the tails that is in this bill, which would avoid a fiscal cliff because there is quite a drop-off. And we move that money into something that I think will help solve the problem that I think should be the goal of this bill and this committee, which is creating new home ownership opportunities. So this provision would go to the Workforce Home Ownership Program, which is a program that creates owner-occupied housing units. With that, Mr. President, I would like to request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Port to the A9 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Draheim. Members, we saw this in committee as well. This moves money from the brand new rental assistance program that we know is sorely needed in Minnesota, where only 1 in 4 families who qualify for assistance, rental assistance for housing, actually receive that housing before it runs out. This is a critical program that we need to fund, and this takes money away from it. I ask for a no vote.
Any additional discussion before I go to the author of the A10 amendment? Senator Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will ask members to vote no on this amendment. We are already making significant investments on the down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. And when we talk about rent being high, we're also talking about 170,000 people who are currently waiting for vouchers. And this program that we're making some investments in will be able to help with that. And so to take money away from it does not work at this moment.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you for the discussion on this. You know, the down payment assistance program was brought up. We are spending a significant dollar amount on that program, which I think is important to address the financing of homes. But first, you need the homes. We can have the best down payment assistance program in the world, but if we don't have any inventory for people to buy, it's kind of a moot point. But back to the amendment, Mr. President, you know, I think most Minnesotans would rather see us work on the root of the problem, which is the supply issue. What this does is take money out of a program that was created to address the other programs we have that deal with rental assistance. We already have a bunch of rental programs for rental assistance. And if they were broken, we should have tried to fix them before we stand up and spend tax dollars on a new program that has a huge fiscal cliff. And I would argue this bill, or this amendment to the bill, would do more to fix that problem than what's currently in the bill. So I urge a green vote. Thank you.
The Secretary would take the roll on the A9 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Friends, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Dietzick votes no,
Senator Dietzick votes no.
and I report Senator Rest votes no,
Senator Rest votes no.
and I report Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 30 ayes and 35 noes. The A9 amendment is not adopted. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A15 amendment.
Senator Lucero offers the A15 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A15 amendment.
Senator Lucero moves to amend House File Number 2335 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 23, after line 2, insert. This is the A15 amendment.
Senator Lucero, to your A15 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Recently, the Office of the Legislative Auditor, the nonpartisan, highly respected, independent auditor, performed a review of the Rent Help Minnesota Rental Assistance Program. The output of that were 6 findings that would help improve the program, improve accountability, improve transparency, and the fiduciary responsibility that government has towards taxpayer dollars. And so that's what this will do, is require that the Minnesota Housing Finance Agency implement those 6 recommendations into the newly formed or proposed rental assistance program that is in the bill before us. And with that, Mr. President, I would also like to offer the A17 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Lucero offers the A17 amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the A17 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Lucero moves to amend the A15 amendment to House File Number 2335 as follows. Page 1, after line 25, insert. This is the A17 amendment.
Senator Lucero, to your A17 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as we've seen recent headlines in Minnesota on different programs of taxpayer dollars being lost to waste, fraud, and abuse, or just mismanagement, with this newly formed program that's in the bill, $65 million, we want to make sure that these recommendations in the previous Rent Help Minnesota program are indeed implemented into the new program. And so that's, again, what the underlying amendment does. What this amendment to the amendment does is requires then the agency to simply prepare a report and give that report, the information, to the legislature on the steps that they took to ensure that those 6 recommendations were indeed implemented in regards to the new rental assistance program. With that, Mr. President, I would ask for a roll call vote on both the amendment to the amendment and the amendment, and I would ask for a green vote.
Roll call requested and a roll call granted on the A17, which is the amendment to the amendment, and the underlining A15 amendment. Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask members to vote no. This amendment would prohibit new energy codes, especially those that would be part of our overall state's goals. And for that reason, I think a no vote on the A17 amendment is probably the right approach. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this language is essentially what Minnesota Housing Finance Agency currently does. In the report by the Office of the Legislative Auditor, they did give these recommendations. And in the hearing that Minnesota Housing Finance Agency had to go through the findings of the report, what was discussed was those are the standards that Minnesota Housing Finance Agency goes through on a regular basis through regularly stood up programs. However, during the pandemic, when we received federal money to aid and help in an emergency situation, the Minnesota Housing Finance Agency stood up a multi-million-dollar program in 4 months that had never existed in the state. There was no infrastructure for it. They stood it up in 4 months to reach thousands of Minnesotans who needed help to stay in their homes and get this money out in a way that helped keep landlords whole and keep Minnesotans in their homes. It was an outlier of a program. It is not how the agency currently runs. However, we do want them to have the flexibility to stand up a program like that in an emergency should that be needed. I am comfortable with most of this language, and in fact, most of it exists in the reporting provisions that are in the back of our bill, or very, very similar to it. What I am not comfortable with is paragraph B here on the A15 amendment that says applications may not be accepted until all of these parameters are met. If we have another emergency situation where MHFA needs to get money out to keep people in their homes in a hurry, this would pause that, potentially until the legislature was back in session, or potentially for many months. So members, for those reasons, I will ask for a no vote on the A17 and the underlying A15.
Any additional discussion before I call on the author? Oh, the author is there. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Port, for your comments on this. You know, it's obviously all new language as drafted, and I think it has to do with the new rental assistance program, I believe, on how it's drafted. So the language, I believe, is towards the rental assistance program, so it wouldn't be a new emergency per se. But if they already follow whatever procedures they follow, obviously it didn't work. We took twice as long as most states to get the money out, and we had issues with the CHAP program, which was the program before the rent help program. All we're trying to do is be good stewards of our tax dollars, try to help guide the agencies so we don't have a repeat of the fraud, waste, and abuse that Minnesotans are sick of hearing about. So I think it's a common sense amendment, put some guide rails on the agency, and hopefully help them set up this new program that goes on forever. Thank you.
Any other discussion before I go to the author of the amendment? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Senator Lucero, for bringing this amendment. You know, during the eviction moratorium, I had many calls on rent help. Where's the money? How do I get my application? What's the status of my application? I had landlords that were struggling. It was so bad on several occasions I had to pull in Senator Draheim, who was chairing the Housing Committee, to get an answer from the department. And members, no citizen, no resident, no constituent should have to get their senator or their representative to get a clear answer from the agency. This program was completely mismanaged, and had they been following these guidelines outlined by the Office of Legislative Auditor, I doubt that we would have had those problems. So we can say they're essentially following these. If that's true, we should adopt the amendment. But we know that they haven't. And we need to put them in statute to set those clear guidelines. Because as Senator Lucero said, one of the more respected institutions within the legislature is the legislative auditor. They don't pick Republican or Democrat, they just call balls and strikes. They are as objective as we're going to ever see out of any government agency, and both sides have oftentimes talked about the value they bring to this body. I think it's incumbent on us to honor their work and adopt their recommendations and vote yes on the amendment.
Any other discussion before I go to the author of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just reiterate the amendment to the amendment simply requires the department to inform the legislature in a report how they implemented the findings from the OLA in the new rental assistance program. It's common sense. It shouldn't be controversial. We want to be stewards of the taxpayer dollar. To do so, we need visibility, transparency. That's what it's about. Please vote green. Thank you.
The secretary will take the roll on the A17 amendment to the amendment. Senator French, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
I report Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
And I report Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no. Senator Rasmussen, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye. easy for him. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Members, as a friendly reminder, we are on the A15, which is the underlining amendment. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Whereas the amendment to the amendment that just failed, disappointingly, required the agency to tell the legislature what steps they took, the underlying amendment that we're now on simply requires the agency to implement the best practice recommendations that the OLA has given in regards to implementing the new rent assistance program. Shouldn't be controversial. Hopefully we can vote green, and a roll call already having been requested. Please vote green, members.
Members, and I know that Senator Port spoke to the underlying amendment again, but I just want to make sure that you don't want to speak again. Any other discussion before we go back to the author so he can have the last word? Senator Lucero, you good? The secretary will take the roll on the A15 amendment. Senator French, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
I report Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
And I report Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 34 noes, the amendment is not adopted. Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A4 amendment.
Senator Housley moves the A4 amendment. The secretary will report the A4 amendment.
Senator Housley moves to amend House File number 2335 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 47, delete Section 37 and insert. This is the A4 amendment.
Senator Housley to your A4 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the massive increase in spending on housing in this bill, I think it's really, really important that the state know more about the entities that are coming to us and receiving taxpayer dollars. So what this amendment does is it gives some financial oversight and requirements for both the nonprofits and for-profit businesses that are coming to us. It does a few things to evaluate the risk assessment for each of these businesses to make sure that the size of the grant that they're getting isn't, it is to scale. We talked about this in committee. If a nonprofit or a business comes to us and wants millions of dollars, yet they've never had more than $75,000 in their bank account. So doing a risk assessment, also submitting their 990 form. That's the form that nonprofits use to file with the IRS, and the public can see where their money is coming in and out for their organization. If they're a for-profit, they need to submit their tax returns for the last 3 years. If their financial statements exceed $750,000, they also have to submit an independent financial audit, and they also need to prove that they are in good standing with the Secretary of State. So this has been adopted in many, many of our other omnibus bills. We just thought this was a good place. It should also be added to here, so there is some financial oversight of these entities that are coming to the state asking for taxpayer dollars to help them out. And I ask for a green vote. Thank you.
Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members and Senator Housley, thank you for bringing this. We were one of the first bills to go through finance, I think maybe the first omnibus bill to go through finance. And we were still, I think the Finance Committee was still working on this language. So we have a version of this in the bill, but I am happy to accept this updated language as a friendly amendment.
Any other discussion on the A4 amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The A4 amendment is adopted. Senator Housley.
I'm on a roll, Mr. President. I have the A5 amendment.
Senator Housley offers the A5 amendment. The Secretary will report the A5 amendment.
Senator Housley moves to amend House File Number 2335 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 48, after line 30, insert. This is the A5 amendment.
Senator Housley to your A5 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'm hoping Senator Port will take this as a friendly amendment also. Again, there's a lot of money in this bill, and what this A5 amendment would do was simply add a report about the number of FTEs required to administer the appropriations, how many administrators it's going to cost to administer the programs, and how much each of these employees cost, and report back to the legislature by January 15th, 2024. Report back to the legislature, Mr. President, by January 15th, 2024. And I ask for another green vote or a friendly amendment, yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Housley. I was just trying to make sure we were able to hear you because you have such a wonderful, soft voice, and I'm sure you had good things to say, but we wanted to hear you. Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, and Senator Housley. Senator Housley, as long as you're willing to work with me on the language to make sure that it is the right way that for the agency to report it, I'm happy to accept this as a friendly amendment.
Any additional discussions on the A5 amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The motion prevails and the A5 amendment is adopted. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will offer the A12 amendment.
Senator Lucero offers the A12 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A12 amendment.
Senator Lucero moves to amend House File Number 2335 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 18, after line 24, insert. This is the A12 amendment.
Senator Lucero to your A12 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Previously in the debate, I listed the cost of new construction, the median price of single-family homes in Minnesota compared to our surrounding states. And it is at least approximately $100,000 more expensive to build in Minnesota. So the question is not why, or is it more expensive? It clearly is. The question is, why is it more expensive? Not that it's expensive, but why is it more expensive? Because Minnesota, compared to the surrounding states that I listed, have substantially similar weather, are impacted by substantially similar building material costs, supply costs, and other factors that go into the cost of new construction. So what is the difference then between Minnesota and other states? It comes down to requirements and mandates, both in the building code that we discussed earlier that unfortunately was voted down, but another immense factor that drives up the cost of home ownership are the mandates at the municipal level in regards to aesthetics. So what this amendment does, members, is it would require that the state building code is what is followed. Minnesota State's building code is one of the most stringent in the region, as Senator Draheim mentioned, but cities are often requiring builders to include cosmetic features that raise the price of housing but do nothing to add to the safety or durability of the home. And so, members, we need to recognize that we can build safe homes, but it's coming at a cost of tens of thousands of dollars when we have these cosmetic or other aesthetic requirements. 5 states have already addressed this: Texas, Oklahoma, Tennessee, North Carolina, and Arkansas. And there are 3 states right now that are working on this legislation, that is Georgia, Iowa, and Indiana. This should be something that we as a legislature should easily be able to enact so that we can help address the presently functionally illegal. It is functionally illegal to build affordable housing. This will help to address that. I ask for a roll call and a green vote. Thank you.
Senator Lucero, roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Port to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not entirely sure that this is germane to the bill, but I will ask members for a no vote because, as I said earlier, we will be addressing zoning and restrictions like that next session. And I hope that Senator Lucero brings this in a bill next year for us to discuss, but I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Any additional discussion before we go to the author? Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to call attention to line 1.11. It talks about a minimum square footage requirement. And I know a lot of members in this chamber have talked to me about tiny homes. This would address that. So I just wanted to point that out. Urge a green vote.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I want to thank Senator Lucero for bringing this amendment and raising this very important discussion. This is an amendment, or this is an area where we are struggling to find housing that is relatively affordable. When you look across like-sized metropolitan areas, we are among the highest in the country. Now, when I talk to builders, there are 3 costs that they tell me are predominant in their building cost: land, labor, and lumber. And I think we only need to look at land and the horrible land management policies being implemented by the Metropolitan Council on suburban counties. When you look at land prices inside and outside of the MUSA line, there is a tremendous difference. And that decision alone is helping to drive up the cost of land, making housing unaffordable in our area before they even dig their first shovel of dirt, even before they pound their first nail. And I share Senator Lucero's concern that maybe in the past, maybe in the present, some of our municipalities have gone a little overboard. But we have talked about local control in this chamber all session long. And I am uncomfortable telling a city whether I think it's right or wrong what their ordinances should be when it comes to development. Because if their restrictions are too tight, builders will move to another community. That's what the free market is when we talk about free market. So if you want to develop in a community, you have to follow their rules. And I think we would be better off focusing on the three main drivers of land, lumber, and labor, and I think we really ought to be focusing on how the Met Council has adversely drawn or caused land prices within the metro area to skyrocket. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Friends to the A12 amendment.
Thanks, Mr. President. I believe Senator Lucero requested a roll call, but if not, I would request a roll call.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be voting in favor of the A12 today. And Mr. President, members, I really view this as economic redlining. By putting in certain requirements that add cost to these homes and to this development, we're basically saying that lower income people can't live in certain communities because those cities have decided that. And so I appreciate Senator Lucero bringing this amendment, and we'll be supporting it today.
Senator Port to the A12 amendment.
Members, thank you. Again, I just asked for a no vote on this.
Any further discussion before I go to the author of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Lucero to your A12 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'll just be very brief. The cosmetic or aesthetic requirements are something that are relatively, again, that's a subjective term, but they're relatively a new advent of construction. Again, I know there's a lot of wiggle room in there for differences. But the point I want to make is, I grew up in a neighborhood, I grew up in Senator Kunish's, she has the privilege of representing, and then I have no idea actually who represents Northeast Minneapolis, but I did live, my parents, a number of years in Northeast Minneapolis. So when I look at Northeast Minneapolis, built 1920s, 1930s time frame, when I look at the area of New Brighton, Columbia Heights, Fridley, and I'm sure that there are other cities across the state, those areas, when I drive down the streets of these communities, they're very pretty, and they don't look the same. So back in the decade of the 50s and the 60s and the 70s, when this type of requirement were not in place by municipalities, homes were built that looked different. Homes were built that fit the needs of the buyers, fit the needs of those who were looking for homes, whether it be the number of garages, the square footage, other types of aesthetic or cosmetic requirements. And I have full trust that this can happen again. Our cities exist because we, the state, created them. The United States Constitution created the state, and the state created the municipalities. And so it is our prerogative and our duty to put requirements in place for how they operate. And it is absolutely in order to look at the building requirements and what might be happening for us to evaluate and put requirements in place that allow for prices of new construction to come down. And for that, I encourage a green vote. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A12 amendment. Senator French, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
I report Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
I report Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye. Members, please vote. I know I was looking at Jason because he usually tells me. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 35 noes, the A12 amendment is not adopted. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will offer the A13 amendment.
Senator Lucero offers the A13 amendment, and the secretary will report the A13 amendment.
Senator Lucero moves to amend House File number 2335 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 18 after line 24, insert. This is the A13 amendment.
Senator Lucero to your A13 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as we've already discussed in this conversation, supply is short, cost has skyrocketed of new construction, and one of those contributing factors, there are several contributing factors as we've already discussed in amendments. Another one of those contributing factors is the requirements that are imposed through rules made by different branches, different departments, different agencies within the executive branch. And I know from experience, whether it be in the private sector and certainly the case in the government sector, that many of these state agencies don't talk to each other. They are siloed where the left hand may not know what the right hand is doing. And so there can be proposals that are put forward, requirements and mandates that result in increased cost in construction. And so what this amendment seeks to do is require that when an agency is implementing a new proposed rule, that if they have to evaluate what the impact would be of their new rule, and if it results in a new construction or remodel cost increase of $3,000 per unit or more, then that has to be notified to the legislative branch, and specifically the committees with jurisdiction. And if either of the chamber's committees vote to advise that the agency rule should not be adopted as proposed, the agency may not adopt the rule unless the rule is approved by law enacted after the vote of the committee. Again, it is simply to address the reality that rules have consequences in increased costs, and we need to allow for legislative oversight when rules are made by the executive branch. So with that, I would ask for a roll call and a green vote. Thank you.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Port to the A13 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Lucero. Again, I think these sorts of conversations are exactly what we were planning to have next year. Though I will say this bill, I'm pretty sure, wouldn't even come through our committee. I think this would go through Labor and probably State Gov. But members, it does not fit in this bill, so I'm asking for a no vote. We can continue to have this conversation next year, but this is not the place for this portion of the bill.
Any other discussion before I go to the author of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Lucero is okay. We will now, the secretary will take the roll on the A13 amendment. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye. Senator Fringe, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to report that Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
And I'd like to report that Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
And I would like to report that Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the A13 amendment is not adopted. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will offer the A14 amendment.
Senator Lucero offers the A14 amendment, and the secretary will report the A14 amendment.
Senator Lucero moves to amend House File Number 2335 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 48 after line 30, insert. This is the A14 amendment.
Senator Lucero to your A14 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, as I've mentioned, there are several contributing factors to the skyrocketing cost of new construction and home ownership in Minnesota. This amendment seeks to address another one of those contributing factors. So as a local, or as a previous to being a member of the legislature, I was a city council member in a very, very fast growing area of the Twin Cities. So I'm very well familiar with the challenges that developments bring to communities. And it is certainly an expectation that developers and development don't put a burden on existing residents, because there is a cost to that. Increased traffic, increased wear and tear, additional parks and trails might be needed, and there's a whole host of things that are needed when a community is growing as a result of development. And as such, it is absolutely in order for communities to charge development and other dedication fees in regards to that new construction. However, municipalities should not be a profit center. They should not use development as a profit center. Municipalities absolutely need to recover the costs of not only real time but the future that growth brings, but it should not be something that they profit from. And so what this amendment does, it says that it limits the ability of cities to charge development and dedication fees in excess of 10% of the fair market value of the proposed subdivision. And so with that, Mr. President, I would ask for roll call and a green vote.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Port to the A14 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Lucero. Again, Senator Lucero, I ask you to please bring this bill next year. I am really interested in this conversation, and I think it's one we should have in our committee. The overall cost of housing is a passion that we share, and this is a conversation we should definitely have in the committee. I look forward to hearing this bill next year, but members ask for a no vote on adding it to the bill today.
Any additional discussion before I go to the author if he chooses to have the last word? Seeing none, the secretary will take the roll on the A14 amendment. Senator French, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
And I report Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
And I report Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye. Members, please vote. Housley. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the A14 amendment is not adopted. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sure you will be pleased that I am offering my last amendment for the day, on this bill anyway. That is the A8.
Senator Lucero offers the A8 amendment, and I'm going to hold him to this. The secretary will report the amendment, but I did get the fact that on this bill, I got it.
Senator Lucero moves to amend House File Number 2335 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 11, line 33, delete $100 million. This is the A8 amendment.
Senator Lucero to your A8 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And yes, there is fine print because I'm going to offer the A10 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Lucero offers the A10 amendment to the amendment. The secretary will report the A10 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Lucero moves to amend the A8 amendment to House File Number 2335 as follows. Page 1 after line 7, insert. This is the A10 amendment.
Senator Lucero to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I will ask for a roll call on both this and the underline.
Roll call requested and a roll call granted on the A10, which is the amendment to the amendment, and the underlining amendment, which is the A8. Senator Lucero to your A10 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we know and has been discussing, homeownership is very expensive, but there is another area of concern across the state which we discussed last week, and that is in regards to senior living care and nursing homes. And so what the underlying amendment does is delete the, $100 million from the community stabilization, $70 million from the community stabilization. And what the amendment to the amendment seeks to do is take that $70 million, and in fact, it's short enough, I'll just very, very quickly read it. This appropriation is for grants to counties for nursing homes construction, renovation, and to cover costs needed for nursing homes to operate effectively. Costs may include, but are not limited to, the building and operating expenses, et cetera, et cetera. Grants may be used to create partnerships with the healthcare sector and other sectors to demonstrate sustainable ways to provide services for nursing home residents, improve access to healthcare, and reduce the use of expensive emergency and institutional care. Lastly, the following counties are eligible for the grants in this provision: Anoka, Becker, Benton, Blue Earth, Clay, Cook, Dakota, Hennepin, Koochiching, Lake, Nicollet, Ramsey, St. Louis, Sherburne, Stearns, and Washington. And with that, Mr. President, again, we need to focus also on the housing unaffordability for those on fixed incomes and for those that are in this area of needing nursing homes. And I would ask for a green vote on the amendment to the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lucero. Senator Port to the A10 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, members and Senator Lucero. While I agree with you that our senior living is of critical import, it is not under the jurisdiction of housing. I don't believe that this amendment fits in with this bill, and perhaps Senator Klein is going to have something more to say to it. And members, I will also say that this takes from a program that helps the entire state and puts it into just a select few counties for a very specified order, but I would defer, I think, to Senator Klein at this point.
Senator Klein.
Point of order, Mr. President. Under
State your point.
Thank you, Mr. President. Under 35.1, the amendment that is being offered is under the purview of the Department of Human Services, and this is the Housing Omnibus Bill, and I ask you to rule it out of order.
Any advice? Advice, Senator Lucero?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just draw your attention to grants that are used for construction. I've never been a member of the Human Services Committee, so I can't expressly say that they are not in the business of grants for construction or renovation, but certainly construction and renovation is the purview of the Housing Committee. And allocating money to grants, as this bill does, it has a tremendous number of grant appropriations that go towards construction and renovation. Having construction and renovation grants focused on senior living and nursing homes would absolutely be in order, and therefore I would encourage you to find the Klein motion not well taken.
I'm going to advice. Senator Johan?
Thank you, Mr. President. senior housing is one of the new uses that we did change in the 7 years I've been here. So we take language that's already in the bill, we take money that's already in the bill, and we take a form of housing that is under the agency's preview. So I think it's hard to argue with Senator Lucero's bill. So you got the money, you got the language, and you got the use that is in the housing agency. So thank you, Mr. President.
So did you want to give advice, Senator Port?
Yeah, Mr. President, if I can just say, there's a lot of crossover between Health and Human Services Committee and Housing. While we do some portions, it is really homelessness prevention that is ours. All of the services, including the senior housing services, are run through the Department of Health and Human Services. We do not have jurisdiction over them. We've talked about it multiple times this time. In addition to, these are run through the Department of Health and Human Services or with the Department of Health and Human Services agency, which we have no ability to work with.
Thank you. Hold on, members. Oh, last person for advice.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Rasmussen.
I just wanted to point out to the body that on page 29, line 26 of the bill, there's reference to senior housing. This is in the bill. There's money for senior housing in the bill, language on it, and so this is well within the purview of the subject of a housing finance bill. And so I'd ask you to find the point of order not well taken.
Members, give me one moment. Did you want to say something else, Senator Port?
I will just say to that point, Mr. President, the allowable uses for senior housing is in regards to housing infrastructure bonds, not to grants, as this amendment talks about. That's a very specific use. The amendment should be out of order.
Members, give me a minute. I'm going to consult with staff. After hearing advice from a cross-section of members and from staff on the Senator Klein point of order, I rule that the point of order is well taken.
Mr. President?
Senator Lucero.
Thank you. I would like to challenge the ruling of the president, but I'd also like to ask a point of parliamentary inquiry. Which was he?
I'm going to forewarn you, if you start asking me a question, the appeal will not work.
I'm asking, well, I guess, Mr. President, I'm at clarity, which was ruled out of order, the amendment to the amendment or the underlying amendment? That's what I'm seeking clarification on.
I'm sorry. Well, it is the amendment to the amendment because that's what we were on.
Thank you. That's all I was asking, clarification on that. So based on that, I'm asking for an appeal of the ruling of the president.
And a roll call requested. Senator Klein?
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. The secretary will take let me read the instructions. Members, you know that that under the rules, if my ruling is being appealed, you can certainly do that under Senate Rules 14.4. If my memory serves me correctly, a green vote upholds the ruling of the president. A red vote votes against the ruling of the president. So, shall the ruling of the president be upheld? That is the question that is before the body. The secretary will take the roll. Members, please vote. Senator French, for those voting under Rule 40.7. While you get yourself together, Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Lang votes no. Senator French, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes aye,
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
and Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 33 noes, the decision of the president is upheld. Senator Lucero, we are now members, just so you're clear, we're on the A8 amendment, which is the underlining amendment. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the last exercise of my fine print, I will offer the A11 amendment to the amendment.
I'm sorry. Senator Lucero offers the A11 amendment to the amendment. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr.
Hold on. The secretary will report the amendment, and then we will go to you.
Senator Lucero moves to amend the A8 amendment to House File Number 2335 as follows. Page 1, after line 7, insert. This is the A11 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Lucero, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this is a different amendment, similar but different than the previous one. This one does not limit the counties that would be eligible. And so same need exists. I'm hoping members would vote green. I would ask for a roll call.
Point of order.
Senator Klein, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Point of order under 35.1. This is again appropriations to nursing home construction, and again falls outside the jurisdiction of this omnibus bill.
Advice. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was going to try to follow up on your last ruling, but Mr. President, I'm trying to figure out how this is not a germane amendment. I don't see where, I mean, this is a nursing home construction renovation. This is a housing unit. And we allocate funds within bills all the time. And I'm struggling to figure out, Mr. President, and advice for you is that this is constructing homes, which is what the housing bill is about, and it does not put the bill out of balance. And so, Mr. President, I would encourage you to find this amendment germane.
Advice, Mr. President.
Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the same reasons as you found the last bill not germane, this one is also not germane. And I will just point out that in this bill, or in this amendment, there are significant references to operating costs, to staff, to service coordinations. Those are clearly within the realm of the Department of Health and Human Services. And Mr. President, for the same reasons as the last bill, which is nearly identical, this should also be not germane.
After listening to advice and considering the last amendment and everything else that was articulated and consulting with staff even before, I find the Klein point of order well taken.
Mr. President, I would appeal the ruling of the president and ask for a roll call.
The ruling of the president has been appealed, as you know, under Senate Rule 14.4. The issue before the body, or the question before the body, is should the ruling of the president be upheld? A green vote signifies that you support the ruling of the president, and a red vote goes against the ruling of the president. Roll call has been requested, and a roll call has been granted, and the secretary will take the roll. Senator French, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to report that Senator Dietzick votes aye
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
and that Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye. Senator Rasmussen, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Lang votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 31 noes, the decision of the president is upheld. Any additional amendments? The secretary will give, I'm sorry, nope, there's still an amendment before us. I'm sorry. Members, just to make sure that we're on the same page, the A8 amendment is still before the body. Any additional discussions on the A8 amendment? A roll call was requested and a roll call was granted. The secretary will take the roll. Members, please vote. We're on the A8 amendment. Senator Friends, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Dietzick votes no,
Senator Dietzick votes no.
and I report Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no. Senator Rasmussen, when you're prepared, please stand when you're ready. Senator Rasmussen, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Liskey votes no.
What was the last one?
Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no. Senator Matthews? All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 10 ayes and 56 noes, the A8 amendment is not adopted. Senator Rasmussen, do you have an amendment?
Thank you, Mr. President. Rent control is about the worst housing policy that is around. And if you're looking to create more housing, more affordable housing, rent control is a surefire way to destroy housing opportunities for Minnesotans of all income levels. We've had a chance to see an experiment here in Minnesota with the impact that rent control can have on creating more housing and more affordable housing. As we saw, and I had this headline distributed, members, in St. Paul, if you compare multifamily construction permits from 2021 to 2022, in the city of Minneapolis, those permits increased by about 16% year over year. However, in the city of St. Paul, they decreased by 48%. And the biggest difference, Mr. President and members, was simply the fact that one city decided to implement and go ahead with rent control while the other city did not. And I believe there's bipartisan acknowledgement, whether you talk to liberal economists or conservative economists, that rent control is about one of the worst policies you could put into place if you're trying to create more housing and more affordable housing. And so with that, Mr. President, I would offer the A19 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen offers the A19 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A19 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen moves to amend House File Number 2335 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 48 after line 30, insert. This is the A19 amendment.
Senator Rasmussen to your A19 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the A19 is fairly simple. It simply restricts funding from the Minnesota Housing Finance Agency to any city, county, town, or local public housing authority that enacts rent control. And I specifically exempted rental assistance in addition to other nonprofits or groups that would maybe be operating within the city's borders. I think it's just important that given the limited resources we have to go towards housing projects and programs, that for cities that decide to implement and enact rent control that we know destroys housing opportunities, that we frankly prioritize other communities that haven't taken that choice. And so I would ask for members' support and request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Port to the A19 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. While I agree with Senator Rasmussen that rent control is a complex and has not always been a successful policy through history, the conversation on rent control deserves to have a full hearing. The other piece of it is when cities and voters in those cities make a choice for their municipality, for their town, that's democracy. And we should respect that and not punish them by withholding money for the decision that they made. Members, I ask for a no vote on this. There's also no rent control in this bill, but I ask for no vote and invite Senator Rasmussen to come to our committee next year and have a conversation with us about rent control.
Senator Mitchell to the A19 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. As Senator Port mentioned, there is not rent control in this bill, but I think that communities need every tool at their disposal to look at the situation at hand and be able to do what is in the best interest of their citizens. For example, we have a senior community where I live that's low income, where unfortunately the management decided to raise rent this year on low income seniors over 12%. And they're expected to possibly implement another 8% next year. We have already had seniors in my community go homeless because of those outlandish rent increases. And so what's going on right now is I've been talking about what we could do at a Senate level. The city is looking at what they can do on their level. The county is looking at what they can do with grants and other options. But this is a collaborative effort to make sure we don't have more seniors lose their homes. And I don't know how we're going to end up solving that problem, but I don't think we should take a tool off the table, because one of the things we've looked at is saying that some of these companies that took public assistance to build the housing, which this one did, should maybe cap that increase for low-income seniors at 5%. Not saying we're going to do that, but that is an option that has been discussed. So I don't think when we're looking at the neediest members of our society that we should necessarily take an option off the table when we're trying to keep them in their homes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion? Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a little bit of background or context to the conversation as it relates to rent control. We actually had quite a lengthy conversation regarding rent control and how harmful it is to the housing market last year in the Housing Committee. So this has been heard, it has been discussed substantially, and we've debated it on the floor before. And when we had it in the Housing Committee last year, part of the hearing illustrated and demonstrated to folks how harmful that policy was likely going to be if implemented somewhere in the state of Minnesota. The only difference between now and then is we actually have the data that proves how harmful it is, as was shared by Senator Rasmussen. And so I find it kind of ironic or contradictory when we talk about trying to keep things affordable for folks, trying to keep things affordable for seniors, and we look to other tools or options that have been shown to be nothing but useful or helpful, they happen to be harmful. And the way that we can truly help these people afford the cost of living is not by overburdening them with additional taxes, not by growing government spending by 35+%, not by taking a $17.5 billion surplus and spending it on everything that we can imagine rather than refunding people and reducing their tax burden. So if we're going to have the affordability conversation, let's be real and talk about the things that actually are meaningful when it comes to helping those seniors, like giving them a full exemption on the taxes regarding their Social Security, Mr. President. Let's have that affordability discussion. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, the Secretary, hold it, there's the, Senator Rasmussen, you're the last person.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the conversation today on rent control. And the reason why I think this is so important is in this housing finance bill, we're talking about how we can use state dollars to create more housing opportunities for Minnesotans. And we know from evidence, Mr. President and members, that one of the most disastrous policies for destroying housing opportunities for Minnesotans is rent control. And we can look at what happened in St. Paul over the last year and compare it to Minneapolis or other cities and see how multifamily housing took a dive because of the disastrous policy that is known as rent control. And so we get to make a choice here today as a state Senate to decide, do we want to signal our support for rent control, or do we want to say, no, if your community is going to enact rent control policies that destroy housing opportunities for Minnesotans, that the money in this bill is going to be prioritized to communities that don't take on that disastrous policy? I would ask for member support.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A19 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator French, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
And I report Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye. Members, you remember during the vote, you have to be at your own desk or off the floor. That's okay. Oh, we're good? All senators having voted that desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 33 noes, the A19 amendment is not adopted. Senator Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members. We just heard this month, Mr. President, the report from the Office of Legislative Auditor, the Minnesota Rent Help Program, or Rent Help MN program, a program that provided $500 million of federal money over 2 years. We heard about the audit before the Legislative Audit Commission. There were 107,000 applications in the Rent Help MN program. Mr. President, the agency itself, out of 107,000 applications, pruned out 4,350 applications because of its suspicion of fraud in that program. Additionally, Mr. President, of those that the agency did pay out, remember they paid out $500 million, $500 million in housing assistance or housing welfare throughout our state. And of those that were paid out, there were 630 overpayments out of those that were paid out, $3.5 million of overpayment. Mr. President, 2/3 of those 630 overpayments were suspected also by the agency of fraud. That's in addition, Mr. President, to the ones that were pruned out by the agency to begin with. And this, Mr. President, is the agency that is going to be handling in this bill $1.065596 billion in spending, and that's a $990 million increase over the current biennium in this budget area, Mr. President. That is what we are seeing in this bill, an 865% increase in spending in this budget area. And if there's a member here, Mr. President, that wonders why we don't have enough money for, say, our human services bill and nursing homes and other areas that were in that bill, or tax cuts that we hope are forthcoming, they don't have to look any further than this bill and the appetite that the majority has for spending in this area for housing welfare. So that is in here. What I'm worried about, Mr. President, is more fraud. Not only do we have in our history in the state of Minnesota the Rent Help MN program, we've got the Feeding Our Future program that had somewhere in the area of $500 million that was supposed to be fed to kids that would have provided over 1,000 meals a day to every kid in poverty in the state. But guess what? Virtually none of it got to the kids. We know at this point for sure 250 million were stolen. Now it's over 300 million, and the number of indictees went from 50 to 60. Money was used for and robbed from the taxpayers of this state and country for the use of the criminals to turn that money into jewelry and homes and cars. Mr. President, they even bought a car from the Hennepin County Sheriff, for crying out loud. Additionally, there was money that went to buy a laundromat to launder the money through there, and they even bought an airplane to be delivered to another country. We can also look back, Mr. President, to the daycare welfare program of a couple years ago. The legislative auditor was involved with that. Somewhere in the area of $100 million in fraud, suitcases of money that were being shipped to other countries. We have the Medicaid fraud that the legislative auditor chronicled very well several years ago. Over 5 months, if I remember correctly, their office then identified $300 million in fraud, and when that was extrapolated to a full year, it was over $1 billion that the people were defrauded there. Our government is rife with fraud, Mr. President. We have a problem, Houston. We have a problem, Minnesota. And in this bill, we are providing more opportunities for the fraudsters to steal from the fine people of Minnesota. Regardless, Mr. President, if we agree or disagree with this approach for helping the housing situation in this state, this is the people's money. It is our fiduciary responsibility as the custodians of that money to make certain that it is spent in the way that the law, which we are forming out here today, intends it to be spent. So, Mr. President, with that, I would like to offer the A6 amendment.
Senator Jaskowski offers the A6 amendment. The Secretary will report the A6 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend House File number 2335 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 48, after line 30, insert. This is the A6 amendment.
Senator Jaskowski, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask for a roll call on the amendment, Mr. President.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Jaskowski.
And the amendment, thank you, Mr. President, is very short. I'll read it to members. Anyone indicted or charged with fraud related to the Rent Help MN program or Feeding Our Futures is not eligible for any funding under this bill. So what this does is it puts the onus on the agency that has now experienced a major program that they have administered to send money out to people in Minnesota, so they have that experience. And as I mentioned in my opening around the amendment, Mr. President, they already set aside 4,350 applications that they, as an agency that was in a position to hand the money out, knew was highly likely to be fraudulent. So that's what this amendment does, and I have an amendment to the amendment, Mr. President, to make the amendment even better. That is the A20 amendment, Mr. President.
Senator Jaskowski offers the A20 amendment, which is an amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the A20 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend the A6 amendment to House File number 2335 as follows. Page 1, line 6, after fraud, insert. This is the A20 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Jaskowski, to your A20 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask for a roll call on the A20 as well, if I could.
A roll call requested and a roll call granted. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this simply inserts or suspected of committing fraud. As I was reading, members, the legislative auditor's report, those 4,350 applicants that the agency itself had high suspicion of fraud, they set them aside. They did not allow those applications in the Rent Help MN program. They set them aside. They know who those people that applied are, and what this amendment to the amendment would do is also make certain that those individuals would not be allowed to take part in this $1.065 billion that goes out to people throughout Minnesota in the form of 28 or 30 different grant and loan programs in the bill. So that's the amendment to the amendment, Mr. President. I encourage member support. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Port, to the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we'll talk first, Mr. President, can I ask for a roll call on both the amendment and underlying amendment, if those have not already been requested?
Yes, Senator Port, there's been a roll call on both the amendment to the amendment and the underlying amendment.
Thank you. Members, first to the A20, the amendment to the amendment that's in front of us first. I'm going to ask for a no vote on this. In the OLA report, there is a process through which they go through when they think something may have been fraud. It goes through multiple steps to verify. So this does not give clarity to which step, if at any of those points, if you're flagged, and those could be because your apartment building as a landlord has requested a significant amount of money by having multiple folks who qualified. That can be one of the things that triggers fraud. It in no way, shape, or form means that those landlords who did not receive rent for potentially many months from multiple people are bad actors in this way, and that they should not be allowed to have assistance in any other way. So members, for the A20, I request a no vote. And as far as the underlying A6, members, this is already what we addressed with Senator Housley's amendment earlier. The agency has the right to not fund anything that is, let's see, I'll find the exact language. If the agency determines that there is an appropriate risk that a grantee receiving a competitive single source or sole source grant cannot or would not perform the required duties under the grant agreement, the agency must notify the grantee and the Commissioner of Administration and give the grantee an opportunity to respond to the concerns. If the grantee does not satisfy the agency's concern within 45 days, the agency must not award the grant. We already have this language. We addressed it with Senator Housley's amendment that is within language that's in all of our omnibus bills in the appropriate way and form. Members, I ask for a no vote on both of these amendments.
Any other discussion on the A20 amendment to the amendment? Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Minnesotans are sick and tired of waking up and seeing headlines that their hard-earned tax dollars have been squandered to waste, fraud, and abuse, and criminals. And I had not seen this language in advance. Senator Drazkowski, upon reading it, I appreciate you bringing this forward, Mr. President and Senator Drazkowski, because Minnesotans expect and deserve that our tax dollars that we in this legislature allocate are done so with extreme care. And there are those who purpose themselves to abuse the system, to commit fraud and gain from it. And we've seen that headline after headline after headline in Minnesota. And those that choose to game the system and engage in activity that frauds Minnesotans should not be eligible for continued programs. This is very clear. It shouldn't be controversial. It targets those by saying those that have committed fraud or are suspected of committing fraud are not eligible. Very simple. Please vote green. Thank you.
Any other discussion before I go to the author for the last word? Seeing none, Senator Drazkowski, we are on the amendment to the amendment, your A20.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to remind members, I can read from the Legislative Auditor's Report on the Rent Help MN in the bold text, right under the very top heading under fraud. It says prevention and detection, and then the one sentence there says Minnesota Housing refined its fraud prevention processes for Rent Help MN as the program progressed. As of August 2022, the program had identified and declined more than 4,350 applications suspected of fraud. Members, the agency that is going to be handling this $1.065 billion of Minnesota taxpayer money has already identified thousands of people that they highly suspect of fraud. As a matter of fact, they cut them out of further applications into this program and excluded them from the Rent Help MN program. It is incumbent upon us as duly elected members of the Minnesota Senate in our fiduciary responsibility to protect the taxpayer money of the people of Minnesota that we are appropriating in this bill. As I mentioned, billions of dollars. It is our responsibility. I'll also note, Mr. President, that between June of 2022 and early July of 2022, this same agency referred 352 applicants. That's beyond, members, the 4,350 that I mentioned earlier. They referred another 352 applications to the Attorney General's office or local law enforcement. That is the level of fraud that we have being perpetrated upon government agencies that are handing out hundreds of millions of dollars of the people's money. This is our responsibility. The one chance we have today to ensure security here is we have known fraud and known highly suspected fraud by the very agency administering these programs that has experience, members, administering an earlier program of $500 million. We have that experience. They have that experience. It would be inept legislating, Mr. President, for us not to pass this bill off the floor today and make certain that we direct to the agency that we use the known information to make certain that we aren't defrauded once again. We would be so remiss if we don't do this. I encourage your support for the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A20 amendment to the amendment. Members, please vote. Senator French, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
And I report Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no. Senator Rasmussen, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye. Senator Parr, are you planning to vote? Senator Parr. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There's 32 ayes and 34 noes. The amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Members, just so that you know, we're on the underlining amendment, which is the A6th amendment. Senator Jaskowski, you had an opportunity to speak to it. Do you want to speak to it again? And then we'll go to Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. Does Senator Port want to talk to the amendment, Mr. President?
I'm sorry.
I'll speak to it. Mr. President, members, so the remaining amendment, members, provides that anyone indicted or charged with fraud in Feeding Our Future or Rent Help MN will not be given some of this $1.065 billion of the people's money through this bill. This is the epitome of fiscal responsibility, Mr. President. I will lose faith in this body's ability to provide financial oversight and protection of the taxpayer if we can't get this amendment to pass. I encourage your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
And just so that we're clear, because Senator Jaskowski introduced the underlying amendment and then he went to the amendment to the amendment, I wanted to give him an opportunity to first speak to the amendment, then you can speak to the amendment, and then if you wanted to say any last thing, then you could. I just want the body to be clear as to why the process is happening the way it is. This is consistent. Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I ask you to vote no on this. We have a justice system that is, you are innocent until proven guilty. This talks about charges, not convictions. We also, as I said earlier, have a provision already in the bill for the agency to do just this. This is extraneous, and I ask for a no vote.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on the A6 underlining amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Friends, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no. Senator Rasmussen, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye. Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the A6th Amendment is not adopted. Any additional amendments? Seeing none, the Secretary will give House File 2335 its third reading.
House File number 2335, a bill for an act relating to state government, establishing a budget for the Minnesota Housing Finance Agency.
Third reading. Any discussions before we get to the last two? The last two will be the ranking member, which will be Senator Lucero, and then the author, who is Senator Port. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the author yield for a question?
Senator Port, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Port. Under your new rental program, those that are receiving rental assistance in the bill, will they lose their place in line for the current Section 8 voucher system?
Senator Port, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Draheim. That's a great question, Senator Draheim. I don't believe so, because they don't actually interact. We would be processing through the same place, but it is not a HUD program. It is a state-run program. But I will, if you don't mind, Senator Draheim, defer to Senator Mohammed, whose bill, Bring It Home bill that is. She has worked in depth on the language on that bill.
Senator Draheim, are you okay with that?
Thank you, Mr. President, yes.
Senator Mohammed, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Durham, to your question, so if somebody is eligible to get a voucher and they end up getting the state one, but they were in the process of getting the federal one, they would not receive the federal one. They would only have one of the vouchers, and that's because the same agency is doing the program, and so you're only eligible to get one.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Mohammed yield for another question?
Senator Mohammed, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Senator Mohammed, are you at all concerned with the huge fiscal cliff for funding for this program? That if they do apply for the state program, how long will it take them to reapply for the federal program?
Senator Mohammed, to the question.
Senator, thank you, Mr. President. Senator Durham, it does not get them out of waiting in line to get the voucher. So no.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Mohammed. I think we need to dig into that a little bit more. I do have some major concerns with this new rental program, the length of the program, the open-endedness of the program, and how it interacts with the federal program. But I would like to just speak to the bill if I could, Mr. President. There are a lot of good programs in here. You know, in a different time, it might be the right approach. But right now, with the housing unit shortage, I do think we missed our opportunity to actually create new units. And we fund programs before we have units to use those programs. So unfortunately, I'm going to request and urge people to vote red. Thank you.
Senator Umu Verbaden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to share a few words in support of this bill. This is such a great investment in housing, and I'm very grateful to Senator Port for leading this work and for including my first-generation home buyer bill. In Minnesota, we have one of the largest racial home ownership gaps in the country, and that gap is actually continuing to grow. And there are a lot of barriers to becoming a homeowner. One of those is certainly down payment assistance, but for communities of color, you know, homeownership is something that we have been denied. We've been denied that opportunity to build generational wealth. And this bill is including $100 million in down payment assistance for those who are going to become the first in their generation to own a home. My husband and I became homeowners in 2020, and we can share from personal experience that it really would not have been possible without the government stepping up. You know, we had some money saved from a wedding that we didn't get to have due to the pandemic. We got stimulus checks that year, and we had a lot of money that we were able to save because we weren't needing to pay our student loans that were on forbearance. And if all those little things didn't come together in that right moment, I know that home ownership wouldn't have been possible for us. So down payment assistance is just absolutely necessary to address this really shameful racial home ownership gap that we have here in Minnesota. I'm very proud to author that bill. I don't think that home ownership should be this far out dream for Minnesotans. I think we can make that a reality for thousands more by passing this bill. So I encourage you to vote yes.
Senator Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to speak to the bill before I say anything. I just kind of wanted to address something that Senator Draham said, which was being concerned about the rental assistance bill and the fact that this is a new program. It's not. We have many people in our communities who are currently using the federal Section 8 program. And this essentially is basically a copy and paste of that program, except funded by the state. And it's going to be administered by the same people who do this work and who've been doing it for decades. And so this is work that we have seen that has been successful, especially to our families. And so it's not anything new. It's something that we already know. We know how to do the work, and we trust the folks who do this work to get it done. And to the bill, you know, I just want to take a moment to commend and to thank Senator Port for putting together a good bill, a bill that's reflective of the needs of Minnesotans. Many of us across the aisle, both Democrats and Republicans, talk about the fact that there is a need, there is a crisis within our within housing, and there is a lack. There's a shortage of housing. We're not building enough. There is a demand for supply. There is a racial gap when it comes to home ownership. And I think Senator Port has done a really good job of addressing all those things. We're putting most of our budget into supply and demand, but you will not hear that from folks from across the aisle. What you will hear is there is the fact that we need to build for it to be affordable, but we're doing that in this bill. Is it enough? Absolutely not. We need more money. But with what we have, we're making it work. We're putting money into not just building, but to also for renters and taking care of them permanently, for families. We're taking care of our seniors. We're putting money into mediation grants for folks who are struggling with keeping their houses because of miscommunication with their landlords. We're taking care of the most vulnerable people in our state with this bill. And I think it's the thing that most of us ran on, both groups of people from across the aisle. And I hope that our friends across the aisle, I think we've had hard discussions about this bill, but we are putting money into supply and demand, and we're taking care of the folks who need it the most. And I hope, and I will urge members to vote green on it, and thank Senator Port for putting together a really good bill.
Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have all been hearing about the housing crisis and housing issues over some time, and not a day goes by where I don't hear from constituents. As a matter of fact, while I was just sitting here 2 minutes ago, I have another one who wants to talk affordable housing standing outside the chamber. I hear from seniors not able to afford their housing. I hear from single moms, and then homelessness prevention advocates are always knocking at the door. Senator Port, it has been truly a journey on the committee, and I want to thank you for listening to Senator Draheim and Senator Lucero and my concerns when it comes to some of the issues in the bill. We probably would have gone about solving the problem differently because it is a lot of money. I would have preferred more construction of homeowner-occupied units and fewer mandates. And I do worry, Senator Mohammed, about the fiscal cliff. Being across the aisle, I am hoping that you will continue to work with me going forward, because I don't think we'll be able to sustain it. But I will be supporting this omnibus housing bill because it does make a significant investment in housing, which will create new home ownership opportunities. It's going to expand our workforce housing. It's going to help our manufactured home park residents buy the parks in which they live, which I have been working on for quite a few years now. Those are my peeps, Senator Mohammed says. And it does provide rental assistance for low-income Minnesotans who might otherwise face homelessness. And then also there's Senator Umu Verbaden's first-generation home buyer bill included in this, which has been supported by the realtors for quite some time. I want to thank, again, Senator Port for accepting my amendments. That's really, really important that we do have some oversight to these organizations coming to the taxpayers for the money. I'm hoping that stays in through committee. And again, Senator Port, thank you for bringing this bill forward, and I will be voting green. Thank you.
Senator Bowden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in enthusiastic support of this bill. I want to thank Chair Port for all her work and commitment to investing in housing across the state. It has been an honor to serve as the vice chair of this committee. I have learned so much. Also want to thank all the staff and all the committee members. I really appreciate our robust and collegial discussions over the course of the session. There are many things that I'm excited about in this bill. I will just focus on one of them, which is the robust investment in workforce housing, which will really help to meet the specific needs of communities across the state, and especially in greater Minnesota. There's approximately $200 million dedicated to this, and as we heard, there are communities across the state where there is no housing. There are businesses and companies who want to hire staff, need to hire staff, and there's families who would like to move into these communities, and there are just no houses. And so investing in that supply is critically important, and I appreciate that provision in this bill. And lastly, just to reiterate, this is a complex, it's a puzzle, and we know there are great needs across the state, and critical investments need to be made, and we are starting down that path with $1 billion trillion of investment into housing across the state. And so this is not going to fix every problem, and there is no single solution to housing across the state, but this bill goes a long way into those solutions, and I look forward to the work to come. Thank you.
Senator Hochschild.
Thank you, Mr. President. As other speakers have talked about, housing seems to be the ubiquitous issue in our state and in our country right now. As a millennial, I similarly recently bought a home in 2019, but I can tell you that in my generation, there is deep, deep concern about being able to afford housing and getting into home ownership. In my region in particular, in the Northland and along the North Shore, I have heard story after story of businesses and other organizations, hospitals, nursing homes, getting an offer accepted by a worker who is enthusiastic to move up the North Shore and then literally cannot find a home to move into and rescinds the offer. This is an economic issue. It's an equity issue for my generation and for many Americans and Minnesotans. And so I'm so thankful to Chair Port for her bill. In particular, I'm excited about the $40 million for Greater Minnesota Workforce Housing Development in this bill that will help for the very issues that I just described in my region and in others. I'm also really excited about the $2 million for the Northland Foundation to look into housing issues all across the Northland and the Iron Range. So thank you, Chair Port. I'm an enthusiastic green vote on this bill. Thank you.
Senator Parr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in strong support of this housing bill. Right now, there is 20,000 individuals each year that are struggling with homelessness. Of that, nearly half are children. Housing instability is devastating for families, and we must make the investments needed to ensure that people have safe and stable housing. This bill does a great job addressing our housing needs across the state by investing money into the preservation of NOAA, increasing production and supply of new affordable housing units, supporting home ownership through down payment assistance, and providing rental assistance for homelessness prevention. Senator Port did an incredible job putting together this bill, which has bold solutions to address our state's housing crisis. It's been such a privilege to serve on this housing committee with my fellow senators who have worked so hard during committee to make sure that we are addressing the needs of our state and our people. And I've appreciated our robust discussions. I urge all members to please vote green.
Members, I just want to make sure I've looked to make sure no one else wanted to speak before I go to the ranking member and then to the author. Senator Kunish.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am especially excited about this bill because of the investment that Senator Port and her committee have made to our manufactured home communities. When I was first elected to the Minnesota House back in 2016, it was the year that a manufactured home community in my district was basically sold out from under the community owners in that manufactured home community, and it was a devastating experience, not just for the residents of that manufactured home community, but also the community as a whole. There were residents who were third-generation residents who had never lived anywhere else, and as an elder, had to all of a sudden leave the one home that they had lived in all of their life. It was extremely traumatic, emotionally and financially for these members, and it resulted in the suicide of 2 of those residents. And so the investments that this bill has is very heartfelt. It's been very hard over my 6 years in the Minnesota legislature to get any kind of funding or to get recognition for the fact that these are truly affordable opportunities for families, especially lower income families. So in this bill is the Manufactured Home Park Infrastructure Grant, lending grants, as well as opportunities, dollars for opportunities of these manufactured home communities to create cooperatives where they are self-governing and not at the mercy of these large corporate, often out-of-state companies that buy up the manufactured homes. Communities jack up the rent, just as Senator Mitchell mentioned in the other thing, and makes what is once an affordable option in housing unaffordable. And so I applaud Senator Port and this committee for this investment, and I hope that we can continue. And for this reason and so many more, I support this bill and suggest you vote green.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members, for the very robust and healthy discussion we've had on housing. As I've mentioned before, I am a licensed real estate agent. I'm a licensed general contractor. I am a housing provider. I've had many, many years of experience in the housing industry from many different angles. I'll just share a brief story. When we bought actually go back a step before we bought our first house. When we rented one of our first apartments, actually was in New Brighton. Senator Kunesh just spoke. We had 2 apartments in New Brighton. One of them was $495. It was a 1-bedroom apartment, 40 extra bucks per month to have a garage. So our rent was $535 per month for a 1-bedroom apartment with a garage. We then, from that apartment, went to buy our first house, and it was $133,500. 3-bedroom, 1.5 bath, 2-car garage, 1/3 of an acre. $133,000. It would be astonishing to find anything close to a 1-bedroom apartment, less than $500 or around $500, or a single-family starter house, which is what the 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 2-car garage was, for less than $150,000. It doesn't exist in Minnesota. As the years have gone on, home ownership and the cost of renting have far outpaced the ability of people to pay. And I was still in that very first house we had purchased when the housing crash happened in 2007, 8, 9. A lot of very good people lost their homes to foreclosure. It was a devastating impact to the industry of housing, to the rental industry, and to people all across the state of Minnesota living in all forms of housing. I am 100% committed and firm in my opinion that if a person does not have stable housing, it is devastating to every other aspect of their life. And in the state of Minnesota, the cost of housing is so incredibly expensive, and it doesn't need to be that way. Government continues to have programs, continues to implement mandates, which is exacerbating this issue that already exists of low supply. I very much appreciate the working relationship with Senator Port, with Chair Port, with Vice Chair Bolden, and I appreciate the conversations that I've had getting to know Senator Rest, who sits right next to me in the committee, with Senator Pa, learning a little bit about her background. And in fact, Mr. President, I will say one of the remarks that Senator Pa had, and I forget what bill it was on, but it was a remark about when it comes to investment, real estate is a phenomenal opportunity for people at any income to find like-minded individuals and to pool their money and to buy an investment property and grow generational wealth. And a story that Senator Pa shared, it really hit home. She was able to do that with some of her, I think it was friends, and what a phenomenal opportunity. And then Senator Mohammed, the other Democrat on the committee. Again, I appreciate the conversations, and we all have a passion for housing. I truly believe that we want to correct this problem that Minnesota is facing. But unfortunately, this bill, it continues to treat symptoms. Democrats are focused on symptoms. When Republicans, we are trying to focus on the root cause. Because after the $1 billion that is spent here is exhausted, the problems are still going to remain. And government programs to build things such as down payment assistance, I wouldn't say to build things, government programs to provide down payment assistance isn't going to do much when there is nothing to put a down payment on. Rental assistance isn't going to help when there's nothing to rent. The lack of supply is the problem, and government getting in the way and creating these barriers and costs is the root cause. Republicans have offered amendments that try to increase supply. We want to increase accountability when it comes to the dollars that will be flowing through the agency, and those amendments were voted down. And Republicans have offered amendments to increase transparency. Again, supply, accountability, and transparency are what Republicans want to solve the housing challenges in Minnesota now and in the future. And so, Mr. President, again, I'm disappointed with this bill, but I very much appreciate the efforts all around in trying to solve this problem. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Port, the chief author.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to start by thanking the members of our committee, Vice Chair Bolden, Ranking Member Lucero, Senator Draheim, Senator Rest, Senator Mohammed, Senator Housley, our fiscal and nonpartisan staff, Laura and Dan, Davin, Courtney, and Will, our pages, Marcus, Claire, and Natalie, and Andy, the GOP researcher. We had an incredible team who worked really well together in housing, and I think it shows in this bill that we have workforce housing that Senator Draheim has championed for years. We have rental assistance from Senator Mohammed. We have the manufactured homes from Senator Housley and Senator Kunish. There is significant investment from all across the board in this bill. I will also say, members, that while not everything in this bill fits super neatly into a bucket, because some of them do multiple things like creating housing while also preventing homelessness or rental assistance and home ownership, they overlap at points. So these numbers don't all add up to $1 billion. It's a little more, but roughly $750 million of this $1 billion bill goes towards creating supply, which is a core issue and why the majority of this bill goes to that. About $500 million, the rest of it goes towards rental assistance, about $400 million, and about $150 million towards the homeownership gap. So there is significant, and that's in fact the vast majority of this bill addresses supply, which is an excellent use of one-time money. I think, Senator Housley brought up her concerns about the cliff that this will be created by having programs that we need to continue to exist after this. We've tried to invest the tails money that we had in the ongoing programs, but I will be very clear, members, I hope this is step one of a long-term investment this Senate chooses to make for affordable housing. But we are making the smartest investments possible in this bill. I really appreciate that. I think everyone on the committee has a shared vision of why housing is so critical. That stable housing really is the foundation of all of the rest of your life. It's safety, well-being, and growth in our communities. Fully investing in housing leads to better educational outcomes, improved physical and mental health for Minnesotans everywhere, and better pathways to careers and growth in our economy. This is the largest step we've ever made in housing in Minnesota, members. And really, when my counterpart in the other body, Chair Howard, and I talked about the vision we wanted, our goal with this bill and with next session's work and the session after that is to end child homelessness in Minnesota. And this bill takes a giant step towards doing just that, with focusing the rental assistance and the ongoing money on families, on folks with children under 18. We really boosted up those programs, both in the short term and long term. And I am very excited that we are taking the largest step ever to ending child homelessness in Minnesota. It's something I think we can all be very, very proud of. And I will say that, you know, before I was the housing chair, I was Senator Dibble's friend, and he has talked to me about youth homelessness for many years. And I think the more that we can do in this area to address the root, the opportunities for kids who are experiencing homelessness, the more deeply we can understand how that impacts not just families with low incomes, but kids from LGBTQ communities who don't have a safe place to stay anymore, and the various ways that homelessness impacts our communities and the disproportionality of who that affects. And I'm really proud of the work that this bill does to help address that. And finally, members, I will say there is no single solution to solving the housing crisis. We need to consider a wide variety of avenues for individuals and families to find stable housing and creative solutions through the investments in manufactured homes, in limited equity housing cooperatives, in expanding supports that will help to increase the supply of affordable housing as quickly as possible while providing Minnesotans everywhere with greater agency and ownership over how and where they want to live. Members, I am incredibly proud of this bill, and I hope you will enthusiastically vote green with me. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the final roll for passage of House File 2325. Senator French, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye. Senator Rasmussen? Members, please vote. Senator Mohammed, are you voting? Senator Rasmussen, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. With there being 39 ayes and 28 noes, the bill passes and its title agreed to. Members remaining under special orders, we will now go to General Orders number 139. House File 1826, Murphy is the Senate author of the Omnibus State Government's Policy Bill. To that point, Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. House File 1826 is the State and Local and Veterans Policy Omnibus Bill. We are here together to serve Minnesotans, and for me, that includes policy that advances a government that is reliable and effective for the people of Minnesota. With this legislation, we will make our government more functional. With this legislation, we will attract and retain talented and committed people ready to serve and lead for the people of Minnesota. With this legislation, we're going to clean a few things up, and we're going to improve some of the things that we already exist. We're going to be supporting small businesses, veterans, farmers, workers, people, the people of Minnesota. And I ask for your vote. And with that, Mr. President, I have an amendment.
And which amendment, Senator Murphy?
Mr. President, I have the A17 amendment.
Senator Murphy offers the A17 amendment. The Secretary will report the A17 amendment.
Senator Murphy moves to amend House File Number 1826 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 16, delete Section 26. This is the A17 amendment.
Senator Murphy, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, the A17 amendment strikes a section in this bill because it is carried in another bill and therefore is no longer necessary here, and I would ask for your support.
Any other questions on the Murphy amendment, which is the A17? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could you just give us a moment to continue looking at the amendment? It just popped up on my computer.
I would be happy to give you a moment. Senator Pratt, let me thank you for informing me of that.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion on the A17? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails and the A17 is adopted. Senator Murphy, do you have any other amendments? Okay, any other amendments on House File 1826? Senator Coran.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the A10 amendment.
Senator Coran offers the A10 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A10 amendment.
Senator Coran moves to amend House File Number 1826 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Pages 2 to 27, delete Sections 3 to 5, 34 to 36, and 44. This is the A10 amendment.
Senator Coran, to your A10 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. What the A10 amendment does is really focuses and restores the legislature's role in ratifying state employee union contracts. The trend that we've been on is removing the legislative oversight and putting government on autopilot. That's not our role, and that was never the intention of our founders. And so what this does is it puts us back in the role of the legislature to make sure we provide the oversight, as it should be, to make sure that we understand and meet the financial needs, one, not only of our important workforce, but also the taxpayers in the state of Minnesota. So I'd encourage a green vote and request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Thank you, Senator Coran, for this amendment. I'm going to ask for a no vote on this amendment. In this legislation, we are altering for public workers in the public sector the way that their contracts are implemented. Those of us who know contract negotiations for our workplaces understand that people covered for purposes of collective bargaining meet with their employer to negotiate an agreement. That happens with public sector workers and the administration. They reach a conclusion, and with this language, that conclusion would then be implemented. Rather than coming back through a legislative process that can't change or should not change that. And in the last number of years, that last step of going through the Subcommittee on Employee Relations has become too often a leverage point for other matters related to the legislature, and our state workers await an outcome. I want to get rid of the awaiting an outcome and allow the work done between an employer and the employees who negotiate agreements to have those agreements implemented. To Senator Coran's point, our role as legislators is with the power of the purse. We have the power to appropriate. Our appropriations fund these contracts, and so the check and the balance is intact. But this way, we are allowing the work between an employer and an employee to hold and to be implemented once they have reached a conclusion. I ask for a no vote on the Coran amendment. Thank you.
Before we go to the author of the amendment, I want to make sure there's no one else who wants to speak on this amendment. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Coran yield for a question?
Senator Coran, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you. Senator Coran, I thought I just understood that from Senator Murphy that the executive branch has the exclusive bargaining responsibility. Is that correct?
Senator Coran to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senator Pratt, the actual negotiations is in the executive branch in the Office of Material Management and Budget.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Coran continue to yield for a question?
Senator Coran, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coran, Senator Murphy said that we're maintaining the power of purse as a check and balance on the executive branch, but it seems to me that the real check and balance is to make sure that contracts are being negotiated within the budget constraints that have been set by the legislature, or to assure that if additional monies are required, the legislature has a say in whether those contracts should be approved or not prior to implementation. Senator Coran, am I interpreting that correctly?
Senator Coran to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Pratt. Yes, that is correct. And in addition to, the compensation package is a whole host of benefits and plans. So vacation and sick leave and the additional benefits that we want to make sure that we offer a competitive package. But all of those things are impactful. Pay and the compensation is one element of it, but yet the entire compensation package is all inclusive of the health care benefits, the time off, and the utilization of the time off and those benefits that we offer.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. If Senator Coran would yield for one more question.
Senator Coran, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coran, do any of the bargaining units, representatives of the state workers, donate campaign funds to the executive branch?
Senator Coran.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Pratt, yes, Senator Pratt, almost exclusively all donations move to one party, the Democrat Party. I can't say that not a single dollar has been contributed to another party or another political entity, but you are correct. 100% almost 100% go to one single party.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Senator Coran, I don't know if I was really looking for a Republican or Democrat split, but it seems to me, Mr. President, that when we have an elected executive branch negotiating a contract and taking contributions from those labor representatives, it potentially, not in all cases, but potentially could cause a conflict of interest. And so, Mr. President, I stand in support of the Coran amendment because I believe this gives us a real-time check and balance on the executive branch to make sure that things are being handled in an ethical manner.
Senator Coran. I just want to make sure no one else wants to speak before you finish up. Anyone else?
Mr. President, I'd like to request a roll call.
Roll call requested, and a roll call was granted earlier. Thank you so much. Any other discussions? Okay, Senator Coran.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Pratt. This is a comprehensive issue that should remain in before the legislature to make sure that we offer great salary packages, compensation packages. But not only that, the entire legislative oversight. When you look at where we're at, we've seen a variety of bills that have either been passed or yet to be passed that will put government on automatic spending and automatic operations. In fact, I think there's a bill there to continue which removes the incentive for the agencies to even negotiate contracts in a timely manner. And so that creates an issue in itself. By putting everything on autopilot, I struggle with that. But what I also struggle with is what actions will be a result of not having any legislative oversight. We can talk about the funding. But today, I think some of the opening negotiations that haven't been made completely public yet a typical compensation package, and we're looking at the cost of living increase. So everybody looks at the COLA as being the only element of compensation. Yet that's true. It's one element of compensation. It is really important for our vital workforce. But the other piece is in many cases, 50% or over 50% of employees are also eligible for a step increase, which is on average about 3.5%. So typical wage increases on the COLA have been between 0 and 3% over the last couple decades. What I'm hearing today is the negotiations are starting. Remember, we've always heard they're in good faith, but we're starting at 10% a year. Maybe 11 for MAPE on the first year and 10% on the opening volley. That certainly looks like those donations and contributions are paying off extremely well for the contributions for that political, our election system, or our election that we just wrapped up. We have to have that type of oversight. We must have the legislature in front and make sure that we offer competitive package, but they stay within reason, and that we do have the bottom line oversight, and I encourage a green vote. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A10 amendment. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye. Senator Bowden, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report that Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
Senator Fate votes no.
And Senator Frentz votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no.
Mr. President, Senator Frentz votes no. Senator Frentz.
Senator Frentz votes no. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Abler votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the A10 amendment is not adopted. Senator Herr.
Thank you, Mr. President. On our state statute, we had 22 days of observance since the statehood, I believe. And those days are listed, to name a few. They're POW MIA Recognition Day, Veterans Voice, Military Spouse and Family Day, Hunting Heritage Week, June 10th, Indian Day, Civil Service Day, Fort Chaplain Day, and so forth. Among the 22 days of remembrance are recognized as state holiday, there's also Hmong Special Guerrilla Unit Remembrance Day that we passed in 2019 to designate May 14th as a day to remember the service and sacrifice of my elder, who 90% of them have served as proxy soldier. 35 died as a result to save thousands of Americans going overseas. And this passed in 2019, but it was curtail of the completing wordings. So today, this amendment is to add on the three section that was cut out when we enacted that legislation back in 2019. And one of them is to encourage school to mention the Special Guerrilla Unit Remembrance Day as of May 14th. An employee may request a day off, and the governor will order flag half-staff. And these are just the 3 points in this amendment, and I ask for your support that we include it in this day of recognition, because among the 22 days of observance, these 3 points are also languished among those 32 days. So thank you. I ask for your support on this bill.
Senator Hurd, this is why I'm going to just remind the members that it would be very important for you to tell us what your amendment is first, so that we can have the amendment available, because the staff is ready. So, Senator Hurd, what is your amendment?
My apologies, Mr. President. I got a little enthusiast here and forgot to name. My amendment is A1 amendment.
Senator Hurd offers the A1 amendment. The Secretary will report the A1 amendment.
Senator Hur moves to amend House File Number 1826 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 10 after line 19, insert. This is the A1 amendment.
Senator Gustafson.
Mr. President, I'd like to request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Hurd, anything else you want to say on the amendment before I go to a couple folks who want to speak?
Mr. President, I call out the A1 amendment, so I kind of described the amendment already.
You already described it.
Yep.
Thank you so much, Senator Hurd. Senator Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Hurd, for offering this. This honors the Hmong Special Guerrilla Units Remembrance Day, part of which was already in effect, but this also adds a little provision that schools can choose to read on that day. This was a very important part of the United States military work. I highly support this. Senator Hurd came to me during the Veterans Omnibus bill. I was not able to tell him we'd be able to include it because that was a finance bill, not a policy bill. So this is the correct place for this to go. And I think it is a great way to honor the people that helped serve our country. Thank you.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to stand in support of the A1 amendment. I've had some tremendous opportunities during my tenure in this body, and one of the most special was just this session. I was out at Fort Snelling, and I got to meet a number of the special guerrilla forces that fought alongside American soldiers and fought in their homeland against the Vietnamese communists. Many of them were telling me stories about how they were 13 or 14 years old defending their villages with 50 caliber weapons. They might have hard hearing, they might be hard of hearing now because of that. And I thought to myself, I don't know that I could have been that brave when I was 12 or 13 years old. We're losing these men and women. And I think this is especially appropriate given that this year will be the 50th anniversary of the end of the Vietnam conflict. And I'm proud that many of those warriors that fought to defend their freedoms in Asia have chosen Minnesota to be their home. A few years ago, many of us joined these veterans in dedicating a monument here on the Capitol grounds. And I think it's important for us to continue to remember the sacrifices that these now Minnesotans have had on our history. So, Mr. President, I encourage a yes vote.
Senator Gustafson.
Mr. President, I'd like to withdraw the roll call.
Roll call withdrawn. Senator Pa.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to try speaking without crying here, because as I was writing this, I had already started crying. I rise in support of Senator Her's amendment. May 14th is such a significant day for the Hmong and Southeast Asian people who were American allies in the United States Secret War in Laos. A day of remembrance has already been established, and with this addition of language, it will further recognize and encourage the sharing and education of the unknown Hmong and Southeast Asian experience and history in the U.S. Secret War in Laos. This is such an important and special day, and especially for me because my father was one of those American allies that died during the war fighting for freedom and protecting our American troops. I was only 2 years old at the time, and I have no memory of him. I have no photos of him, but I'm often told that I look a lot like him. So for myself, my family, for all the families who have lost loved ones, I urge members to please vote in support of this amendment.
Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I support this amendment coming forward by Senator Her. I had the opportunity early on in session back in February to meet with some of the Special Guerrilla Unit individuals who fought for us bravely from Laos coming into Vietnam and giving of themselves to pick up our American pilots that had been downed in Vietnam and pick up the special intelligence material that were on these planes, and this opportunity to meet with them, to talk with them, to hear their story, to hear how they bravely went on a daily 24/7, whenever they were called, they were available, and we appreciate the opportunity to recognize their service. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to support this amendment also, but I also need to make a verbal amendment it comes from my mistake in the past, and that is that there is no such thing as the American flag. It is the flag of the United States of America. I had to make a change on a bill once in the past because we did use that term, American flag, and I was corrected on that. So what we have to do is I believe it's 2 places where it says American flag, we need to substitute flag of the United States of America.
And do you know the 2 places before I have the Secretary report your oral amendment?
The 2 places, Mr. President, are on line 1.26 and 1.28.
The Secretary will report the oral amendment.
Senator Carlson moves to amend the A1 amendment to House File number 1826 as follows. On page 1, line 26, delete American and insert United States. And on page 1, line 28, delete American and insert United States.
Senator, because we can't just incorporate it, I'll ask the body to vote on that oral amendment. And Senator Her, I would naturally assume you're okay with that oral amendment?
Yes, I accept that very friendly amendment.
Any other discussion on the oral amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The amendment is adopted. Members, we're now on the A1 amendment as amended. And the roll call has been withdrawn. No other discussion. Senator Hur.
Thank you, everyone, for the word of support, and thank you, even Senator Susan Pa, lost a tear. I lost my tear here in 2019, just talking about my experience in the war. And I want to also acknowledge my other Hmong American colleague here, Senator Tu Shong, whose father was a child soldier, just a few years older than me. So I'm glad that this time we're able to get unanimous support of the full language that we designed the bill. And thank you for everyone for understanding that we take this long to come to full circle understanding the service, the sacrifice of my elder, the special guerrilla units. Thank you very much.
All those in favor of the A1 as amended, say aye. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Murphy, did you want to say something? Because I missed you. You fine? Okay. All those in favor of the A1 amendment, say aye. All those opposed, say no. The A1 as amended is adopted. Senator Swazinski. He's on the list.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the A22 amendment.
Senator Swazinski offers the A22 amendment. The Secretary will report the A22 amendment.
Senator Swadzinski moves to amend House File Number 1826 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 11, line 32, delete everything after effective. This is the A22 amendment.
Senator Swazinski, to your amendment.
Yeah, the A22, thank you, Mr. President. The A22 amendment, line 1132 in the bill says the effective date is following enactment, and this simply changes that date to January 1st, 2027.
Senator Murphy, to the A22 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I support this amendment. It is an important change, and I'd ask for your vote. And a roll call, please.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. Any further discussions on the A22 amendment? The Secretary will take the roll on the A22 amendment. Senator Broden. For those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report that Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Fate votes aye.
Senator Fate votes aye.
Senator Frentz votes aye.
Senator French votes aye.
Senator Westland votes aye.
Senator Westland votes aye.
And Senator Port votes aye.
And Senator Port votes aye. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 66 ayes and 0 noes, the A2 amendment is adopted. Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the opportunity to look at the bill, and after Senator Curran's amendment came up, I see that we still have a problem here with allowing just the executive branch, the Management and Budget Office, to have control over contracts and not be willing to have any type of legislative oversight. I think that's important for us as legislators, both senators and representatives, to have the opportunity to look at these contracts that are being negotiated here. And so I have with me a A19 amendment
Senator Anderson offers the A19 amendment. The Secretary will report the A19 amendment.
Senator Anderson moves to amend House File Number 1826 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 27, line 13, before the insert. This is the A19 amendment.
Senator Anderson to your A19 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, the A19 amendment basically says that the Commissioner must notify the chairs and ranking minority members of the committees in the House of Representatives and the Senate with primary jurisdiction over state government finance when the Commissioner begins negotiations with each exclusive representative, and that's the long and short of it. So I appreciate your support and ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Murphy to the A19 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Anderson. This is, from my perspective, appears to be a thoughtful amendment, and I support it and would ask members to vote for it.
Members, any other discussion on the A19? Senator Gustafson, do you still want the roll call vote? Senator Anderson, do you still want the roll call?
Mr. President, I was hoping you'd look at me, and no, I'll withdraw my call for a roll call.
He will withdraw the roll call. All those in favor of the A19 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails and the A19 is adopted. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, in the bill on page 23, you'll find Article 1, Section 35 of the bill. It removes the notification and agreement by the legislature, not notification, ratification, as I attempt to read my writing here, Mr. President. It requires a ratification of the legislature of all public sector union contracts in our state government here in the state of Minnesota. And so members, if you'll recall, we have an organization called the Subcommittee on Employee Relations, which is involved as kind of an intermediary between the executive branch and their negotiations with the unions. The products that become agreed to by that process are then looked at and entertained by the Subcommittee on Employee Relations. And as you recall, each biennium, the contracts for each of our major bargaining units and compensation plans are all come before the legislature for ratification. So this bill, Mr. President, deletes the language that says requires notification and agreements, or requires ratification of the agreements by the legislature. So what we have left, members, if this is adopted, certainly the question about the utility, the remaining utility of the Subcommittee on Employee Relations certainly exists at that point. And that discussion may want to happen, but the question is, why do we cut the legislature out of the approval of these collective bargaining agreements, Mr. President, that represent tens of thousands, 35,000 state government employees and billions of dollars in compensation and related benefit packages for these unions? What that would render then, Mr. President, is simply what we have at the beginning of the process now, and that is the executive branch negotiating these agreements with the labor unions. And so the question is, why would we, on behalf of the people of Minnesota, agree to remove from our statutes this language and this important responsibility of the legislature in our role in a co-equal branch, as a co-equal branch of government, in providing oversight to a process that is happening primarily in another branch. Why would we do that? Not only why would the legislature give up that autonomy or that authority so that only the executive branch, only the chief executive is in the equation in the discussion of what those labor agreements should look like and whether they should be ratified, but we are giving up the voice of the people of the state of Minnesota through us, their duly elected representatives, in determining what is in the best interest for the state of Minnesota, not only for the bargaining units, but also for the agreement and the finances and the fiduciary responsibility that we are to carry on behalf of the people of Minnesota. Why would we give that up? Why would we not provide that so important oversight and security when we're talking about billions of dollars? Why would we give that up on behalf of the people of Minnesota? That is a question I have, Mr. President. I think the people of Minnesota should have that question too. And what it says is, what remains, Mr. President, is simply the executive branch, the chief executive, making that decision with the labor unions, and then it becomes the ratified agreement. That's what we're left with. And so, members, we wonder, is this then susceptible to a pay-to-play type scheme? I think it would be. If we have a chief executive, in this case, one that ran for election and received thousands and thousands of dollars from public sector unions, what susceptibility to the people of Minnesota does that leave? I think the people of Minnesota should be troubled by what they are seeing and hearing here on the Senate floor today about the legislation that this majority is bringing through to remove a layer of protection and a layer of accountability and a layer of security on behalf of the people of our state. And what is it that remains? Does that leave then the potential for a pay-to-play scheme where unions, with their huge campaign donations, can influence that discussion in the future and can influence the outcome of labor negotiations between the person who is elected to be that chief executive and those labor unions that provide the thousands and thousands and tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars in campaign contributions. So, Mr. President, to protect the people of Minnesota against a pay-to-play scheme that could materialize from this very short-sighted policy that we see in the bill, I would like to offer the A18 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski offers the A18 amendment. The Secretary will report the A18 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend House File Number 1826 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 10 after line 19, insert. This is the A18 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski, to your A18 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, the A18 amendment prohibits contributions from a labor organization representing public employees directly or indirectly to a candidate for governor or lieutenant governor. And it also says that a political party or party unit that receives a contribution from a labor organization must not use that contribution for yet another contribution to a candidate for governor or lieutenant governor. This would begin in this new approach that Minnesota Democrats are bringing, and we have to remember, Mr. President, there's a Democrat that is a chief executive as well. But in this policy that Minnesota Democrats are bringing, this would provide at least some protection against an eventual pay-to-play scheme and would help prevent Minnesota taxpayers from being abused by short-sighted policy. Mr. President, I ask for a roll call, and I encourage a green vote on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Murphy to the A18 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Thank you, Senator Drazkowski. This was a subject that we did discuss in committee. I'm going to ask members to vote no on the A18 amendment. I am not interested in limiting the participation of Minnesotans in our elections, full stop. We will be debating further the way that people participate in our elections and finance them on another day. But most importantly, I believe that we live in a democratic system where Minnesotans are able to engage in our elections, and we as elected officials, whether we are legislators or serving in the executive branch, have to make decisions not based on that, but based on the duty and the responsibility that we have in the office that we hold. So I appreciate this from Senator Drazkowski. I just disagree wholly with both his assessment and his argument, and would ask members to vote no on the A18 amendment.
Any other discussion on the A18 amendment before we go to the before we go to the author? Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the amendment, and I understand from Senator Murphy what her concerns are about this, but this goes both ways. This isn't just for one party. It's for any party that takes over the position of governor or lieutenant governor. So if it's not this year, in 3 or 4 years, it'll be for whoever else is in that position as governor or lieutenant governor. So I truly believe that this has a double-edged sword, if you want to call it that, as it affects no matter who is in that particular place of governor or lieutenant governor. I appreciate a green vote on the amendment.
Any other discussions to the A18 amendment? Seeing now none, we're going to the author for his last words on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. We have exposed Minnesota government to a pay-to-play scheme here eventually, sometime in the future, if this language in the bill that strikes out the oversight responsibilities around the ratification of employee union contracts is stripped out of state law. That's what this bill does, is it says, we don't want the legislature to vote on these contracts on behalf of the people that sent us there. I don't understand, Mr. President, why we would have this in the bill. I hope the people of Minnesota begin to ask questions about that very thing. In the meantime, I am relegated, Mr. President, to try to prevent pay-to-play from going on in Minnesota state government in the future. That's what this amendment does. Let's make certain that we don't have pay-to-play between our government, our governor, and public sector unions. Adopt this amendment, and that will help secure our government. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A18 amendment. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Abler votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye. Senator French, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator May Quaid votes no.
Senator McQuaid votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator West votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Westland votes no.
Senator Westland votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Zhang votes no.
And Senator Young votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the A18 amendment is not adopted. Senator Barr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just kind of get right into this. Like to offer the A16, please.
Senator Barr offers the A16 amendment. The secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Barr moves to amend House File Number 1826 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 2, line 29, after the period, insert. This is the A16 amendment.
Senator Barr, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. The A16 is, as we've already heard a couple times today, making sure the legislature still has a role, that we're not surrendering our fiduciary responsibilities to another agency. So when contracts are negotiated, this amendment will make sure that the contract, once negotiated, has to come back to the legislature for approval before it can actually be paid out. So in essence, that's the short version of it, that this keeps the Senate's responsibility, fiduciary responsibility, intact as opposed to surrendering it to the executive branch.
Senator Kupik.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask for a roll call, please.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members. Thank you, Senator Barr, for the amendment. I'm going to ask that members vote no on this amendment. As I expressed earlier, what we are doing in this bill is putting the responsibility, as it has existed, for the negotiation of an employment contract between the employer and the employee. And when they have completed that and they have done their work, it takes effect. It is implemented, and again, our responsibility as legislatures, as the legislature, is about the appropriation of funds. So there is still a check. But as I had expressed earlier, there have been times when these contracts, which are supposed to just come through the legislature for ratification, have become bargaining chips and points at which things that are not related to the contracts at all are being leveraged. And that puts all of those public employees who have done their job. They're working for the state of Minnesota. They are doing their work. They have negotiated their contract in good faith. They are waiting until this process, this political process, is done, and often things that are not at all related to their contract are being attached to it in order to get things through the process in a way that is making people wait for our politics. I think that has damaged the process. I think it's time to change the process and put that negotiation and its conclusion between the employer and the employee where it belongs, and that is why I don't support this and would ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Any other discussions before we go to the author of the amendment? Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Murphy yield for a question?
Senator Murphy, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Murphy, so I heard what you said. So what happens, we get down the road 10 years, maybe you and I are no longer in the legislature, and there's a deficit, a huge deficit, and we have increases that were negotiated by the executive branch, and we don't have the ability to fund them. So the legislature says, you know what, we're not going to fund those increases. Actually, we're going to decrease the amount because that's all we have. What happens?
Senator Murphy, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Drazkowski. Of course, this is a hypothetical situation that you're describing, and I betcha I won't be here in 10 years. I don't know about you. You know, I have been in the legislature, and I think you were as well, when we went through significant deficits in the state's budget. And there were all sorts of things that had to be reconsidered and put off and renegotiated. And I know from my own experience, having worked with people who are covered for purposes of collective bargaining, that when people go to the table, they understand also the circumstances under which they are negotiating. And sometimes you have to go back to a contract and take a look at it again if the circumstances have changed in such a significant way that they need to be reconsidered. So I believe that employers and employees who do this work as a matter of course understand how it works, and they will manage that if that such an occurrence were to happen hypothetically.
Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Murphy. Well, as I think about these eventualities at some point in the future, if not 10 years, maybe 100 years from now or however long, we're going to run into a constitutional crisis because of the lack of oversight here in the ability for the legislature to have a hand in that decision in deciding on those union contracts and also having the decision, our constitutional authority of appropriating money. We will no longer hold both of those at the same time under your bill. You are going to remove the legislature from the equation, and everything around those negotiations is going to happen in the other branch. It's going to happen in the executive branch. And of course, the legislative branch does the appropriations. There's going to be problems at some point in the future. This is problematic language. And I appreciate Senator Barr's effort here to at least bring some legislative oversight into it. I encourage members your support of the Barr amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Barr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Murphy and I agree. The process is broken. We currently have contracts that expire just after we get out of session. So workers are held hostage, and I do agree. I read her handout, and I agree with that. So sometime later this afternoon, as we're going through the bill, I'm working on trying to get a draft of another amendment here so that we can actually fix part of this process instead of just abdicating our responsibility to the executive branch. And this actually doesn't bring every contract back to the legislature. This is only contracts where there's a step increase of over 2.5%. So if a step increase is less than 2.5, 2.4 to 1.5, it would still be able to flow right through because it's not a large increase. But anything over 2.5% will have to come back for legislative approval. But yes, the good senator and I do agree that there is a problem here, and I'd be more than happy to sit down and have a couple conversations with her and see if we can find some common ground to fix that. But in the meantime, we should never, ever abdicate our responsibility as legislators to the executive branch when it comes to funding. Thank you. Vote green.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A16 amendment. Senator French, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to report that Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator May Quaid votes no.
Senator May Quaid votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Westland votes no.
And Senator Westland votes no. Senator Marty, are you going to vote? Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
and Senator Liskey votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye. Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to report that Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 33 ayes and 34 noes. The A16 amendment is not adopted. Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, with the increased use of electric vehicles and around even the Capitol complex, I would like to offer the A11 amendment.
Senator Howe offers the A11 amendment, and the secretary will report the A11 amendment.
Senator Howe moves to amend House File number 1826 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 17, line 5, delete everything after fee and insert. This is the A11 amendment.
Senator Howe to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this amendment would actually retain the current law that requires the commissioner to charge those using those charging stations on the Capitol complex for the electricity that they use. And that way we ensure that they don't get overcharged, they don't get undercharged, and the taxpayers recoup the cost of providing that service to these electric vehicles. So members, this would just retain current law and ensure that our taxpayers aren't paying for providing electricity for the fuel for the electric vehicles. And that's, so it's a pretty simple amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Klein.
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members. Thank you, Senator Howe, for this amendment. This was a subject of discussion when we moved this bill through the committee, and I anticipated that we might get an amendment like this. I think that this gets at the intention of what the committee discussed, and so I'm going to accept the amendment, but I want to be clear that I have to make sure that it is practical from the Department of Administration's perspective, and so we're going to have to do some work in the committee on that. Thank you.
So, Senator Murphy, I just want to be clear that you said that you accept the amendment. Any other questions? Senator Klein.
Mr. President, I withdraw my request for roll call.
Roll call withdrawn. Senator Mitchell.
Hi, Mr. President. Thank you. I am carrying some of the electric vehicle bills, and I remember talking.
So, Senator Mitchell, did you say you have a different amendment?
No, I want to speak to this, please.
Oh, okay, got it. I thought you said that you had a different amendment. Sorry about
No.
that. Senator Mitchell.
I apologize. Thank you, Mr. President. So I am carrying some of the electric vehicle legislation this session, and so this has come up in a couple committees where my legislation and related legislation have come up. And what I clearly remember discussing with the agency official is the way that these are metered at the sites. They can't give a specific reading for a specific vehicle. So at the places that people are using these, they do an average cost, and then people are charged an average cost. So I can just speak for myself, but I will be voting against this amendment because literally the agency has said they don't have a way of figuring out how down to this penny, this car used this much and that car used this much. The change is in there because of their request of how they have to do the charges with the electric vehicles. So I will be voting against this because it does not fit with what we're actually able to do.
Any other discussion on the A1 amendment, A11 amendment? Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Barr yield for a question?
Senator who?
Senator Barr.
Senator Barr, will you yield? He will yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Barr, I thought Senator Mitchell just raised an interesting point. Does your amendment intend to make sure that we cover every, or I'm sorry, it's a Howe amendment, my fault. Would Senator Howe yield for an amendment?
Well, it's good to know that.
For a question.
It's good to know that I'm not the only one who looks at somebody else and calls another person's name. Senator Howe, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you. Senator Howe, does your amendment require that we make those charges to the penny, or that simply we assess some sort of fee that covers the cost to the state?
Senator Howe, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Pratt, for the question. It says the exact wording says the commissioner shall set the service fee to cover the electricity cost for the charging station, for the charging of an electric vehicle, and for the administrative costs associated with providing the electric charging station. So it's an administrative fee and enough to cover the cost of electricity. If they want to average that, there's nothing in this amendment that would prohibit them from averaging the cost.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, certainly, as we move to an electrified transportation, we're going to need to figure out how to charge specifically for what's being used, just like we charge down to the 10th of a gallon for gas. But I want to thank Senator Howell for clarifying that, because, as he said, there's nothing here that says we can't figure out a way to assess it, that it doesn't have to be specific to the exact cost of that vehicle, and that we don't have to worry about what the current capabilities are with the administration and with the Department of Administration for doing this, because we've given them flexibility to make this fit within their current capabilities. And so I appreciate Senator Murphy accepting this as a friendly amendment.
Any other discussions on the A11 amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The A11 amendment is adopted. Any other amendments? Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate the opportunity to present the let me get this right here. A7 amendment, sorry.
Senator Anderson offers the A7 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A7 amendment.
Senator Anderson moves to amend House File Number 1826 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 2, line 14, delete everything after and insert. This is the A7 amendment.
Senator Anderson, to your A7 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, if you look at the beginning of the bill, there is a introduction as to what the bill is going to act on, and you would probably not, if you were looking closely, you would probably not see a term called the Legislative Coordinating Commission, except that it references Minnesota Statutes 2022, sections 3.303. And in that section of statute, it says, the purpose of the Legislative Coordinating Commission is created to coordinate legislative activities of the House and Senate of Representatives and the Joint Legislative Commissions, committees, offices, and task force. And then in the new language that is being presented here on page 2, it talks about section 3.225. And in that section of statute, it talks about the contract for professional and technical services. And as I move down in the body of that section of law, it talks about contracts, subdivision 3, contracts over 25,000. Well, right now, the new language says contracts are technical services that is valued at more than $50,000. And so, Mr. Chair, I would like to have the A7 amendment be brought before the body.
Senator Anderson, you asked what for the
A7?
The A7?
Right. Just to talk to the A7 amendment.
So we do have the A7. Do you have an amendment to the amendment?
Nope, nope. Just want to talk to that.
Oh, I thought you were. I'm sorry. Senator Anderson, to the A7.
Thank you. Members, all we're doing here is making a little adjustment here to say that we want this proposal, as the new language says, to be approved by the chair and the vice chairs of the commission that is going to be overseeing these contracts. And that's basically the long and short of the amendment. And Mr. President, I'd like a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Murphy to the A7 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, thank you, Senator Anderson, for your amendment. I'm going to ask people to vote no on this amendment. This is another subject that we had quite a bit of discussion on. You'll recall that the Legislative Coordinating Commission is made up of legislators, and they are in regular contact with the executive director. So it's not like things would be happening without consultation and conversation. I think the way the bill is set right now is an important governance model, and one that allows the commission to function and function highly and effectively with our consultation, and therefore I would ask members to vote no on this amendment.
Any other discussion on the A7 amendment before we go to the author, who will have the last word? Seeing none, Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, members, again, we're allowing the bureaucracy to have its way without any type of legislative oversight. Neither the House or Senate, although it's mentioned here, is supposed to have input into these situations that come up, especially in the contracts. And so I truly believe that by giving this over to the commissioner, that we're taking away it's taking away our responsibility of making sure that these contracts are valid and that it protects the public in the way that they're being brought forward. And I appreciate a yes vote on the roll call. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A7 amendment. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye. Senator French, for those voting under 40.7.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator May Quaid votes no.
Senator May Quaid votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Westland votes no.
Senator Westland votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Port votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the A7 amendment is not adopted. Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Just to move this along, I'll be moving, I don't know what number it is. I have an amendment, Mr. President, the A50.
Senator Abler offers the A50 amendment. The secretary will report the A50 amendment.
Senator Abler moves to amend House File number 1826 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 7, delete Section 14. This is the A50 amendment.
Senator Abler, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm a firm, there's quantity and there's quality, and Mr. President, I'm a firm believer in quality, and this section of the bill simply just makes the bill, it kind of affects the overall caliber of the bill, so that's why I'm suggesting that we take it out. This has to do with some changes from the legislative auditor, who I have the highest regard for, both dealing with the former leader and the current crew. They are the watchdogs on some of the watchdogs, and so we have the privilege to benefit by what they offer us. There's some changes being proposed, however, that have drawn the concern of many people, including some friends of mine, and others. Are getting two flyers, two handouts, one from a fellow named Rich Neumeister and another from the Health Policy Advocates. And what they have convinced me that this section is just not ready for prime time. Currently, Mr. President, we have just a supply of very interesting reports that come out of the legislative auditor when they do their investigations. And they are chock full of good advice that we don't listen to quite often enough. But they dig deep and they learn quite a bit. They have an extremely deep investigative authority. And I believe to a person, to a senator and staff and to the whole state, we've really come to respect what they have to offer. And in the past, they have had different treatments of the data that they've acquired. And this bill would change that quite a bit. And so it actually takes data that they would have released on some audits that they didn't do, that they didn't complete, and now puts it in the terms of my friends on the Health Policy Advocates under the cloak of secrecy. And so, Mr. President, we are an open society here. We are open with our information, particularly until we decide to close it. And unfortunately, this provision did not go to the Judiciary Committee, which I think would have been a good place to scrutinize this bit of information before it was included in the bill. In addition, it talks about data that, right now we protect data that could be used to identify the identity of an individual, but now we're including, without any hearing on this in the Judiciary Committee, we're not going to determine the identity of an entity. And I'm not even sure if the word entity is described, but Mr. President, I want nothing to ever disempower the ability of the auditor to do what they're going to do, but I do not want to create this cloak of secrecy, which I think is counterproductive to the interests that we have and the other people of the great state of Minnesota. And so I think that's enough to talk about. I think some other people are going to say something, and then we'll talk some more. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Klein.
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Coran.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Or I'm sorry, Mr. President. And I rise in opposition of this amendment. As you know, or you may not know, I am the vice chair of the Legislative Audit Commission. Senator Rest and I actually are she's the chief author and I'm the co-author on this particular legislation. Over time, policies need to be updated, and I commend our current legislative auditor, Ms. Randall, who has done amazing things as far as bringing the organization to a new level. I share the same concerns that Senator Abler brought up about transparency and accountability. I think they both lead to trust. In this case, I'm comfortable with and worked with the legislative auditor that the work that they're doing and the volume that they have and the number of cases coming through, or the number of whistleblowers and the complexity of their cases, and their inability to get to all of them based on resources. These are not just audits. You know, we're used to the typical audits of program reviews, financial audits, but the legislative auditor has a whole host of other activities, whistleblower complaints, which identifies an accuser and the accused. It takes in any other activity as far as retaliation to protect the anonymity of a reporting entity. That's what the goal is actually, or the state of the legislation or the update in the policies is stated to do. It's critical that we maintain the amount of privacy necessary and absolutely the transparency at any level when we can allow it. What the policy is clarifying, and I think one of the statements in one of the handouts says it goes back to 1980, it hasn't been changed, but it has been changed and revised. What this actually does is we want to make sure that they can release the data which is necessary when the completion of a review, could be a special review or a traditional audit, that information is released. Summaries can be released under this proposal. Summaries can be released without disclosing that private entity would put the program at risk as well as the individuals included in that complaint. And so all of the transparency can be met. But think about it. If you made a complaint somebody made a complaint about you without a thorough investigation and a conclusion that would warrant, at least provide some context, it could be damning to this organization and to us, the legislature. They are the only eyes and ears that the taxpayers have, thus that we have, that oversees government and handles these critical issues. Mr. President, I think it's important that we maintain that. If we close off that vehicle for individuals, and many of them are state employees, individual taxpayers, regular citizens and residents of the state, we have to make sure that this vehicle is preserved. And I think this strikes a good balance. In addition to, each and every one of those complaints has been thoroughly reviewed as far as the organization that Senator Abler announced or talked about. Rich Neumeister, which I respect, and all the work that he does, as well as the other organizations that are the watchdogs about privacy and government compliance with public data requests. They're continuing their negotiations. They will continue them. I urge that we shoot down or vote down this amendment and vote red, but they're going to continue, and we've had complete pledge from the legislative auditor as well as the organizations who brought forward their concerns that they will work through these processes and believe they're very close to make sure to satisfy the needs. And so that can be resolved in the conference committee, and I urge a red vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Klein, we just want to be clear on something. You earlier requested a roll call, is that right? So we just need to make sure that we get that notified correctly here. Thank you so much. I'm going to Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President and members, and thank you for this amendment. Senator Abler, I've had a number of conversations now with you and other members about this today, and we'll let you know that Mr. Neumeister, for whom I have great respect, has been before the committee. I've spent some time with the legislative auditor on this topic on a number of occasions, including today. We are working in this proposal, and let me be clear, and there's a letter on your desk from the OLA. This is a clarification and not a change in the law. But the office, and in this bill, working very hard to try and balance the protection of those who seek to raise a flag and the transparency that we require and want in our government. And I understand that there are questions, and that is good. And I am confident that we will work our way through them. As I understand it now, there are conversations happening between the auditor and this organization that is raising these questions. And so for that reason, I'm going to ask members to vote no on the Abler amendment, having faith in our ability to work our way through the balance of these issues. Thank you.
Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate Senator Abler's amendment because I am concerned that we are making a change in the way the legislative auditor's data has been treated in the past. It's worked in the past. I understand the auditor's concerns about people using this inappropriately to attack people. We haven't had a problem in that in the last 40-some years. And it's a reality that anybody in any entity, as humans, we tend to think, if I know information, maybe somebody else can't handle that information. We tend to be more closed, and the Data Practices Act many years ago was a turnaround the way Minnesota did business, and I think it was a good one for transparency in government. I appreciate Senator Murphy's commitment to keep working on this, and I hope during the conference committee you can help review this, because I think there are some legitimate concerns. And frankly, the legislative auditor, as Senator Coran mentioned, they get reports from whistleblowers and others, and the very people we want to make sure that if the auditor doesn't have the time or the capacity to fully vet them, which we understand they don't, but that we don't want to keep these, we want these things to be able to be exposed in a reasonable way. And I think if we had a lot of problems with people using it to attack others, that would be one thing. I'm not sure that this language in the bill is not going further than we should, and I appreciate Senator Murphy's commitment to continue working on the provision, because I think it does need more work.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a couple of concerns as I've been listening to the discussion. First, I'm concerned that this provision didn't get an opportunity to be heard in the Judiciary Committee. We handle this type of subject matter continuously. As I looked at the Abler Amendment, however, and looking at Mr. Neumeister's comments, it is correct that we have had a policy since 1980 that allowed all information that an auditor, legislative auditor, would be viewing would be made public. It's somewhat different than when compared to an investigation, let's say, by the Department of Human Rights. The Department of Human Rights is an accusation that they're investigating against either a corporation or an individual where a violation of human rights is being investigated. When an accusation is being considered and investigated, if there was no finding there, that information would be kept closed to protect the accused. However, in this case, this is an audit. This is an audit of a government function, and it's slightly different. I think, and I've had the pleasure of being on the Legislative Audit Commission over numerous years. I'm currently not. However, the auditor, the chief auditor that we had, legislative auditor, was very, very careful in the past, the previous one than what is now the legislative auditor, was very, very sensitive to the information that they considered in their investigation and those that they omitted. But it was vitally important that the public knows how thorough that investigation was and why they did not pursue action in the event that they did not find a finding. That's vitally important for the public to know. Otherwise, if only half the story is told, we don't really know what happens. So I believe Senator Abler's amendment is the appropriate direction to go. Now I'm comforted by the words of Senator Murphy that the auditor is aware of this new language and that there's discussions being conducted now. Hopefully they'll come to realize that moving in an opposite direction away from the pattern of 40 plus years may be a little hasty, and that there are reasons why we want to have openness and transparency when we're auditing government functions. And quite honestly, I think Senator Abler is going down the right path by focusing on this. we would have had a thorough discussion in the Judiciary Committee if this would have been flagged. For some reason, it was not. I'll chalk it up to an omission or an error made by those that are supposed to flag those types of things. But quite honestly, I think it is a benefit to the public to know when legislative auditors are considering auditing functions of government. I believe the legislative auditor wants the public to know why they came up to a conclusion, what things did they consider, and what things caused them to step away from moving further. So I think it's vitally important to keep the process, and I speak in favor of the Abler A50 amendment.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Seeing none, last words will be Senator Abler.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do truly appreciate the discussion. I just want to revisit a few words, and then we can proceed to the disposition. So I heard what Senator Curran said, and then Senator Murphy talked about some adjustments, or I don't think she used the word technical, but this is not a minor change. It's not clarifying, unless they've been doing this all along and haven't told us, but without permission. But this truly does change the behavior of their use of their data, and it does truly mask some of the findings that have been heretofore released. And one thing you might want to know about what they're working on, because who protects the protectors? And Mr. President, it's us. They look after us, we look after them, and it's a symbiotic, friendly, well, usually friendly, but at least it's a cordial, professional kind of relationship. Let's just say that there's a project that comes up and they simply haven't got time, they start on it and they just abandon it because it's maybe not a big deal and they don't have time. They actually tell us that. Let's say there's a project that comes up that has merit and they begin to do some investigation, but they haven't got the bandwidth, and then they abandon it. Right now they tell us that. We and the whistleblower would go like, well, I told them. And the interaction, the back and forth, the getting to know is really important. But Mr. President, I think the dialogue has been very good. I appreciate Senator Murphy's commitment to work on this. I appreciate the groups that have brought this forward, particularly the health policy advocates, and the others, and Mr. Neumeister for flagging this. Senator Murphy has said she's committed to sort this out and to make it better, but I will just encourage her, she goes forward. But for the fact she would have asked for a no vote, I do believe this would have passed with a strong showing in the Senate over the need to have this be properly cared for. In particular, since it did not have the benefit of going to the Judiciary Committee to flesh out these significant changes. And so I think she's empowered to go into conference with that position and to do her good work, which I am very confident of. With that, Mr. President, there's no need to vote on this, so I will withdraw the amendment.
Senator Abler withdraws the A50 amendment. Any additional amendments? Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the A8 amendment.
The A8, Senator Jaskowski moves the A8 amendment. The Secretary will report the A8 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend House File 1826 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 adopted by the Senate April 20th as follows. Page 16, delete Section 26. This is Amendment A-8.
Senator Jaskowski to your A8 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment deletes Section 26 on page 16 of the bill. The Environmental Sustainable Government Operations Agency. This bill creates yet another brand new agency in this huge state government that we enjoy here in the state of Minnesota, the Office of Enterprise Sustainability. And members, I'm going to read some of the charge for the brand new state agency to improve the sustainability of government operations by reducing the impact on the environment, controlling unnecessary waste of natural resources and public funds. So members, while we're trying to reduce the use of public funds, apparently it says that in the bill, I trust that's what they're going to do. We are spending a bunch more money to create yet another government agency. We are fatigued. Our government is becoming fatigued by its size and scope and girth, Mr. President. You know, certainly the state government should go on a diet, but this one, this is a double-decker quarter pounder with cheese, Mr. President. I encourage support of the amendment. Thank you.
Senator Kupik.
Mr. President, I would like to request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Thank you, Senator Drazkowski. I am going to work on the girth of our work today, and in a nod to you, like put us on a diet for maybe just a couple of minutes. This amendment is the same amendment that we've already adopted. It was my first amendment, and we did it by a voice vote, so I'm sure, Senator Drazkowski, you voted with me for that amendment, and so we don't have to move this again because we've already done it. How's that for weight loss? Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Any other questions on the A8 amendment? The secretary will take the roll.
Mr. President?
Senator?
I don't mean to interrupt a vote. I am interrupting a vote because we've already taken this action on the bill. So I'm not quite sure what we're voting on, Mr. President.
Well, because it's still offered and he did not withdraw it. So whenever someone offers something and did not withdraw it, then we still act on it, even though there is a provision that we do not do identical provisions. So, Senator Drazkowski, if it's been adopted already, although we're under a vote, hold on. We will still vote on the A8 amendment. Senator Friends, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes yes.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Rest votes yes.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Port votes yes.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes yes.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
And Senator May Quaid votes yes.
And Senator May Quaid votes aye. Senator Rasmussen, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye. Senator Friends.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am trying to report Senator Dietzick votes yes.
Senator Dietzick votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 58 ayes and 8 noes, the A8 amendment is adopted again. Any other amendments? Senator Barr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A6 while we're putting the government on a diet here. And we're counting that reduction twice now, right?
The Senator Barr offers the A6 amendment. The secretary will report the A6 amendment.
Senator Barr moves to amend House File 1826 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 11 after line 26, insert. This is Amendment A-6.
Senator Barr, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the A6 is going to save the MMB a little work here. I believe I have talked to the chair, and I believe this is be considered a friendly amendment. We have currently, MMB creates a report that anytime there's money moved from one agency to another agency, they have to submit a report an annual report to the legislature on where it went, when it went, between which agencies. And last year, that report was 4,200 pages long. There's no useful data in a 4,200-page report. So this dials this back to, it removes from the report everything that we codified into law or session law or statute that says, you will use minutes, you will use this, MMB will be your HR. All of those things that we mandate in law will no longer be counted in that transfer report, and only the things that are not mandated in law, which is what we were actually trying to get at in the first place back in 17 or 18 when we put this, passed this into law. So I do believe the chair will see this as a friendly amendment, and hopefully we can just have a voice vote. Thank you.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Barr. This is a very friendly amendment, and I'd ask people to vote yes. Thank you for this work, Senator Barr.
Any other discussions on the A6 amendment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails and the A6 amendment is adopted. Any additional amendments? Senator Barr.
Thank you, Mr. President. While we're on a roll here, let's try the A12 amendment.
Senator Barr offers the A12 amendment. The secretary will report the A12 amendment.
Senator Barr moves to amend House File Number 1826 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 11, delete Section 18. This is the A12 amendment.
Senator Barr, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. So let's see here. This amendment, this is kind of interesting. So right now, when all of these different commissioners to all the different agencies get appointed by the executive, chief executive by the governor, they have to get, they're supposed to get eventually they can have a vote. The Senate is advice and consent. That's one of our roles. And we don't, those commissioners can serve at the pleasure of the governor until we either vote them out or do a consent vote. So what Section 18 does here in the bill, it says that we're not going to have that vote any longer. If we do not take action within 60 days, they will automatically be confirmed into their appointments. It's another abdication of our responsibility. They get to serve at the pleasure of the governor, and it's a very rare circumstance when the legislature removes one of them. And I would hate to think that by putting this in at some time in the future, which we kind of, my side of the aisle had this bite us in the butt with the executive orders, the Chapter 12 stuff that we reformed quite a few years ago, and we could not have we didn't get a voice in the removal of or elimination of executive power back last year, 2 years ago. And I don't want to see this happen in the future, where a future legislature does not have the ability to remove a commissioner just because we failed to act if the commissioner's into the second year or something like that, and they've been there for 2 years and they do something that the legislature wants to remove them for cause. We wouldn't have the ability anymore if this provision goes into law. So for that, I ask for a green vote, and let's keep advice and consent in the Senate. Thank you.
Senator Kupik.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted. Senator Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is my provision in the bill, and I'd suggest a no vote. I think this is, we've lived through a few pretty hellacious experiences with, well, I'll just say my piece. There was a time when the Supreme Court nominees by the chief executive were votes like this. Senator O'Connor was nominated 99-0. Scalia was 98-0. Kennedy was 97-0. The Minnesota Twins, affectionately called because they were both from Minnesota, Harry Blackmun was 94-0, and Warren Burger were 74-3. The three most recent nominees to the court were Kavanaugh, 50-48, Gorsuch, 54-45, Brown Jackson, 53-47. What's happening in recent years is the weaponization of politics. We no longer talk about things like qualifications, intellectual strengths, accomplishments, and what we look for is a political wrongdoing. And that there was this, oh my God, gotcha moment. There were, I talked to one of the commissioners that was not confirmed after 2.5 years. And she said, well, this will be the first good night's sleep I had in 2.5 years, because that person just never knew if they were going to be not confirmed on a whim tomorrow, for sake of argument. I would argue the amendment, the 812 amendment, is a dereliction of duty. Because right now my bill says 60 legislative days, and we are at 56. I think today is 56, which I think is plenty of time for us to do our constitutional duty of advise and consent. And if we can't get it done by 4 days from today, in theory, I would argue that's a dereliction of duty. This is a duty that we do have, advise and consent. And by leading the nominees on for 6 months, 12 months, 2 years, regardless of who is in power. And that's why I amended it to 2027, because that way, fairly, maybe the Republican governor of 2027, maybe a Democratic governor of 2027. So maybe 3 years from now, it won't be a political thing so much as just the norm. And like I said, it does literally almost give us a full session to do our constitutional duty, which is to advise and consent the nominees of the executive branch. So I urge members to vote no.
Any other discussion on the amendment? Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Swedzinski yield for a question?
Senator, will you yield? He will yield.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Swedzinski. Senator Swedzinski, you said that we're just a few days away from this new 60-day threshold that is in the bill before the body that we're discussing the amendment to. Do you believe that all the nominations that the governor has made for this body to confirm, do you believe that they'll all be completed before that 60-day deadline?
Senator Swedzinski, to the question.
I only know of the nominee that came out of my committee, and we had the hearing and we confirmed him as within 30 legislative days. That's the only one I can speak to.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I believe that we will very likely go past the 60 days with a number, if not the majority, of Governor Walz's nominees not having a vote here on the Senate. And so if this language isn't changed, if the Barr Amendment is not adopted, how this Senate would have operated would have been just a glide path with no confirmation votes at all on this Senate floor. And so I would urge members of the body, this is not a Republican amendment, this is not a Democrat amendment. This is about retaining the power and prestige of the Senate as an institution and making sure that we have the ability to confirm high-level political appointees in the governor's administration. And as we've seen here with this Senate and with this Senate majority, Things get busy, lots of things happen, and the confirmation votes have not come to the Senate floor. And so I would ask for members to vote yes on the Barr amendment.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree completely with what Senator Rasmussen had to say, so I won't repeat much of what he said other than this. You know, the power vested in us when it comes to advise and consent isn't necessarily just about the 67 senators that are here in this room. It's about the thousands, actually the millions of Minnesotans that we represent. So to change such a significant aspect of the Minnesota State Senate and how we operate, what we're expected to do, and one of the very fundamental duties that we have as members of the state government isn't just about us and our opinion or what we might do. This would be removing one of the core aspects of the representation of the citizens of Minnesota that we have. So rather than just hand wave something or get rid of it because it has been an annoyance or an obstacle potentially in the past, there's no reason to simply mute the voices of countless Minnesotans when it comes to a very important process of the state government. Thank you.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Thank you, Senator Swedzinski, for bringing this proposal forward. I actually believe that this proposal is both about effective governing. I think it is about making sure whoever is in the executive branch knows the government that they are building and who is in place to do the important work of the people of Minnesota. And it says to the Senate, like, let's get this work done. Let's confirm, let's advise and consent these people so they can proceed and do their work. So this does not at all, not one bit, strip away the authority or the prestige, as some of them have said, of this body to do this important work. It is important work, but it is also making sure we're protecting that important work from the kind of politics that, as Senator Swedzinski so aptly said, is becoming weaponized, is becoming used, is being used in a way that dismantles, disorients, or weakens an administration. And we shouldn't stand for that either. I think this is the right approach. This is an important intervention. It will make sure that our government is functioning and strong, and the people that are serving are clear in their positions, and that's why I'm going to ask that we vote no against the Barr amendment and support Senator Swedzinski's important provision in this bill.
Senator Barr, you're the last voice that we will hear before.
Thank you, Mr. President. I understand the point of wanting to get this done, wanting to have a confirmation hearing. The section doesn't say that there will be a confirmation hearing within 60 legislative days. It says that if we don't act within 60 days, it'll be automatically approved. This is just one more example of how we are automating government. We're removing the legislative role in confirmation of ratification of contracts. We're constantly moving things from the legislature, bit by bit by bit. We're removing our responsibility over to agencies. Now these agencies want to be confirmed with, the agency heads want to be confirmed within 60 days, but we're going to put that on autopilot as well. I would be much more comfortable if the language said that we must act within 60 days, not that it's an automatic, but we need to take action. I agree, the Senate should take action on advising consent so the agency heads can do something. This isn't automatic. This is putting government more on autopilot. So with that, please vote yes.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A12 amendment. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye. Senator French, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
And Senator May Quaid votes no.
Senator McEwen votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 33 noes, the A12 amendment is not adopted. Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in the Senate file, or I should say the House file 1826, we see some language in here that regards the Municipal Building Commission. And I was made aware of this last week, that there were some concerns by people that are working there. Members of the Municipal Building Commission, according to this language here, will be dissolved. And yet this commission was established in 1903 and given the exclusive responsibility to care for the courthouse and City Hall in Minneapolis. And the commission consists of 4 members: the mayor of Minneapolis, the chair of the Hennepin County Commissioners, and 1 person appointed by the county board and 1 person appointed by the city council. But if we go forward with this bill, or the language that's in the present House file, this will basically dissolve and put 45 MBC employees out on the streets to find some other job. And so, Mr. Chair, I would like to bring forward the A5 amendment.
Senator Anderson offers the A5 amendment. The secretary will report the A5 amendment.
Senator Anderson moves to amend House File Number 1826 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 38, after line 12, insert. This is the A5 amendment.
Senator Anderson, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A5 amendment will basically secure these 45 employees, their positions, and that the MBC will continue on in their duties as protecting the courthouse as they were assigned to do. Of these employees, there are people who are directors, project managers, payroll technicians, and administration managers, accountants, supervisors, and custodial managers. And I believe that this language would help them to not have to find a new place to work, but continue to provide and protect their position and protect the Municipal Building Commission as it is presently in law. But this language would take it out, and so I appreciate a green vote. Ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, thank you, Senator Anderson, for the amendment. I consider this a friendly amendment and would ask people to vote for it.
Senator Anderson, do you still want your roll call vote?
Mr. President, on that basis of her accepting this, I will withdraw my
Roll call withdrawn. Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Senator Anderson, for bringing this amendment. It really gets to the continuing employment of the folks, especially those that were not protected in some agreements that were done in a non-transparent manner, Mr. President. And I have to tell you that when you talk about transparency of government, this amendment gets people back to the table to say, be transparent. And what I didn't appreciate in talking and investigating this, Mr. President, was the attitude that I got from government relations people from the county on this. And it really kind of questions just really what are your, not that we should question motives in the Senate, right? But the motives of the organizations involved in doing this, especially when they're not doing it in a transparent manner that's open to all of us. So thank you, Senator Anderson, for bringing this amendment, and thank you, Senator Murphy, the great senator from St. Paul, for taking this amendment. Thank you, Mr. President. Vote yes.
Any additional comments? Seeing none. All those in favor of the A5 amendment say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails and the A5 amendment is adopted. Any further discussions or amendments on this bill? Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, Mr. President, our state troopers used to be the top paid law enforcement agency in the state. That's no longer the case. Right now, out of the 34 cities in the comparison, they rank a lowly number 32, one of the lowest paid state law enforcement agencies in the state. So with that, Mr. President, I'm not looking to ask for a pay increase for them, but I will ask that they should have an equal footing in negotiations of pay. So with that, Mr. President, I offer the A24 amendment.
Senator Howe offers the A24 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A24 amendment.
Senator Howe moves to amend House File Number 1826 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 23, after line 12, insert. This is the A24 amendment.
Senator Howe, to your A24 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And when we look at the trooper pay, right now, top pay for a trooper is rough numbers, about $7,900 a month. Top pay for law enforcement in this state, by the chart that I looked at, by the OLA study, is over $9,300. That's a $1,400 a month disparity. Members, why would you spend your time at the state patrol when you could go to another law enforcement agency and make that kind of money? And that affects your pension, and that's a lifetime. So, Mr. President, this amendment I've been working on for quite some time, and MMB, when it was Myron Franz, told me numerous times that, you know, if we only had a pay study, we'd use that pay study in the negotiations with the troopers. Well, this body, in fact the legislature, passed to have the OLA do a pay study. And they're doing pay studies all the way out to 2032 when the pay studies then sunset. But to this day, MMB has not used those pay studies in the negotiations, as they indicated that they would. So we're not saying that they have to follow the pay studies, but we're saying that they have to at least include them in the negotiations. Otherwise, the efforts and the work that the OLA is doing to get those pay studies and providing that information, all it does, members, is collect dust. We should use that information to actually get our troopers the pay that they deserve, and at least raise them up so they're not in the bottom of pay in our law enforcement agencies in this state. So members, I ask you to support the A24 amendment and support our troopers.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. And thank you, Senator Howe, for bringing this amendment forward. This is an amendment that has been, or this is an issue that has been bouncing about both in the House and the Senate. And I'm going to ask members to vote as they choose on this. I want to tell you why I have a concern about it, and it has nothing to do with the state troopers and everything to do with the systemic disparities that emerge in our public policy when we are not paying attention or when we're making choices that advance the disparities. So this policy and past action of a past legislature in trying to support our state troopers and their pay created an inequity for women in similarly situated classes. And as I have been talking with MMB about that problem, with Senator Howe, with members in the House, I am concerned that if we proceed in this way without also considering what it means in terms of equitable pay for similarly situated employees, that we will, by our action, advance or continue to advance a disparity in pay. I did have a memo from the Department of Management and Budget early in the session on this topic because action of a previous legislature meant that we had to fund to close a gap that we created by giving increased pay to state troopers in a past budget. Top pay for state troopers is currently $94,000 after 8 years. Top pay for female-dominated classifications with similar hay points include education specialist and social worker, each of whom earn the top pay of $77,000. So pattern bargaining allows a group of people who are negotiating to look about, not just in their class, but to look about, and to make sure that they are paying attention to what's happening in other certain classes. I actually think taking away pattern bargaining makes it harder for us to look about and understand what's happening with pay for similarly situated classes. So I think this is not going to solve the problem, but it is going to, if we move it, it is going to create further systemic inequity between people in similarly situated work based in their gender. I have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with paying state troopers. I want to do that. I don't have a problem with paying people represented by collective bargaining. I want that. But I do want to make sure, as you cast your vote for this, that you understand and appreciate that by doing so, we are advancing, likely advancing, we are advancing in inequity. And I have been working with MMB to find the tool to make sure that this doesn't become the result of this policy, so we can do both, but we don't have that in hand yet. So I'm going to vote no because I don't think disequity in pay is right, but I'm going to leave it to you to vote as you choose. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion on the amendments? Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. And first and foremost, I think this is a very good amendment. And I'm kind of struck by the fact that, I think just a couple of minutes ago, a topic was brought up and it was shared that we are trying to take politics out of things that shouldn't be influenced by politics, things that shouldn't necessarily be political. And I'm not insinuating that that the remarks that were just shared are political by any means. But what I'm saying is, if we're going to adopt that mindset as it pertained to confirmations in the Senate earlier, well, we should adopt the same mindset when it comes to law enforcement and our state troopers. And let's be frank, folks, unfortunately, over the most recent years, our men and women in law enforcement have been overly politicized to an extent. So if there's anything that we were going to automate or take the politics out of, I think it would be an amendment like this, which is seeking to simply say our state troopers, one of our law enforcement agencies, per the amendment, should get the consideration that they deserve when it comes to their pay in comparison to other law enforcement agencies, and that should be an automatic thing, that they should be evaluated fairly just like everyone else. So if we're going to apply the reasoning that we're trying to take really good things and mitigate the political aspects of them to prevent progress being made, let's also apply it to this amendment. Let's show the men and women of law enforcement here in Minnesota, to include our state troopers, who, oh, by the way, have made it a mission of theirs to hire more female state troopers. Let's show them that they're not subject to the same politics that would prevent progress, as was mentioned earlier. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And I'm glad we're talking about this. I am not any kind of expert on this topic, except that I'm interested in a strong public safety system, and I'm sympathetic to the plight of some of the people who are covered by this amendment. Would Senator Murphy yield for a question?
Senator Murphy will yield. She will yield. Senator Abler.
Well, thanks, Senator Murphy. I was reading your bill, and I have to admit I don't remember every page of it, but is there a section where it talks about this topic somewhere in the bill already?
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Abler. I don't believe that we are addressing pay equity in this bill at all.
Senator Abler.
Well, thanks. That was actually a friendly question. This bill is going off to conference, and earlier on an amazing amendment that we were going to improve the bill on by getting rid of the cloak of secrecy. It was decided that we could work on that further on, even where there's two identical provisions, and I have extreme confidence that Senator Murphy will do that. But I'm nervous if we don't adopt this amendment that this topic will not be a part of the conference. As an author of many amendments, I am fully aware of my ability to write amendments that are not quite yet perfected. But I'm also aware that the conference committee is a time to take an idea in it and come out with something that's positive. And so Senator Murphy said people are just like, it's just so funny. Please vote yes or no, and then we all do whatever they say sometimes. But it sounds like there's a real openness to discuss this. And so I hope members will give this amendment the opportunity to live in idea form, if nothing else, to come back with something better. And I would actually encourage Senator Murphy on that basis to vote yes. But I encourage all my colleagues to vote yes. And I know that you will not do what I say, but you'll do what you think is best. But I think the best thing to do is to vote for this to move it forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion on Senator French?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, members, and thank you, Senator House. Bill is exactly what I think we should be asking ourselves, which is, as we try to take care not just of the State Patrol, but of the state workers, what's the information that we're going to rely on? Senator Howe, we've worked on this in different forms for years, and I want to tell you I appreciate the respect that you show. I'm going to be a yes vote on the amendment, members, and I think the reason is we took the trouble to go through and look at this survey. We have this information. We're asking MMB, could we take this information into account? We're going off to conference committee. Have full faith in the Senate position to be represented fairly, and with that, Mr. President, thank you very much.
Any other discussion on the A24 amendment? Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, this is a very important amendment for the troopers and for all those people who each day go out, put their lives on the line for the citizens of the state of Minnesota. I really appreciate the opportunity to this past weekend be at the funeral for a fallen deputy, and I just saw the presence of our law enforcement there to represent not only them, their deputy sheriff, county sheriff. There were people from the cities across the state, people from northern Minnesota, from southern Minnesota, and all over. And they each day will go out and do everything they can to uphold the law that is put in place for our Minnesota people. I truly believe that they deserve this amendment, and not only for them, but their families who, not knowing each day whether they'll return home. And so, Father, Mr. President, I appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of this, and will ask for a green vote.
All right, members, any other discussion? All those in favor of the A24?
Thank you, Mr. President. I thought you were going to come back to me, that's all.
I'm sorry. I thought when you kind of heard that you were winning this battle, I thought you'd let it go. But you just can't
I
win
even,
well,
Mr.
huh?
President, I even picked up the microphone as a symbol, but I know I'm below your sight line, so I apologize
Okay,
for that.
that anxious energy just to grab that mic, huh? Okay. Senator Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. And you know, Senator Murphy brings up a point that the State Patrol is filled with a lot of males. But I will tell you this, it's out of a force of 625, it is 10% female. And actually, they have committed to raising that to 30% by 2030. And I think that's a good commitment. But I will tell you, members, when I see a state trooper, I don't see a male state trooper or a female state trooper. I see one of the finest law enforcement officers in the state. And I would put him up against any law enforcement member in the country. I think they're the finest we have, and not to pay them, and not to at least take the pay study into consideration, I think is a slap in their face for the dedication that they do, going through all the academy and the training that they do. I think we can at least look at these folks and give them a fair shake and take the OLA study into consideration when they negotiate. Thank you, members. I ask for a green vote.
All right. Members, we are on the 824. There is no roll call.
I'll ask for a roll call, Mr. President.
Okay. You don't need a, okay. I shouldn't say that, sorry. Roll call requested, roll call granted. The secretary will take the roll on the A24. Senator Friends, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, I report a no vote for Senator McEwen.
Senator McEwen votes no. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 40 ayes and 22 noes, the A24 amendment is adopted. Any additional amendments? Senator Barr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A52.
Can you tell us again what it is? Senator Barr moves the A52 amendment. The secretary will report the A52.
Senator Barr moves to amend House File Number 1826 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 24, after line 4, insert. This is the A52 amendment.
Senator Barr, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a pretty straightforward amendment. We've talked about union contracts and how they're ratified and the legislature doesn't approve them because we're not here. So this simply says that when we renegotiate contracts, that the contracts will be negotiated so that the term of the contract ends on December 31st of an odd number year so that we will be back in session so we can actually ratify the contract. That's all it says.
Senator Kupek.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. Thank you, Senator Barr, for this amendment and for talking with me ahead of time. I'm going to ask for a no vote on this, but give you my word that we will continue to talk through it. And with that, members, I just ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Any other discussion before we let the author have his last word if he has anything to say? Are you good? All right. The secretary will take the roll on the A52 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye. Senator French, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
And Senator May Quaid votes no.
And Senator May Quaid votes no. Senator Rasmussen, do you have another? Huh? Oh, you have not voted. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Oh, you got it now? Okay. All having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 28 ayes and 35 noes. The A52 is 29 ayes, right? And 35 noes. The A52 is not adopted. Oh, we had already voted. I was just correcting myself. Do you want to register to vote? Because technically the vote was over, but I was correcting myself. So once it's announced, that's the cutoff. I'm sorry. Senator Coran.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the A21 amendment.
Senator Coran moves the A21 amendment. The secretary will report the A21.
Senator Coran moves to amend House File Number 1826 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 37, delete Section 14. This is the A21 amendment.
Senator Coran to your A21 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this amendment focuses on an area, again, that puts Minnesota on autopilot as far as, or removes some transparency as it relates to compensation for highly compensated employees sets a cap. Today, there's currently a cap based on the governor's salary and a formula with the cost of living and COLA in it. Sets a cap at about $189,000 is what it is today. What's currently in the bill is it removes that cap, or it repeals the cap or the legislation which repeals the cap and puts it on autopilot. And what this does, it affects all the employees, the state employees, but what it also does is municipal employees. So our cities, counties, and all of them, if they go to seek a increase greater than that cap, they must come to the Office of Material Management and Budget and appeal that and seek an approval for a level higher than that. What that does is it provides some transparency and some accountability to make sure that citizens know what their government is. In many cases, they'll use studies of other municipal governments from around the country. And typically, they always pick the highest and most egregious salaries to do a compensation study on these particular positions in leadership. And it can skew what the actual market value is for those staff here. And so we want to be able to offer highly compensated, and we want to be able to pay them fairly for the demanding, grueling jobs that they do have, county administrators, city administrators, and those alike. But at the same time, we must make sure that the legislature plays its proper role and provides the oversight and provides the transparency. In addition to MMB negotiating that or actually granting the approval, they typically seek guidance or at least opinions from the Subcommittee on Employee Relations. This reinserts the legislation in the executive body and puts that oversight in our municipal government, as well as the highest state employee level compensation. And Mr. President, I request a roll call and encourage a green vote.
Roll call requested and a roll call granted. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. I'm going to ask for a no vote on this amendment. We had people come to the committee testifying that they are having a challenge in hiring talent and retaining talent, and part of it has to do with salary. And this fixes this problem. This is a bill brought by Senator Swedzinski. The committee supported it, and I would ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Any other discussion before we get to the author who will give us the last word before we take a vote on the A21 amendment? Seeing none, Senator Coran said he does not need any additional discussion. The Secretary will take the roll. Senator Friends, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
And Senator McEwen votes no.
And Senator McEwen votes no. Senator Rasmussen, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the A21 amendment is not adopted. Any further amendments? Seeing none, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
House File Number 1826, a bill for an act relating to state government, designating the State Fire Museum, changing provisions in state government operations, etc.
Third reading. Closing comments. Seeing none, we will take the ranking member and then the author. Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, members, House File 1826 is a policy bill that reflects on what we passed or didn't pass on part of some people last week, the financial aspects of it. And this bill has some major flaws. Even though I appreciate the willingness of the chair of the government, state government and local government accepting some of our amendments, we still have some very controversial provisions in here that would take away substantial authority from the legislature, Minnesota Senate, Minnesota House of Representatives. Includes removing the Senate confirmation power over commissioners, creates an Office of Sustainability, removes legislative approval and oversight of state union contracts. Members, the best I can say is that when government is at its best is when we're out of the way of our Minnesota citizens. When we have strong oversight from the standpoint of the Minnesota Senate, we are here as representatives of those who put us in these positions to see and have accountability for every tax dollar that is being spent here in the Minnesota legislature. We're the ones that are to be held accountable for putting forward the proposals and how money should be spent and who should be in charge and who looks over all these things, rather than a bureaucracy that has exploded exponentially. And this bill is an example. If we go back and look at all the different councils and all the different task force that were put in place here, it is amazing that we wonder why we can't get a hold of the spending that will happen because of this policy that's in front of us. There's money for basically every bureaucracy that we want to dig into our pockets and spend. This bill, members, is not good for us. It erodes the checks and balances of what we are supposed to be in charge of, accountable to. It reduces the transparency of what government is supposed to be showing to us, and it puts instead the better interests of what the bureaucracy wants and not what's best for the citizens of or the taxpayers here in Minnesota. This is a path. This bill is a path to government bureaucracy without checks and balances that puts the needs of the taxpayer, that does not put the needs of the taxpayer first. The cost to our citizens of Minnesota diminishes the voice of their elected House and elected Senate representatives. It further financially depletes the wealth of our taxpayers in the state. It expands the bureaucracy tremendously, and even though it supposedly is to give the appearance of helping our citizens here in the state of Minnesota, it is a disguise. A disguise, and they use this disguise to say that they're going to be helping, and yet all we see is a more government intrusion in our fellow Minnesotan lives. The legislature is a co-equal branch of the government, and this bill would grant more authority to the executive branch, I should say the executive bureaucracy, and will diminish, the continual diminishing the role of the legislature. I pray that sometime in the future that what happens here will come back to be a haunt to those who are in charge to show that what we do and what we don't do is a negative impact on our citizens. This bill, House File 1826, needs to be voted down with a red vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Murphy, final comments on House File 1826.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. House File 1826 deserves your vote. Please vote yes.
The Secretary will take the roll on final passage of House File 1826. Members, please vote. Senator Friends, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
And Senator May-Quade votes aye.
Senator May-Quade votes aye. Senator Rasmussen, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Jasinski votes no.
Senator Jasinski votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
And Senator Liskey votes no.
And Senator Liskey votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 35 ayes and 31 noes, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members still under special orders. We now go to number 138 on general orders, and that is specifically Senate File 1384. Senator McEwen, this is the Omnibus Labor Policy Bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, it is my great honor this evening to present to you Senate File 1384, which is the Senate Labor Committee's Policy Omnibus Bill. I'm going to go through some of the provisions in the bill just to make sure that we're oriented around that. But first off, I just want to say a sincere thank you to our Senate Labor Committee again. I know that I thanked our committee when we brought our Senate Labor Finance Omnibus to the floor, but I just wanted to put another shout out to our nonpartisan staff, Senate Counsel Carlin Doyle-Fontaine, and our fiscal analyst, Eric Olson. Our committee pages, Sam Schachtman and Andrew George, our committee administrator, Fabian Bean, our committee legislative assistant, Jack Fisher, our great researchers for the DFL, Daniel Gillis, and for the Republican caucus, David Frazier, our vice chair of the committee, Senator Grant Hauschild, our ranking minority member, Senator Jean Dornick, all of the members of the committee, Senator Gruenhagen, Senator Kupek, Senator Liskey, Senator Marty, Senator Umu Verbitten, Senator Pappas, and Senator Wiesenberg. Thank you all very much. And just as a additional matter, I would very much like to thank the authors of the bills that are in our Senate Labor Policy Omnibus, and those include Senator Rarick, Senator May-Quade, Senator Zhang, Senator Mann, Senator Mohammed, and Senator Hauschild. So thank you very much to all of the people who contributed so much to make this Senate Labor Policy Bill what it is. And so as I said, I'm just going to go through some of the significant provisions that I'm particularly excited about. perhaps most significantly, we have some big updates to the Public Employees Relations Act for the first time in decades. Our essential public employees deserve a seat at the table to negotiate about the real issues that affect their employment and their conditions of work. This bill also strengthens our prevailing wage requirements. When we're spending public money, when we spend the people's money on projects around the state, it is very important to the people of Minnesota that those jobs are living, thriving wage jobs. So we're strengthening our prevailing wage requirements with this bill. We're also prohibiting restrictive franchise agreements in this bill. This was sort of a practice that I actually just learned about in the course of our work in the Labor Committee this year. What actually happens is there are instances where corporations are colluding to restrict hiring between them. So this limits employee choice. So for example, you might have different fast food franchises and they make an agreement amongst themselves, amongst the bosses, the managerial crew, that they're not going to hire one another's workers. So their employees can't just decide, I'm going to take a better job that pays better at this other franchise. So we're banning those to increase competition and to increase agency for workers. We're also strengthening retaliation protections in this bill. When workers go through the decision-making process and the difficulties and the hoops that they have to jump through to actually exercise their rights, we're going to make sure that employers are not retaliating against them. So we're strengthening those retaliation protections. This bill also improves pregnancy and nursing accommodations. So pregnant and parenting workers have more equity in the workplace. And also, so we continue to work on closing the pay gap, the gender pay gap between men and women. We're also, in this bill, banning captive audience meetings. Employers can hold any meeting they want, but they can't force employees to go and listen to their politics or their religious views and make it a condition of their employment. So we're banning captive audience meetings. We're also improving and updating our OSHA statutes, improving transparency, updating for federal conformity, and overall making improvements in that area. We also have some somewhat technical changes having to do with certain refrigerants. This is Senator Zhang's bill, prohibiting certain refrigerants. We're also have a bill having to do with elevator contractor licensing requirements, construction codes and licensing, load control inspections for electrical utilities. So we are taking care of some regular business that we always take care of in the Labor Committee regardless of partisanship. We also have a bill that addresses an issue that has been floating around the legislature, at least for the last couple of years, and that is to create a ability for various religious communities to create micro-dwellings to help with housing issues in their area. So it creates that micro-dwellings framework. So, colleagues, I am thrilled to present you this bill. This is a worker protection bill. And I wish that I could say that it is really out front and just breaking new ground, and perhaps there are a couple of areas where it does that. But what I would like to impress upon you is that these worker protections in this bill have been a long time coming. This bill is a reflection of workers in Minnesota organizing together talking about their workplaces, talking about their lives, the things that they need, problems that they're having, what's going well and what's not going well. And getting together and asking for the changes that they need. They've been doing that for years on some of these provisions. So we are moving forward with a backlog. And I am so glad that we have the opportunity to do that, and so thankful for all of those Minnesotans who have put in that work and that time and that organizing to bring their issues to us so that we could put them together in this policy bill. With that, Mr. President, members, I'll conclude my introductory comments and be open for questions and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now open for accepting amendments. Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McEwen. So this is a labor and industry policy, and I want to thank all the businesses. I mentioned there was about 526,000 small businesses in Minnesota that employ approximately 1.3 million workers. And the labor and industry is a balance of labor and industry. I've continued to say how important that is to have that balance. And also union, non-union workers, large businesses, small businesses, all labor. That is the work of the Labor and Industry Committee. I appreciate the work that was done. There's 10 bills that are in this omnibus, and I appreciate the week by week, the work that we did together, going through the bills. I'm grateful for all the authors. I'm going to talk about each bill individually later, but I'm also going to talk about the process a little bit, because the process was good as we went through week by week, bill by bill, having the testifiers there, the workers, the businesses, and being able to listen to both sides, as that is our job as legislators. Not to pick sides, not to have the heavy hand of government micromanage, but to listen and to make what's best for Minnesota workers and businesses. But late and towards the end of the session, not the session, but the committee hearings, a little disappointed that what happened, the delete all amendment that we got, and then we were given a bill, Senate File 1633, that didn't go through the vetting process. It was dropped on us very quickly, and 1/3 of this bill, approximately, has to deal with a bill that it was hard to grasp that in just a few hours, it was very, very quickly gone through. And so that's we're going to talk about that later. But the process, again, 1/3 of this bill is out of one bill, the Pell change, which was we talked about it in committee, that does this even belong in this committee? So again, we'll talk about that later. But Mr. President, I'd like to offer the A20 amendment.
Senator Dornick offers the A20 amendment. The Secretary will report the A20 amendment.
Senator Dornick moves to amend Senate File number 1384 as follows. Page 14, lines 17 and 32, delete July 1st, 2023. This is the A20 amendment.
Senator Dornick, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is addressing the Senate File 1018, which is Senator McEwen's, which is the employer retaliation provision and pregnancy accommodations modification. And this bill was passed last year, bipartisan support. One of our members carried the bill. And so this is, we just added a few, well, actually Senator McEwen made a few changes to it. The big one was the going from 21 employees or down to 1. So having more of our small business have to accommodate to this, which I had talked to her after the committee hearing about pushing the date back of when we're going to start this. And she agreed to that, but She's not here, but I didn't get an exact date. So what we did on this amendment, it just puts it out to January 1st of 2024. So again, we talked about having the date pushed out a little bit, but I did not talk exactly. We were talking 4 to 6 months. So this one starts January 1st of 2024. Again, we have approximately, well, over 500,000 small businesses that are going to be affected by this, and then not counting the large businesses. And it's kind of nice at the beginning of the year to implement something new. And also with that many businesses, both large and small, to implement some of these changes, more so for the small business. I guess my appeal is to give them that time. So I encourage a green vote.
Senator Klein.
Mr. President, I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Dornick. I appreciate your collaborative spirit in all of the work that you've done, including this. I have had some discussions with Senator McQuaid about this effective date issue, and I do believe that we're amenable to changing the date effective for this. And just to be clear, so everyone understands, this is the section that applies to accommodations for nursing mothers and parents, for pregnant people. Frankly, these are accommodations that are not difficult to make. People have been aware of the need to make these accommodations for some time now, and most employers do. The bill simply strengthens them a bit and also makes it incumbent upon the employer to give notice to new employees that they have a right to these accommodations, and that they can't cut off an employee's right to stop nursing when their child reaches a year of age. So, Senator, if you would be willing to withdraw this amendment and re-offer it with an August 1st effective date, we would be amenable to that. Otherwise, we could make changes in conference. I'm not comfortable changing it to January 1st, 2024. I think this should go into effect sooner than that. So August 1st, we're okay with. January 1st, not so much. So I appreciate the spirit of it, though. Thank you.
Senator Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. President. If there's a spirit of cooperation, I completely support that. I would just like to say, you know, as someone who was a breastfeeding mom, it's a hard thing to keep doing when your workplace isn't supporting you. And every study says how much better the outcome is for children when that's something that your workplace supports and that you are able to do for your child, if that's something that you are able to do. So as someone who was at a workplace when I was breastfeeding that did not always provide the accommodations, this to me is just a no-brainer that we should have been already doing it. We're clarifying that you shouldn't be harassing women about this. I mean, this is 2023. Let's get this done, is what I would say. But if there's a compromise being offered, I would agree. But otherwise, I would say to help the women out there who are probably going through this issue right now, that sooner is better than later.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple of thoughts. It seems like Senator Dornick is changing the effective dates on several provisions in this bill, not just the nursing and lactating mothers, but I want to remind the body that particularly on this nursing mother section, Sarah Coleman did a tremendous amount of work in this area just a couple of years ago when we put many of these provisions in. And for the very first time, we were able to come to an agreement with business and advocates and Republicans and Democrats, and we worked very well together. But Mr. President, I think my caution is not necessarily about how important the changes are as much as learning from mistakes of the past. Mr. President, you and I served on the Jobs and Labor Committee when we modified the wage theft provisions, and we put in wage theft for the very first time. A bipartisan agreement to say if you earn a wage, you should be paid a wage. And one of the mistakes that I regret in that bill was making the effective date July 1. We finished session and all of a sudden we got hit with tons of questions and confusion, which led to, I would say, poor communication between the Department of Labor and the people the people and the businesses they serve, both on the labor and the industry side, as Senator Duckworth likes to say. No one is trying to weaken the provisions in the bill. We're just simply saying, let's take time to make sure that we've got all the bases covered. Because, Mr. President, I would hate to see anybody make the same mistake I did and rush in a change too quickly that then has a poor implementation and causes more problems than it tends to solve. A few month pause and putting them in at the beginning of the year, I believe, is a prudent move, and I would ask members to support the 820.
Is there anyone else before I go to the bill author and then the amendment author? Anyone else? Senator McEwen.
Thank you, and I appreciate the clarification. That's absolutely correct. As I look at the content of the amendment, it does apply to several other provisions in the bill. And so as I understand it, I just wanted to add the additional piece of information that for policy, the implementation of policy changes, July 1st is the default date for that. So again, I'm not comfortable changing these dates to January 1st. I'd like them to stay at July 1. If we are proceeding with a vote on this 820 amendment, I do request a roll call, Mr. President.
Roll call has been requested. Roll call granted. To the author of the amendment, Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McEwen. You know, I'm pretty easygoing. I've raised 12 kids, and so I'm always kind of in the middle. And I think 30 days is just not really a compromise. And I know that you have probably the votes to vote this down. I would like to, you know, maybe a place in the middle. But again, I guess I'm going to say that, again, it's 526,000 small businesses. I'm just making a small appeal for them. Businesses are going to have many more mandates on them, as we're hearing some other things that are coming. So I just don't think it's that much to ask for a 6-month delay, but I guess I'll let the members decide that. So I encourage a green vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary will take the roll on the 820 amendment. Senator French, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator May Quaid votes no.
Senator May Quaid votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Zhang votes no.
And Senator Zhang votes no. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Liskey votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye. All senators voting who have a desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There are 32 ayes and 34 noes. The 820 amendment is not adopted. Senator Hochschild, I realize that I had you on my list. Are you okay? Is there anything that you wanted to say that I failed to let you say before? Okay. Senator McEwen, it's my understanding you have an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I do. I have the A14.
Senator McEwen offers the A14 amendment, and the secretary will report the A14 amendment.
Senator McEwen moves to amend Senate File Number 1384 as follows. Page 10, line 5, delete class sizes and insert. This is the A14 amendment.
Senator McEwen, to your A14 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this amendment reflects a sort of groups of changes that have come in since the last time we heard the bill in committee. The first section pertains to some wording changes, some number changes that are compromising in nature and trying to allay some concerns that were raised in regard to the changes in the Public Employee Relations Act changes that we're making. There's a change also, just a very minor one in regard to language for the bill banning captive audience meetings. Looks like, I believe we also have a change of date in a bill to August 1st, actually. And then it looks like we also have a language change in addition in Senator Mann's bill banning the franchise practice of preventing employees from taking jobs with one another. So those are the changes, members. I ask for your support in adopting them.
Senator Kupik.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as I look over this language, I do admit it makes some of this better, but it is still not what is being asked for from our school boards and our cities and our counties. Although it makes there's improvement, but it is not the solution they're looking for. I will be having another amendment to address that. So if you want to vote to make it a little better, you can, but I will also be addressing this. I will be voting no on this. I believe there's a better solution that we need to do for our schools and for our cities and counties.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator McEwen yield for a question?
Senator McEwen, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McEwen. I can appreciate offer an amendment that seeks to maybe strike a compromise or heed some of the concerns that were expressed by stakeholders. I'm just curious, specific to the portion of the amendment that deletes class sizes and inserts adult to student ratios in classroom. The question I have is it your assertion that school boards or school districts or organizations like the Minnesota School Boards Association find this to be a compromised language that they approve, or is it your understanding that they may still have issue with this provision of the bill, even if this amendment were adopted? Thank you.
Senator McEwen, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Duckworth, for that question. Much appreciated. It is not my contention that this language satisfies those who may have some deeper problems with the bill as a whole. But we make our efforts to accommodate where we can, and truly, our superintendents, our school board members should know that my door is always open for discussion of some little changes or tweaks as we go into conference. I look forward to continuing those discussions with our schools that do have problems with certain pieces here. But but these are some of the pieces that have already been changed. And so I'd like to adopt those now, and as we go into conference, if I hear further concerns, as I said, my door is always open. Thank you.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator McEwen, for that clarification. I am very, very hopeful that you are truly open to some tweaks to this language, especially this provision in the bill. And I have a feeling that we'll talk about it again a little bit later, but just want to thank you for that clarification.
All right. Any more discussion on the A14 amendment? The secretary will take the roll. Senator French, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator May Quaid votes aye.
Senator May Quaid votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
And Senator Zhang votes aye.
And Senator Zhang votes aye. Senator Rasmussen. For those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Jasinski votes no.
Senator Jasinski votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
And Senator Liskey votes no.
And Senator Liskey votes no. All senators having voted who desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 37 ayes and 29 noes, the A14 amendment is adopted. Any additional amendments? Senator Nelson.
I have the A19 amendment.
Senator Nelson offers the A19 amendment, and the secretary will report the A19 amendment.
Senator Nelson moves to amend Senate File Number 1384 as follows. Page 7 after line 14, insert. This is the A19 amendment.
Senator Nelson, to your A19 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment comes out of experience not in my district, but I imagine all across the state. One of the things that we've noticed, particularly in construction, and I'll specifically state schools, this is where it came up the first time, is that they have a shortened window in which they can remodel, construct schools, basically when the students aren't there. And one of the things that the construction companies and their employees would like to do is to instead of working 5 8-hour days or a 40-hour max, the amendment before you simply says that when we're talking about prevailing hours, that it would be not more than 10 hours per day. So it's still just changing the 8 to 10-hour days, and it's keeping, though, of course, but no more than 40 hours per week. So it's a very simple adjustment, of course, and this is for prevailing wage jobs, which are those jobs where we are required to pay hourly rate and benefits as required by law, and it's for any construction projects that are paid for with any type of state funds. So, Mr. President and members, I encourage a yes vote on this very small change, which will help both the employees and the employers, and we're seeing that now with more people doing 4 10-hour days. I encourage a yes vote.
I'm sorry. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Nelson, for this amendment. I have to say, when I received the honor of being named the chair of the Senate Labor Committee, I was thrilled because I grew up in a a union household. My dad was a public school teacher, my mom was a nurse, and they raised me up on really strong workers' rights values. And I come from a town it's a union town, and so these protections are very important to me. And when I became the chair, we sent word far and wide to all of our contacts, people working on workers' rights and labor issues throughout the state, saying, come and tell us what you need. How are things going? What's going well? What's not going well? What are the changes you'd like to see in our statutes? Because we're ready to do the work. And I haven't seen this. Nobody brought this to me. So we've looked at a lot of bills, and we've met with a lot of different labor unions and workers organizations and also employer organizations throughout the course of the session, and I haven't seen this. So I am a little concerned because of the language. It looks like it could be 10 hours per day or more than 40 hours per week as it's written. So I worry that that could turn into 50 hours per week because there's not a limit on the days. And I definitely want to check in with all the do sort of a round of checking in with people who this would affect to see if this is something that they'd actually want. That said, I'm not opposed, and I'd love to continue the conversation. If this is something that people are looking to see, I will proudly bring it into conference and make that change. I'm not comfortable just accepting it on the floor today because I haven't seen it from all the reach out that we've done. So respectfully, members, I'd ask you to vote no on this today, and I look forward to continuing that conversation. If we do have a vote, Mr. President, I request a roll call. Thank you.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Nelson, let me just make sure nobody wants to speak before you be the last voice. Anyone else? Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator McEwen, thank you for the thoughtful look at this. I would want to make sure that that everyone is very clear that this is just striking the word 8 and then putting in the word 10. So the protections are the same. It's just allowing for 4 10-hour days as opposed to 5 8-hour days. So the protections are the same. But I do understand the author's desire to check in with others. And I would say this is a bill that is, I think, before I introduced this bill several weeks ago. So it is a bill. It did not get a hearing. But I appreciate the look at this. And I would encourage with Senator McEwen's promise to call and look into this, I did a bit of that myself. And what's interesting is some of the unions, they're already doing this because they want to do this. But what's happening is because the law isn't changed, some other employers, some private employers, they won't do that. And so I think it's important that we try to provide this flexibility to our employees who are looking for this and our employers. But with Senator McEwen's promise to look into this further, and certainly I will be glad to follow up as things move forward. I will withdraw the amendment today, but look forward to some conversation in conference committee.
Senator Nelson withdraws her A19 amendment. Any additional amendments? Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer the A16 amendment.
Senator Jaskowski offers the A16 amendment, and the Secretary will report the A16 amendment.
Senator Drazkowski moves to amend Senate File Number 1384 as follows. Page 24, delete lines 27 to 28. This is the A16 amendment.
Senator Jaskowski, to your A16 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, the language on restrictive franchise agreements prohibited on page 24 of the bill contains an unconstitutional provision, and this amendment will get us out of a constitutional problem here. That's the intention of the amendment. I'm read to you Article 1, Section 10 of the U.S. Constitution. Just a small piece of it. No state shall enter into any treaty, alliance, etc., or pass any bill of attainder, ex post facto law, or law impairing the obligation of contracts. Members, the Minnesota Constitution, our Bill of Rights, Article 1, Section 11, has the same language, and I'm going to read that to you. No bill of attained or ex post facto law or any law impairing the obligation of contracts shall be passed. That's what our two constitutions tell us, members. That is exactly what the language in the bill does. Line 24, page 24, lines 27 and 28 says any provision of an existing contract that violates paragraphs A or B is void and unenforceable. In other words, the language will cancel a contract agreement between an employer and an employee, an existing ongoing contract agreement. And that's exactly that obligation that is there, that is canceled by government in this language, is exactly what our federal and state constitutions prohibit, Mr. President. This amendment will take us out of constitutional problem areas and even actually allow this language to go forward without the impending court challenges that would be coming if this is passed into law the way it is. I encourage your support for the amendment. Mr. President, I ask for a roll call on the amendment. Thank you.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm looking where this amendment applies at the language, and I have to say, so what I'm what I'm hearing is that the U.S. Constitution and our Minnesota Constitution would not allow us, the legislature, to protect Minnesota workers from restrictive franchise agreements in place. We couldn't say, that's not okay, you can't do that. I don't think that that's correct. So I guess if that is a legitimate contention, then we'll see in court. Members, I asked for a no vote on this A16 amendment.
Any additional comments before I go to the author? Senator Jaskowski, any last minute comments before we vote?
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess my only comment is, wow. Members, the author of this omnibus bill has said she doesn't care about the Constitution. I'm going to read the article, or I'm going to read it to you again. Shall not pass a law impairing the obligation of contracts. In both constitutions, Mr. President.
Excuse me, Mr. President. I raise
that's
a point of order, if I may.
For what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I will find the statutory or the rules reference number that I need, but
Well, you have to reference it now.
Senator Jaskowski is impugning my motives
Okay.
with his comments.
Okay. So, members, I know that sometimes that we get into these things and they get hotly contested, but we cannot stand for a point of order and not cite a rule. I get it. So can we all just take a breath? I'm not going to rule on that. I'm just going to say, let's just make sure that we are being thoughtful. Senator Jaskowski has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, members, the language in the bill says very clearly, it directs that any provision of an existing contract that violates paragraph A or B, and paragraph A or B give directions to restrictions between an employer and an employee in their contract arrangements, is void and unenforceable. We are voiding obligations under existing contracts. It is very clear to me, Mr. President, that both our state and our U.S. constitutions directly prohibit that, and for us to not recognize our federal and our state constitution would be simply legislative malpractice, Mr. President, and I don't want us to engage in legislative malpractice. I'm encouraging members to vote yes on this amendment. It doesn't change or limit the ability of these restrictions that are in the bill to happen going forward under new contracts or amended contracts that are amended between employer and employee. It simply would get us out of constitutional problems with the language around existing contracts. So I encourage your support for the amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I'd like to raise a point of order under Mason's section 122, subdivision 2.
Senator McEwen, you got to wait for me. So you have to say point of order, and then I'll say state your point.
My apologies,
Okay.
Mr. President.
State your point.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'm doing my best to learn these numbers. Mr. President, I would like to raise a point of order under Mason's section 122, subdivision 2.
Section 122, Section 2 says, no person may indulge in personalities, impugn motives of members, use indecent or profane language, or participate in conduct that disrupts or disturbs the orderly proceedings of the body. Members, I'm not going to rule on it, but that is a gentle reminder for all of us. So this would be an appropriate time just for us to reflect on our actions as we are operating here in our wonderful chamber. With that being said, the Secretary will take the roll. Senator Rasmussen, for those voted under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lane votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye. Senator Friends, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator May Quaid votes no.
Senator May Quaid votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Zhang votes no.
And Senator Zhang votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. With there being 33 ayes and 33 nays, the A16 amendment is not adopted. Any additional amendments? Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A51.
Senator Dornick offers the A51. The Secretary will report the A51.
Senator Dornick moves to amend Senate File Number 1384 as follows. Page 25, line 32, after the second employers, insert business. This is the A51 amendment.
Senator Dornick to your A51.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a pretty easy one. We talked, Senator McEwen and I talked a little bit about this. I didn't get to give her the whole amendment. So this is just about privacy of the home address. It's in the OSHA when there's a citation that we don't have the home address for the family of the contractors. His personal residence should be private. So that's all this amendment does.
Senator Dornick, we're working to get it online. It's not online yet. Can you just pause just for a second, if you will? The amendment is now there, Senator Dornick, so you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. So again, this is just employer's home address if collected as part of data in a citation or this section is private data. So just making the home address for the contractor or whoever's in the citation for just their families and their personal residence to be private.
Senator McEwen to the A51.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Dornick. In general, I am, as we've discussed, I'm fine with this amendment. I see this second sentence here that we had not specifically discussed that makes the information private data. And the situation that concerns me, I don't have a problem at all with inserting the word business, that first part of the amendment. I do have concerns that where an employer has registered publicly that their business address is their home address, that is the only way to contact their business by mail is through an address that happens to be their home address, that if we designate that as private data in statute, that could create a situation where the information about how to contact that employer that already is public because they've registered as a business and that information should be out there already, but that somehow making that specifically stating that it's private data would create a problem with transparency that this is trying to address. So if Senator Dornick, if you would be willing to have a division, I am prepared to accept the first half of your amendment as a friendly amendment. The second half, I have to check in with the Department of Labor and Industry to make sure that this would not create problems for just basic transparency and communication with an employer.
Senator Dornick, I think she's asking if you want to do a division under 39.1. It's up to you. Or any member can ask for a division, but she is yielding it to you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McEwen. Yes, I will be willing to divide the amendment.
So we will have, so where would you like it divided? It looks like it can be divided between 1.2 and 1.3.
That is right,
Is that
Mr.
what you see?
Yes.
Is that where you like it divided?
1.2 and 1.3, yes.
All right, and which part will you take first? And I think it's the author, hold on, I just want to make sure that. You can decide. Senator Dornick, I was right on the fact that I believe it's the author, so I wanted to be clear.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll take the first part, the one that Senator McEwen is
All right,
willing to accept.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step over you in talking. Complete your thought.
I just said the one that Senator McEwen is willing to accept. Let's do that one first.
Okay. All right, the secretary will report the division.
Senator Dornick has divided the A51 amendment as follows. The division occurs after line 1.2. The first part is line 1.2 of the A51 amendment.
That is the first part. Any clarification needed by anyone?
Mr. President,
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to make sure that everybody understands that I do accept that as a friendly amendment. Thank you.
All right. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The motion prevails, and the first part is adopted. Now we're on the second part. Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I would still ask to have this in there. In the bill, it says that it's all the data is public in the language, so this still would work. So I'm asking Senator McEwen to accept this too. Otherwise, I ask for a roll call.
Roll call requested. Roll call granted on the second part. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. On this second part of the divided amendment, for the reasons that I have already stated, I will, and certainly in good faith, reach out to the Department of Labor and Industry, but at this point, I am not prepared to accept this language as friendly, and I would ask members to vote no at this point. Thank you.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator McEwen yield for a question?
Senator McEwen, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator McEwen, you list a number of things that need to be collected as part of the citation. My question is, specifically, what is the purpose of having the employer's address or the employer's business address?
Senator McEwen, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator, for that question. It's very important that when we have investigations of OSHA violations and a citation is issued, which is a process that the Department of Labor and Industry goes through. Once that citation is issued, this has a lot to do with the public's right to know. So the public has a right to know that has been a citation issued. There's a parallel that you could draw to instances of a criminal violation, which we regard as much more serious, but those, when a formal complaint is brought and filed, that information is public, and people are able to see what the charges are, what the content of the complaint is. Then the reason specifically for needing a business address is so that people might want more information, they might want to inquire, they might want to contact that person. It's important. And again, this is already public information, but including it in the citation is important because it adds to that transparency. Thank you.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator McEwen yield for another question?
Senator McEwen, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, certainly, Senator McEwen, I can agree with you that we might have differences about how citation data should be displayed, but I agree with you that if someone has a safety violation, we should notate that. I'm curious specifically, because you mentioned it, that they may want to contact the employer. And many employers have a P.O. box. Would a P.O. box be sufficient?
Senator McEwen, he's asking that you yield. Oh, you did? She will yield. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And in answer, my understanding is that whatever the employer's business address is, that official business address. If it were a P.O. box, would be sufficient. But if you would like me to double verify that for you, Senator, I of course would be happy to do some inquiries with the Department of Labor and Industry and get that information for clarification, and we can continue discussions in the conference committee if there is a genuine privacy concern. Thank you.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, the reason I asked those questions was because we're in a very contentious time in our society. And we have some small businesses that are starting to operate outside of, that are using their homes as home offices in many cases. And my fear, Mr. President, is that if we start to make this information public about a home address, where a small business is just starting up in the garage or in a shed or wherever, that it will invite protest to residential neighborhoods and it will put someone's family in harm's way. We should not be providing, we should put some additional privacy restrictions if we have someone in a home address. And we should be looking at a contact address, a mailing address, but protecting the privacy of the person at home, protecting the privacy of the person's family, protecting the privacy of the person's neighbors. So, Mr. President, I would encourage Senator McEwen to adopt this language for now and work with the department to modify it as it goes to conference committee, because I think this is a very important safety provision. I don't want anyone's kids coming home from the school bus and being met with protesters, harassed, harangued, assaulted in any sort of way. And we have seen all too far often protesters that are going to people's home addresses. I think we have members in this chamber that have experienced that. And it's wrong, Mr. President. We have crossed a line in our society that we are now harassing and bullying people at home. I agree with Senator McEwen that if this is about contact, then we should be focused on contact, but we should preserve the sanctity of the home. Members, I encourage a yes vote.
Senator McEwen, and then we're going to the author of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for sharing your concerns about that issue. I do, again, want to check with the Department of Labor and Industry. I do also think that someone who is concerned about privacy and is running a business out of their home or their garage, as you say, that's going to be probably someone who chooses to open a P.O. box, and I will again verify that's correct, but I believe that it is. That is the address that would be listed. It's whatever address they already listed publicly as their business address. So for someone who is running a small business out of their garage or a startup or something, I gotta say that'd be one hell of an OSHA violation to get a bunch of protesters out to your garage. But I understand the concern. So I'm willing to continue talking about the details, but Mr. President, I would like to request a roll call on this second part of the division, and I ask members to vote no at this point. Thank you.
And a roll call was already requested and a roll call was already granted. The last voice, okay, he says he doesn't need to talk. The secretary will take the roll on the second part of the amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Liskey votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye. Senator French, for those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator May Quaid votes no.
Senator May Quaid votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no. All members having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There's 33 ayes and 34 nays. The A1 amendment is not adopted. The second part, just so you're clear, the second part of the amendment is not adopted. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, members, yesterday we had some long conversations and mentioned that in our education bill discussion that some of our school districts were nervous because of mandates and requirements that they were looking at were not in either of those bills. And some of those requirements and mandates are included in this bill that's in front of us right now. And so I would like to address a couple of them. And so, Mr. President, I would offer the A17 amendment.
Senator Rarick offers the A17 amendment. And the secretary will report the A17 amendment.
Senator Rarick moves to amend Senate File Number 1384 as follows. Page 9, delete Section 12. This is the A17 amendment.
Senator Rarick, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is a pretty simple amendment. It would look to delete two sections of the bill. It would be Section 12 and Section 14. Section 12, I'm amazed at in the last 24 hours how many points of contact I have had through phone call, email, and folks here at the Capitol bringing this forward and expressing just how much of an issue this is. And if I were to rank, you know, the top 5 concerns that our school districts brought forward, this is easily in the top 5, these two provisions. And so in Section 12, we're saying that all public employers would have to bargain over staffing ratios. And then for school districts in particular, class sizes, student testing, and student to personnel ratios. And then Section 14 removes the number of personnel as a matter of inherent managerial policy that a public employer would have to meet. And so, you know, Mr. President, as I said, I was hearing from our school board folks and those in that industry about how much of an impact this would have on them. And what I was not realizing, and what I did find out today as I was working on this, this also has a great impact and is of great concern to our cities and our counties. So members, I would ask that we would adopt this amendment to strike these two sections. If there is further work with these folks, that we would have that. But right now, they have made it clear to me they're not sure how these can be corrected, can be fixed, and they would ask that we remove these sections from the bill today. And I would ask for a roll call and a green vote, Mr. President.
Roll call requested, a roll call granted. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Rarick, for voicing your concerns and the concerns, some of them that you've been hearing. Members, I am going to ask you, with all respect and sincerity, to vote no on the A17. I just want to talk a little bit about this section of the bill and collective bargaining and bargaining over terms of and conditions of employment. The way that the law is right now, and you can see it's actually that second part of the amendment, section 14, we have under our law pieces that are termed inherent managerial policy. So there are certain items that managers and people working who are in charge, the bosses who are they get to make certain decisions that cannot be bargained over, or I guess they could bargain over them if they wanted to, but they don't have to bargain over those things. So we have a situation right now where managers in these situations, in negotiation with employees, the employees can say, you know what one of our really big problems is? Class size. I got over 40 kids in my class. I can't do this. Can we talk about this? Or we don't have enough staff in this area or that area. We want to talk about it. And the way that the law is written right now, the employers can say, nope, not talking about it. Nope, not up for discussion. They can if they want to, but they don't have to. And unfortunately, we see that happen, that employers will walk away from that discussion. These are critical pieces for public employees. Staffing ratios. And members, this also goes to one of the pieces that I brought in my author's amendment earlier, in which we changed the term class sizes that had been the original ask, is that class sizes in particular would specifically be able to be discussed in bargaining, and replaced that with adult to student ratios in classrooms so that it wasn't some sort of physical classroom limitation. We don't want to put our school districts in difficult situations in regard to their physical building limitations. So what this does, really all it does, is say, you gotta talk about this. This is one of the things that you got to have a discussion about, and it can be part of the agreement that you come to with your teachers. So when your local teachers, the teachers that teach our kids, when they go to our school boards and to our administrators of our schools and say, okay, let's hammer out our agreement for our employment for the next couple of years, they get to talk also about class sizes. Well, actually no longer class sizes, we amended that. They get to talk specifically, term of art, about adult to student ratios in their classrooms. They get to talk about that. I know that I want my teachers to be able to talk about that in bargaining with my school board. So that's what this does. I also want to make sure that our school board members and that our superintendents, again, know that my door is open and that I will always listen to your concerns, and that as we go into conference, I will continue to do that. I invite you to contact me and have some meaningful discussions with me about how you feel that this might impact your district, and we will work through those. But I feel quite strongly about this provision and support it wholeheartedly. And so, members, I am asking that that you vote no on the A17 amendment, and that you come and speak with me about any concerns that you have about what this does or doesn't do.
Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to thank the good senator from Duluth for her comments regarding the open door policy. Although I haven't served my career in education, I didn't serve as long as the good senator from Glencoe did on a school board, but I did serve on a school board. And so I just wanted to highlight a couple of things that is concerning. As you look at the principled concerns, not only of a school district saying, all right, and I'm going to use one example, that happens to be the Anoka-Hennepin School District, which, by the way, members, it's the largest school district in the state of Minnesota. And if you look at the impact, just in certain clusters where buildings are, you have, just in Champlin alone, Champlin-Brooklyn Park, just on the edge, you have 7,000 students that participate daily, the home of the rebels. When you talk about class size and you drop it by one student in the Anoka-Hennepin school clusters, not just in one area, but the whole area, you're talking about $1 million per one person, right? And so that's something that is a true fiscal piece, right? And yet it saddens me, Mr. President, 20 years ago, you would have those folks that are of interest within the teachers and those folks with the interest of the various other players, right? They used to meet. They would meet and have honorable intentions. Because here's the thing, Mr. President, within this provision, and it's important I get this out, right? I'm not going to get into a 45-minute lecture about the rulings that got us to the why education is a proper civil right. But in this case, honorable intentions is a statement that is used within education throughout everywhere and anywhere you talk when it comes to public education. And by the way, the good senator from Eden Prairie reminded us that is a constitutional obligation that we have, right? There's 3. Education is one of them, right? And I'm glad to hear the good senator from Duluth say that she's going to continue the conversation, because what I just got involved with, Mr. President, today is codependency between two organizations that have deep meaning, right, and honorable intentions. Yet it saddens me to think 20 years ago, when they used to meet all the time and discuss about policy and to discuss about education policy, it saddens me to note that I didn't see that. I hope I'm wrong, Mr. President, and I'm glad to hear the good senator from Duluth say that she wants to re-engage that. I think we need to re-engage that, because ultimately, what's the most important thing that you do regarding education in Minnesota is you focus on that pupil, and you focus on the many pupils. That should be what's driving it. What's in the best interest of the pupil in this place? That's what we drove back in the day. And so with that, I'm glad to hear that, Senator, that you're going to continue the conversation. And having said that, I will do this. If it comes back that no engagement has occurred, Senator McEwen, that I would have a hard time supporting this coming back from conference committee if we don't get some kind of good agreement that's going on in there. And I just wanted to make that very clear, that I hope. And thank you once again, Senator McEwen, for your hard work in this. It's not easy work to do, and I appreciate the work you're doing. But members, please vote no on the amendment.
Senator Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I think this is a really important provision for our teachers. I have kindergartners, and their class is 22, and I have no idea how their teacher does that, especially since they're so short on paraprofessionals and other support staff. I had 12 of them for a birthday party for an hour and a half, and I about went crazy. So I don't know how she does that every day, day in, day out, but the teachers that manage these classes as they continue to get bigger and bigger are absolute heroes. And all this provision does is literally, as we're going down things to talk about, is do we need to have a conversation about class size? Check in the box. We either have it, we don't, but it is something that now can be brought up. And it upsets me to hear everyone saying everything's a mandate. Literally, the fact that someone can have a conversation should not be taken with such offense and this is a mandate and whatever else. This should be a collaborative process between the teachers and the school boards, and I think this facilitates bringing this back to a collaborative process so the teachers can explain what these class size mean to their effective ability to teach.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in favor of this amendment. And I passed this out on your desks last evening, but I'm just going to save the paper, but I'm going to just share with you a little bit of how this amendment, why this amendment is needed. What I'm going to share with you is from the Rochester Public School Board Legislative Committee feedback on bills impacting school boards and school directors. These are locally elected school board members and the principal. And just as a prologue, dear legislators, this is to all of you. As members of the Rochester Public School Board Legislative Committee, we are writing to provide feedback about how proposed legislation will impact our district. The Rochester School Board prioritizes strategies and innovations that best meet Rochester Public School students' needs, incorporating them into the RPS strategic plan, which was developed from and implemented through extensive stakeholder input, including teachers and staff. In bold capital letters is the next heading. Proposed language: collective bargaining to include class sizes, student testing and student to personnel ratios, teacher retirement mandatory benefits, and 25-hour minimum wage, and additional teacher prep time. So it includes more perhaps than what is in here today. But what I want you to know is the concern particularly about the class size ratios, which is in the bill that we're looking at today. And the paragraph starts, of all those concerns, the paragraph says, the next paragraph, our biggest concern involves proposed legislation that significantly impacts our ability to manage our day-to-day operations while continuing to educate our students. It is important for us to emphasize that a one-size-fits-all approach to K-12 education in Minnesota, such as language in House File 2497, and then it specifies that prioritizes class sizes and staffing ratios, prioritizes them over other student-focused needs, such as reading specialists or other forms of academic supports. It is not what is best for Rochester Public School students. This language before us today about class ratios would reduce the district's ability to react and respond to changing events and conditions, and such as an influx of new students. Specifically setting staffing ratios, class size, and personnel ratios will remove managerial rights districts have as a public employer to maintain discretion over the policy and function of its programs, and the district overall budget utilization of technology and selection of direction to and numbers of personnel. I could go on, and you can review the document that I left with you last night. So yes, it is an unfunded mandate. And why would we think that we, right here in this Senate chamber, can dictate to our schools exactly what the ratios should be? That does not take into account the numbers of students. Does that mean if there are too many students that what? What happens? They can't go to that public school? I can just tell you, I understand the concern about class sizes. When I walked into the first middle school that I taught at, I walked into the room, and the room was stuffed full of desks, and my desk, but it wasn't enough desks for every student. And so what do you have to do? You call the principal and say, we got a problem here. There's more kids coming into my class than there are desks for them. But I do not believe that this proposal, as it is written in this bill, is going to allow school districts to do what we believe they should be doing. And so I stand in favor of the A17 amendment, and I ask for green votes.
Senator Kunish.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think it's really important that we realize that what the bill is asking us to do, or is asking the schools to do, is just to allow conversations and the ability to have a role in some of the decision making within the schools. The teachers and the hourly workers are the ones that really make those schools run. And when the conditions that are imposed upon them are more than one person can bear, they should have a right to speak up and advocate not just for themselves, but for the rest of their team members in our schools. This bill is not dictating the ratios, the adult to student ratios, but what it is saying is that when it's time to negotiate a contract or the working conditions in a school, that the teachers should have a voice, that the teachers should be able to speak their truth and possibly even come up with some of those solutions. As a teacher of 25 years, 15 of those years I was like a union steward in the schools that I worked at, and I was able to participate a number of times in the negotiations of our contracts. And I have to say that when we had administrators that would sit down and honestly have open conversations with us, and we were able to really tell those administrators what was going on in our schools or what was going on in our classrooms, we had much more efficient negotiations. We came to agreements quicker. But when there are administrators that would restrict certain conversations, that just isn't right. We should be able to talk about the things that matter most. If there are so many kids in a classroom that you can't fit another desk into it, and you have one adult, that's a problem. That's a problem in a lot of ways. How do you meet every child's social emotional needs? What about safety? What if there's a fire or a fire drill, or we talked about a shooter practice just the other day? Do we have enough resources for those kids? I mean, I remember as a library media specialist not having enough Chromebooks for the students. So teachers often have ideas. Teachers often have solutions. They are the boots on the ground. And it does not hurt to listen to them. The thing is that if we have to mandate or legislate conversations between an administrator and the employee, then we kind of sunk to an all-time low. I mean, the last thing we want to have to do is tell people how to do their job. But we're hearing that too many of our administrators are not doing that. And so, members, with this amendment, removing the ability for our teachers and our educators to be part of the problem-solving solutions, it does not make sense. And so, members, I would ask that you would vote no on this amendment and allow educators a voice in the safety and the education and the decision-making process in their work environment.
Members, before we go to the next speaker, I just want to remind you that the list is getting longer, and we still have 2 bills to go. And members, if I could gently remind you all to stay on what is before the body, because I have allowed, and we have allowed people to go off, but not as far as we are going tonight. So if you just be thoughtful about that, that would be helpful. And with that being said, we are going to Senator Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just very, very briefly, I reckon I talk to the superintendent in my district a lot more than the rest of you do. At least I hope so. I would like to, frankly. But I want to just take a moment to thank Senator McEwen because, and I don't understand this, but my spouse had a real issue with the language of class size. But when it switched to teacher to adult to student ratio, that solved all kinds of problems, specifically around questions of career and technical education and specialized instruction. I don't understand how it helped, but it did. So thanks for that, and I appreciate the language as it's currently written.
Senator Bowden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will also be brief. I rise in opposition to this amendment. I have had many conversations with educators over these last weeks and months, and I cannot think of one of those conversations where the ratio of adults to students in classrooms has not come up. And that is, a key piece of their work. It is foundational to the operations of the classroom and to what they are doing day in and day out. And I think removing that or not having that piece be able to just be part of the conversation does not make sense to me. I appreciate the comments earlier about the input from the Rochester School District. I will just note that they do allow this conversation for middle and secondary schools, I believe. And so some schools are doing this, and it just makes sense to me to have that be just part of the conversation. Thank you.
We are now going to Senator Abler.
That wasn't a very long list, Mr. President. Anyway, just we talked about schools, and I have no thoughts on that at this moment, but I just have a question if Senator McEwen would yield.
Senator Abler, is this related to the A17 amendment?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
got
absolutely.
it. Senator McEwen, will you yield? She will yield.
Okay.
Senator Abler.
So we talked about, just that way she has to listen to my short question. So we talked about schools, but on line 9.31 to 10.1, it talks about staffing ratios not related to schools, and I'm pretty friendly to the labor groups, but I got a copy down in an email. This will affect counties as well, and so can you, which is a new feature which no one's mentioned. So you can just tell me how this would impact counties and what I can imagine what it might be, but you must know because it's your bill. So can you please tell me that?
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Abler, for that question. So this is the Public Employee Relations Act, and we are making sure that our public employees can talk about ratios as part of their discussion in their bargaining. So yes, yes, we strongly want workers when they are in discussions with an employer about the terms of their agreement for work, that they get to talk about this as part of that. And so yes, and I do. I'll just take this opportunity because it's pertinent to your question, Senator. this sense of whether this is some sort of forced thing. The opposite is true. In fact, right now, under the law as it is, before we change it, we're under a forced system where, again, public employees can't talk about these issues in their bargaining. If the employer says, nope, off the table, then it literally is off the table. An employee can't say, no, this really is one of the things that I want to talk about. So in the case of teachers, which we've talked a lot about, teachers are going to come to talk about their contract with the employer, and they might want to talk about wages, they might want to talk about retirement, they're going to want to talk about health care. Now they're also going to say, you know what else is on our list that we want to talk with you about? Student to adult ratios in the school, in our classrooms, what that looks like. We want that to be part of the give and take of what we're talking about and the agreement that we come to. So nobody's going to be forcing school boards and administrations to be accepting one agreement or another agreement. Whatever comes out of the discussions with the workers is going to be the agreement, the contract that both parties have agreed to, both the employees and the employer. And additionally, into contracts can be written contingencies. So through their discussions, they can come to agreements about ratios, if that's something that the employees want to talk about. And they can also write in safeguards as part of their agreement. So if there are special concerns about, in the cases of schools, enrollment or whatever the concerns the employer has, those can also then be brought to the table and be made part of the agreement. So this is, again, I just really want people to understand what this language represents, what it really does and what it doesn't do, so that we're clear-headed about this. But to the heart of your question, yes, this is a provision. These provisions apply to the Public Employee Relations Act. Thank you.
Senator Abler.
Well, thanks. And just we haven't discussed that. I'm not in your committee. And it sounds like it actually might be nice for some of the public nurses that are struggling with the right kind of ratios. I think it may be a problem for police if you're, I don't know what ratios you deal with. And what if you have this is just rhetorical, but what if you don't have to yield, but you have these little county places that sell licenses, and now business is off, and you bargain to agree to have so many workers, and now you don't have any work for the workers. And I know, Senator McEwen, you said you're going to work on this in conference, and I appreciate that. I'm a little uncomfortable with this piece, so I might be supporting the amendment, but I do want to make sure that the public employees are well cared for, and public nurses and all that. So this is dicey, and I appreciate your efforts. Thanks.
Senator McEwen, you had your hand up that you wanted to speak, and I put you on the list. Senator Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have a couple questions for Senator McEwen. I've been just a little bit confused by a couple of the comments. If she might yield for a couple brief questions.
Senator McEwen, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator McEwen.
And these questions relate to the A-17?
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because I'm asking folks that because they're asking about the entire bill, and we're on the A-17. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, my questions are directly out of the conversation about this amendment. On the one hand, I heard senators speaking against the amendment saying it's just a conversation. There just needs to be a conversation. And I thought that's what it was. But then as I listened to the bill's author, it sounds like it's much more than that. It sounds like it's a conversation at the bargaining table, which is a very different thing than having a conversation. Although this body typically tries to stay out of those bargaining things, and we leave those to the unions and their members. But so I do have a question for the author. If her intent is that class ratios become part of the discussion at the bargaining table.
Senator McEwen, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Nelson. The language of the bill in this section states that terms and conditions of employment It refers to that is subject to the section of law. In the case of school employees, quote, this is a term of art in labor law, terms and conditions of employment includes adult to student ratios in classrooms, student testing, and student to personnel ratios. So, so it is, in as much as it will reflect, pursuant to our labor laws and how collective bargaining is done, this will be one of those topics that can be brought into discussions, as I described in great detail, about when employees in a school and teachers, when they come and meet with the employer, they have a lot of concerns that they want to bring to the table, say these are the things we want to talk about as regards our contract going forward. Now, the adult to student ratios in classrooms can be one of those things that they say that they want to discuss that could be a part of what they agree to. So it might be part of the agreement, it might end up in it. How that looks is going to depend on the discussions that take place. It might not be brought to the table. The district might bring it to the table. Maybe they want to talk about it with the teachers and iron it out. But so the concern I hear is that it's not just a discussion. I mean, I guess if you're saying that entering into an employment contract is more than just a discussion, that's correct. It's an employment contract. But the discussion that takes place when people enter into that employment contract, this is what this is about. Right now, one of those parties to the employment contract, when the teacher comes in and says, I want to talk about the student to adult ratios, the administration can just say, nope, not doing it. This just changes it so that teachers can say, no, this is really important to us. So in addition to all these other pieces that we want to talk about as we form the contract together, hopefully collaboratively, we also want to talk to you about these ratios because they're critical. Critical. Thank you.
All right, now we're going to the author of the amendment. Senator Rarick, before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, again, members, this part of the bill has school administrators, our superintendents, our school boards have come to us saying this is something they just don't know how to work through. And today I found out our cities and counties feel the same way. And so ultimately, we need to ask ourselves, it was mentioned, why was our state statute written the way it was previously? And I believe the answer to that question is there are certain things that whether it's a city or a county or a school board, things they have to make fit within the budget. They're the ones making those decisions, and there are certain things they have to have the flexibility to deal with because those situations are changing sometimes day by day. In our schools especially, a new student can come in partway through and change everything if we are having to collectively bargain and potentially come to agreements to settle a contract that would then be required. And that was the thing I want to talk. Many people have mentioned that, hey, we're just talking about this. We just want to talk about it. No, this is saying it can be required that it's part of the negotiations, that it has to be part of the bargaining. And that's where we're taking away that ability for these groups to sometimes make a final decision and come to that agreement to get to a contract decision, but yet they might know we actually can't meet this. So members, I can't tell you, I've received texts during this conversation about some of the points are wrong and this is still going to be harmful for us. We have to have this taken out of the bill because they're just trying to reiterate and make sure everybody understands. This is more than just simple conversations. And I think one of the things that I've heard from a couple school board members, these are folks who live in the community. They're friends with the teachers in so many cases. They don't want large class sizes. They don't want to be putting teachers in that situation. But sometimes their budgets, there's not much else they can do. And one of my superintendents actually told me that if this stays in the bill and becomes law, his worry for those negotiations is that he won't have a school board member do that anymore. They'll hire a lawyer to come and do the negotiations because he's not going to want to hurt relationships within the communities. Members, I hope the author is being true to her word when she says she has an open door, because what I've heard from some folks is they've asked for meetings, they had a meeting, and it was canceled, and they haven't had that meeting yet. So I hope that meeting will happen before conference committee so those discussions can happen. But members, right now I ask that we vote yes on this amendment so that before those discussions can happen, to have an agreement if there's actually going to be language to change what collective bargaining would be. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Secretary take the roll on the A17 amendment. Please vote. Senator Friends, are you ready for those voting under Rule 40.7?
As a matter of fact, I am, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator May-Quade votes no.
Senator May-Quade votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Westland votes no.
Senator Westland votes no.
Mr. President?
Senator Rasmussen, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye. All senators having voted. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 35 ayes and 32 noes, the A17 amendment is adopted. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members, for that vote. I know our counties, cities, and school boards really appreciated it. And Mr. President, I did separate that out because I felt that one was far more important than the amendment I'm going to offer now. And so now I'd like to offer the A18 amendment.
Senator Rarick offers the A18 amendment. The Secretary will report the A18 amendment.
Senator Rarick moves to amend Senate File Number 1384 as follows. Page 3, delete sections 3, 4, and 5. This is the A18 amendment.
Senator Rarick, to your A18 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to start by making a little comment. I sure hope, I don't know if this is coincidence or if the engrossing office is trying to have a little fun with me having the A17 and A18 amendment in front of us, and I sure hope there's no A54 amendment coming as a sign that we might have some problems here. So
I got it. It took me a minute. But I got it. I caught it. Okay. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I do.
Hold it. I want to tell. I want to announce no amendments to the amendments to the amendments tonight, please. Okay, Senator Rarick.
And thank you, Mr. President. I realized a mistake that I have in here, so I would like to offer an oral amendment to the A18 amendment. And that
Oral
would,
amendment to the A. Okay.
and that will be to delete line 1.5. I did not mean to include section 10 in this.
The secretary will report the amendment, the oral amendment.
Senator Rarick moves to amend the A18 amendment to Senate file number 1384 as follows. Page 1, delete line 5 of the amendment.
So, Senator Rarick, we have to vote on that. Any other discussion on the oral amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails, and the oral amendment is adopted. Now we're on the A18 amendment as amended. Senator Rarick.
So thank you, Mr. President. And you know, there are a couple more provisions in the bill that would affect our schools, and I wanted to address those. And so Section 3 in the bill would require the e-learning days to be part of the negotiations. Sections 4, 5, and 11 would be dealing with the tiered license and some other employees, and this one is both for schools and for counties to be part of the bargaining agreement. And then sections 6 and 7 deal with probationary periods, and again, this is for cities, counties, and schools. And these are also areas of concern, you know, not near as big a factor as the last one we talked about, but still things that have raised concerns that I've received numerous emails from school board folks, superintendents, things that they would much prefer not to see in the bill, and be able to have some conversations if we are going to go down this road to put a little bit more protective language. So members, I would ask for a roll call and a green vote on the A18 amendment.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm just reviewing this amendment, and members, I'm going to ask for a no red vote on the A18 amendment. This guts a lot of provisions in the bill that are very important. You know, on the previous bill this body heard, this body approved an amendment to make the salary study a mandatory consideration for MMB in negotiating with the State Patrol. That's what we did. What I'm seeing here it feels to me, makes me feel like maybe we're treating some workers differently than others, according to some workers' dignity that we are not willing to extend to others, and that makes me very uncomfortable. All of these sections are very, very meaningful, and I would like them to stay in the bill. So members, I ask you to vote no.
Any other discussions on the A18 amendment as amended? Last word will go to Senator Rarick if he needs to hear anything. If he said he doesn't, the secretary will take the roll on the A18 as amended. Senator Friends, are you ready for those voting under Rule 40.7?
Yes, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator McQuaid votes no.
Senator McQuaid votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
Senator Latz votes no.
And Senator Bolden.
And Senator Bolden votes no. I'm sorry?
Senator Bolden votes no. Thank you, Mr.
Senator
President.
Bolden votes no. Senator Rasmussen, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye. All senators having voted who desire to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 35 noes, the amendment is not adopted. Any other amendments? The secretary will give the bill its third reading.
Senate File Number 1384, a bill for an act relating to state government, modifying labor policy provisions, etc.
Third reading. Members, any final comments on the bill? Seeing none, I'll go directly to the author and then we will vote. Senator McEwen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, members, for our good discussion and debate today. I look forward to bringing this bill into conference and continuing our discussions. Members, I am so proud of this bill. And I am so proud because this bill represents, as I said in my introduction, so much work by the working people of our state over years who came to us with issues that they'd been collecting. And so, as I said, this bill is a sort of backlog. And it really is focused on protecting working people, the working people of our state. And when we implement these provisions, these type of worker-centering positions are the answer to our workforce problem. Workers deserve to be treated with dignity in their workplaces. They deserve the opportunity to exercise agency over the conditions of their employment. Provision after provision. Transparency. So important. Preventing retaliation when workers exercise their rights. Taking care of all these details that we need to take care of. Making sure when our public money is spent, the people's money, that it goes toward living wage, thriving wage jobs for other people throughout our state. That's the answer. Better working conditions, better pay. These are the answers. The answers are in empowering the people of our state. So members, with so much thanks to all of the people who put work into making this bill what it is, I ask for your support and a green vote. Thank you.
The secretary will take the roll on final passage of Senate File 1384.
Senator Frentz for members voting under 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator May Quaid votes aye.
Senator Moy Quaid votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
And Senator Bolden votes aye.
Bolden votes aye. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Jasinski votes no.
Senator Jasinski votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
And Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no. All members having voted with the desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 36 aye votes, 30 nay votes, the motion passes and the bill is adopted. The bill is passed. Next up on special orders, members, is Senate File 2369. Senator Champion.
Mr. President, thank you so much for the opportunity to talk about and pass Senate File 2369. I certainly need the support of every member in this body, and I hope that I can earn that support. Our policy bill is pretty slim, but overall, the policy bill is mostly simple technical changes that DEED, the IRRB, and Explore Minnesota asked for. Number one, it establishes the Giants Ridge account in the state treasury. The account consists of appropriations made by the state or funds dedicated by the IRRB. There's no appropriation since income in the account is appropriated by the commissioner of the IRRB. So we're not putting any money in that account. It's done through the IRRB. It also grants the authority to the IRRB to provide separation and retention incentive programs for employees of the agency that are consistent with existing statute. The cost of such incentives are payable solely by funds made available to the commissioner of the IRRB, and employees are not required to participate in the programs, and this expires at the end of 2024. You'll see that there's a simple provision in the bill for Explore Minnesota Tourism Council. We adjust the number of voting members appointed by the governor, the number of representatives of statewide organizations representing bed and breakfast, etc., and adds craft beverage establishments and Chamber of Commerce for underrepresented communities as well as tribal nations to that definition. It also adjusts the number of representatives from the tourism business sector and adds to the definition arts and culture, sports, outdoor recreation, and tourism business owners from the unrepresented communities. We are also changing the number of days that someone can appeal a denial of unemployment insurance benefits from 20 days to 45 days. This does not change any eligibility requirements or determination for UI. It simply gives folks more of a chance to appeal if they are denied benefits. UI can be a confusing system to navigate at times and is a critical safety net. So this just gives folks a little more grace to correct any information that led to them wrongfully being denied benefits, some of which have been unable to appeal simply because of mail delays or other issues outside of their control. So I'm happy to stand for questions, and I ask for a green vote. That's the extent of our request and our bill.
Discussion and amendments on the bill. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Champion, for bringing this bill forward. I would like to offer the A2 amendment, Mr. President.
Senator Draheim offers the A2 amendment. The Secretary will report the amendment.
Senator Draheim moves to amend Senate File number 2369 as follows. Page 1, delete Section 1 and insert. This is the A2 amendment.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. This is a revision of Section 1, and my attempt on this amendment, members, is to include us as a legislative body more in the process of what's trying to be accomplished here. I hope the author takes it as a friendly amendment. It simply says that the commissioner will give the ranking members of whatever committee is applicable, which is the Jobs Committee in the Senate, a list of reports so we can look at what is being proposed to be phased out. I think transparency is really important here in the Senate, members and Mr. President, and I think this accomplishes what is intended by the author of the bill, but yet still includes us in the process so we understand what reports are going on and what reports are being phased out, and gives us an opportunity to react. Thank you, Mr. President.
To the A2 amendment, Senator Champion.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Draheim, for our discussion earlier about this bill, about this amendment. And members, I'll see this as a friendly amendment. What I did indicate to Senator Draheim, and we are certainly in agreement, that I will confer also with the agency and others to take a look at this to make sure that I'm not doing anything that would seem quite strange. And so Senator Draheim knows that this is only one issue that I'm going to continue to talk about, even on the finance side and on the policy side. So I will continue to have that discussion. I will accept it as a friendly amendment, but in the event it doesn't work, but I will also keep talking to Senator Draheim, but if it doesn't work at the end or may be amended, that he understands that. So I see the A2 as a friendly amendment.
Further
Vote for
discussion
the A2.
on the A2. Seeing none, all those in favor of the A2 amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed? The motion carries and the amendment is adopted. Further discussion or amendments on the bill? Seeing none, the Secretary will give Senate File 2369 the third reading.
Senate File Number 2369, a bill for an act relating to economic development, modifying economic development policy provisions, etc.
Third reading. Any further discussion? Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know we're in a hurry. Some of us have committee yet tonight. So I just wanted to stand up and, with the adoption of this amendment, I am going to support the bill. I do think that we need to work on our priorities a little bit, and I appreciate the author's work during committee, and I urge everybody to vote their conscience. Thank you.
Final comment on the bill, Senator Champion.
Vote green.
The Secretary will take the roll on passage of 2369. Senator Frentz, for members voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator May Quaid votes aye.
Senator Moy Quaid votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Senator Latz votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Rasmussen. Members, during a vote, please remain at your desks. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes no.
Senator Jasinski votes aye. Votes
Senator-
no. Senator Jasinski votes no.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no. All members having voted who desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 48 aye votes and 18 nay votes, the motion passes and the bill is adopted. Its title agreed to. Remaining under motions and resolutions, we will revert to the third order of business, messages from the House. The Secretary will read the message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following House file herewith transmitted. House File Number 100. Signed, Patrick D. Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
No action is required. The next order of business is the fourth order of business, first reading of House bills. The Secretary will read the House file.
House File Number 100, a bill for an act relating to cannabis.
House File Number 100 will be referred to the Committee on Finance. Members, we will now go to the 13th order of business, comments of Senate interest. Without objection, the following senators are excused. Senator Pratt, 1 o'clock to 1:20 p.m. Senator Dames, 1 to 2 o'clock p.m. Senator Weber, 1:45 to 2:15 p.m. and 5:50 to 6 o'clock p.m. Senator Abler, 2:25 to 3:35 p.m. Senator Lucero, 4:45 to 5 o'clock p.m. Senator Limmer, 5:20 to 6:30 p.m. Senator Drazkowski, 8:10 to 8:20 p.m. Any other announcements of Senate interest? Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Finance Committee will convene and finish Senator Dibble's Omnibus Transportation Bill in about 25 minutes at 8:45.
Senator Bolden for a motion to adjourn.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until Wednesday, April 26th at 12 noon.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Senate is adjourned.